Hey everyone. Welcome back for the third part of What If Naruto Got Wood Style from Orochimaru. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 9, Return. He should have known better than trying to sneak into the village through the walls. The Anbu had immediately surrounded him the moment he landed. Naruto smiled, with hands in the air. The walls were always being watched. For spies and enemies attempting to launch attacks on the leaf. In this world, you always had an enemy. Your power was what kept you free from trouble. A damn crazy world. Yet, Naruto smiled at the thought. He was born in this world. It had threatened to take over him with its madness, but he held firm. Hence, he could smile victoriously. "This is some welcome back to the village," he said casually. "Uzumaki?" The leader of the group said in a question as if asking to confirm his identity. "The one and only." Sure, he had grown up. His hair was much longer, reaching his shoulders, his face mature and he was taller, his body bigger than the shrimp he'd been. He covered himself with crimson coat with short sleeves. At the back, it had the Uzumaki crest marked in black, the word Uzumaki written below. He wore dark blue shinobi pants, a long-sleeved shirt. He didn't wear a headband, which allowed his hair to fall freely over his cheeks. Taking his word, the Anbu just vanished. They didn't leave trail behind. An envious ability. For the likes of him, to completely disappear was a thing for the dreams. His presence could only be hidden inside a barrier. If he wanted to hide, it could only be in battle. Assassination task? He'd get found out before he even appeared. He was a walking torch. With the Anbu gone, Naruto closed his eyes, faced the heavens with his eyes closed. A silent prayer. He'd come back home. After 3 years of hard training. He'd left as a brat, and now he was a fully grown adult. At last in his eyes. What awaited him remained to be seen. He looked back at the village. The buildings. The streets. The crowds that gathered along them. Nothing seemed to have changed. Not a damn thing. But that was good. This was the Konoha he'd left. A swirl of winds and Naruto was gone. Short distance teleportation was a joy. Ever since learning Sunshine, he'd become fond of it. The easier method of traveling. But not so grand as the Nidaime Hokage's jutsu. Made famous by his father. He appeared in the streets. It was broad daylight. The sun was just above his head. The murmurs of people minding their own business. The sound of footsteps. The laughs. The yells. The chakra signatures that moved around the village. Naruto absorbed it all for a moment, while standing still. He was back in this damned village. His home. He was only able to take a couple of steps before coming to a complete halt. In a blur. A very fast blur that nearly caught him off guard, Sasuke appeared on his right side, in mid-air. His outstretched right hand encased with lightning. The movement was in a flash, with the Uchiha twisting around along with his jutsu. Some welcome. A mistake and he could have a blow on his right eye. Naruto held a single hand sign, while swiftly ducking under the lightning jutsu. It blew just past him. Catching his air a little. As he was ducking, a sharp wooden spike sprouted from the ground, sped toward Sasuke. "TSK, Sasuke hissed. He should have known he wasn't going to hit even with a surprise attack. Besides, they were in the streets. In this environment, Naruto was going to be on high alert. The moment the blonde had ducked, Sasuke watched. The wooden spike came toward his gut in speed. If he didn't move, it was going to pierce through. No doubt even hit his spine. His left hand moved toward his hip, before disappearing in a burst of lightning. While rising, Naruto shifted his head to the right. A sword slid through just above his left shoulder, piercing through the collar of his coat. It stabbed the wooden spike in front of him. Slowly, Naruto turned around, and faced the stoic Uchiha. He grinned. "I should have skewered you, team." As he was saying that, Naruto moved his right hand in behind, touching the spike with his palm. It retreated to the ground, forcing Sasuke to move his sword as well. "I should have left you blind," Sasuke shot back, sheathing his sword. "Oh?" Naruto started releasing an immense amount of chakra with such sharpness that had the street frozen in fear as the villagers felt overwhelmed. The chakra was visible to the naked eye, cracking the very ground he stood on. Sasuke glared sharply. He'd known already that he could never compete in terms of chakra with Naruto. If he had tried releasing his own, it would have been a humiliation. But still, this was just ridiculous. How much chakra was one person supposed to have? Do you want people to start panicking? Sasuke asked calmly, pointing at the civilians on the sidelines. It wasn't just them only, some shinobi were on the rooftop. Naruto blinked once before dropping his chakra. He smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. It is embarrassing having to hear that from you. I'm surprised you forgot your position in this village. You're the same person they hated and feared. You've been gone for 3 years without a word, and when you return, I start attacking you. Naruto whistled. He was surprised Sasuke reasoned like that. If you were conscious of that, you wouldn't have attacked me in the street. Naruto then grinned. Unless, of course, you didn't consider it then. When Sasuke glared. He laughed. Idiots will always be idiots. Says the idiot. Naruto slapped Sasuke across his shoulder, and smiled. It's good to see you in good condition, team. And apparently a little bit smarter. Sasuke glanced at his shoulder. Naruto packed some strength in that movement. He must have been training physically to gain more physical prowess. Not that he needed any. But it was important for stamina. Once more, it wasn't like the blonde lacked any. Happy to see Naruto? Yes. But he wasn't going to admit that. Without the blonde in this village, things were a little dull. He didn't have any other friends. Kakashi was doing missions. He did too, and then just came back to hide, impatiently waiting for a friend to return home. And now, he would have a training partner. Maybe they would do missions together. But there were matters to be resolved. Something that made him bitter and a little angry. It wasn't the first time he was seeing Naruto since he departed. No, he saw Naruto about a year and some 8 months ago. It wasn't in circumstances he would have liked. I need answers, Sasuke demanded. Naruto sighed. He should have expected that this would welcome him upon his return. It was most likely the reason Sasuke even attacked him like this. He turned around, rubbing his belly. I'm hungry for ramen. You're not going to get away from this. I want answers. Naruto, a curious eyebrow. Demanding as always. He did owe an explanation, but not in the way that Sasuke was going at it. I just returned, Sasuke. I haven't had something to eat. Something that isn't cooked by me. Now, I want to get me some ramen, then I will talk to you. You got a problem with that? Sasuke stared for a moment and then frowned. Once more, he was losing it. He sighed. Fine. He grunted. Flashback. Alarmed. No. Not quite. If this was the first time Naruto was seeing Itachi suddenly appear in front of him, he would have been. This was different. Though he was a little wary. Yet happy at the same time. It had been 6 months since he last spoke to a person. These days, he woke up and trained. Went hunting for food and then went back to training. Even talking to the Baijuwu within him seemed like a good idea these days. Not being able to talk to anyone was getting to him. He'd even tried to gather the attention of the Anbu watching him, but the bastards flat out ignored him. True to what Jiraiya had said, they would only come to him if he seriously needed help or when there was an emergency. Thinking of them, why weren't they moving now to deal with the Uchiha? His eyes sharpened. He was ready to take a stance. Launch an attack and then flee. But he shook his head. Should I be worried? The Anbu are fine. Just resting. Naruto was silent for a couple of moments before nodding. My location here is hidden. Nobody but 3 people not here should know. And neither would have said anything. I was summoned here so you could not come here without one of them telling you. That left some uncomfortable questions. So uncomfortable felt he shouldn't have asked but rather just demanded what the Uchiha wanted from him and just continue with his business. If my organization knows? If your organization knows, then you're here to try to capture me. At which case, I will defend myself, said Naruto sharply. But if the subject is about Sasuke, someone told you. Which would raise some serious questions given that you're a S-rank criminal. Itachi didn't offer an immediate response. A lot of questions. He couldn't exactly tell Naruto that he had been given his location by the Sandaime Hokage. Who would even think the blonde was even at this location? The Akatsuki didn't know, yet. I came to talk about Sasuke. We spoke before. I don't think I want to indulge you since you don't want to indulge me. This was going to be a little difficult. But Itachi wasn't going to give anything away. You consider Sasuke your friend and you understand he is at a point where he can betray anyone for power, including Konoha. At this rate, Sasuke cannot win a battle against you. For Konoha, it is important to have the Uchiha. To have the Sharingan. He cannot even kill me without the same eyes as mine. This is why I have come for you. Don't you want him to achieve his dream of killing me? If he does so, he would be much easier to influence. Baiting him with such talk. It was fine. Naruto could permit it. As long as it was something Itachi wanted to do that would help Sasuke. You obviously need my help, which is why you came here. I'll help, but answer me. You're painted as insane in Konoha. Power corrupted you. But you look and sound perfectly sane to me. So, Itachi Uchiha, what could have driven you to do something so heinous? So evil. You not only killed the same people who gave birth to you, you killed children. Innocent lives that had yet to even understand what wrong is. You killed them. Yet only leaving Sasuke. Why? I left Sasuke so that he may avenge the clan. Itachi's expression didn't change as he thought of the look on his mother's face. He did what needed to be done. He'd already lived through many nights after the act. As for my actions, I have my reasons. The Kyuubi has a very interesting ability. It can sense negative emotions. If I'm clothed in its power, I can tell if you are good or bad, even if you hide your killing intent and put on a stupid smile. But I cannot sense even a little of negative emotion from you. Which is strange, considering, Naruto said in a hardened tone, eyes sharp. He then did a 180 and smiled. How can I help you? I want Sasuke to have the Mangekyo. Given his hatred for me, he cannot awaken it by killing me. Unless, of course, someone decided to tell him the truth. But Itachi didn't want to take the chance. But if he killed you, unwittingly, his regret and grief would awaken it. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Are you asking me to die? No. I'm going to fight Sasuke. He will be at his most vulnerable when he cannot even use his Sharingan. In that point, I will give him an opening. He will go for the kill, and that is when I will switch places with you. I'll take a hit that will kill me. I love Sasuke, but not that much. I'm told you have amazing healing abilities. And if you can see the attack coming, you can avoid a fatal attack. Sasuke only has to hit you, touch your blood. I will take it from there. Genjutsu? Yes. Why don't you just do it from the start? He might realize it. But if he strikes you, he cannot deny his own feelings. Besides, your blood will be on his hands. I will use Genjutsu to make it look as if I burnt your body before attacking him. This should give you an opportunity to heal. That is a risky gamble. I might die. I cannot even trust you. Your plan will require me leaving this place. Well, I can get the toads to summon me somewhere else. Flashback end. Naruto couldn't stop his drool as Ayame brought a large bowl of miso ramen. He wanted all the flavors. He should get a bowl of pork after this one. He clapped his hands, the chopsticks in between, and then said his prayers before dishing it. There was no savoring. He didn't even notice the look of disgust in Sasuke as he devoured his meal. The next one was already in front after the second was done. It was only when he was on the third that he spoke. How long have you been back? A couple of months. I thought we'd return around the same time. I wasn't done with my training. Naruto paused. What was it? The order had come, but he'd asked for more time to finish a couple of things. Is he still alive? Shouldn't you be telling me that? You're the one who seems to have some connection with him. After all, you plotted with him. Naruto shook his head. He came to me and I agreed to help because this was good. Even if I had to take some risks. I haven't seen him since. I thought you'd have gone to hunt him. Sasuke glared at his own bowl. I really thought I'd killed you. He told me you were dead because I was weak. And then proceeded to torture me over it. When I came to, he was gone, and it was just your blood. Only a week later when Kakashi-sensei came to visit did he let me know you were alive. But wouldn't tell me anything because he didn't know. I concluded you were working with that man. Like I said. He came to me and I agreed to help out. You're not going to thank me? Thank you? Sasuke scoffed. I thought I'd killed you. Naruto smiled, a small sad smile. I'm happy that you consider me a friend, Sasuke. In any case, I thought you'd have already gone out to hunt him down. Sasuke let slip of a slight frown on his lips. I'm still looking for him. And since he is in the Akatsuki, he is surely to be with his partner. I can't go in alone. I need you to handle the partner while I make that man pay for his crimes. Well, Sasuke had certainly grown. He was level-headed when talking about Itachi. Surprising, given his reactions in the past. Welcome. Yes. An important part that surely would do him favors in the future. You do know that the Akatsuki is the same organization that is reportedly hunting Jinchuriki? I spoke to the Sandaime Hokage about it. Sasuke replied. The main reason we were sent away was to deal with the danger. I know I'm ready. I don't know about you. But no doubt if you'd been refused that opportunity, you would have just left the village. Naturally. Nothing is going to stop me from avenging my clan. I suppose we are different in that way. Then again, I never knew my clan. So I can't be hell-bent on revenge against those who destroyed my home, Naruto said in a sad tone. He would have most likely grown up in Uzushio if his mother had seen that the situation here was bad. Brought up in the ways of the Uzumaki. They understood sealing. His clan has been used by this village as hosts for the Kyuubi. His clan wouldn't have seen him as the Kyuubi. But that too, he was robbed by circumstances that occurred way before he was born. Kakashi-sensei told me about your clan. I found it ridiculous that you came from such a clan when nobody even knows about it. Naruto laughed bitterly. That is the frustrating part. The Uzumaki symbol is worn by shinobi and they may not even know its history. Well, forgotten relics are just what they are. Relics of the past that nobody wants to know. And you're fine with that? If I were you, I'd be mad. True, the Uchiha founded this village with the Senju, but throughout the Senju have always been friends with the Uzumaki. The clan crest in shinobi clothing is symbol of that. Not to mention, your mother was specifically brought to this village just to be a Jinchuriki. And who thanks you for it? People are thankless. I've accepted that long ago. When you think like that, you become just a bitter walking stick. Unable to move on, see the future because you can only hate. I cannot make myself miserable like you, Sasuke. I'm not miserable. Says the guy who has no friends. Naruto's tone was sharp. How is our former teammate anyway? Fine. A little less annoying. But she has improved. I'm sure you'll be impressed with her. Yet, the Uchiha displayed no outward emotion. His voice was just flat. Coming from you, I'll take it. I'll help you. Just to see what life will be like after you've achieved your dream. Naruto then stood up. Well, I need to report to the Sandaime. I'll see you around. Come in. Maybe Hiruzen was a little too excited, but how could he help it? He hadn't seen Naruto in 3 long years. He only received reports from the Anbu. Even Jiraiya hadn't bothered coming here. He only sent reports. Then again, there was a lot occurring that needed investigating. Too much that could threaten the peace of this village. One could only enjoy peace as long as it lasted in this world. When Naruto stepped into the office, he smiled happily. The blonde had truly grown. His body structure. His sharp eyes. They were not cold, but sharp. The longer hair that covered both sides of his face, almost hiding it. He certainly did feel powerful. It was necessary. For the challenges that lay ahead needed him to be powerful. Not just for his sake but for the sake of the Hidden Leaf as well. Naruto, my boy. You really have grown. I didn't expect you to have grown this much, Hiruzen exclaimed happily, resisting the urge to get up and hug the boy. It turns out, physical training builds up body muscles. And it also helps when you're eating the right food. The aim was to be fit and proper. To be able to handle the power within him. You have shrunk, a little. Hiruzen chuckled lightly, stroking his chin. I'm old. I shouldn't even be sitting behind this desk, but there is no one to relieve me. A pity. But I don't think this village would ever be the same without you as its Hokage. You've been present for so long. Naruto tried to sit down, but the third raised his right hand. Can we take a walk? I've been cooped up in here and would like to get some fresh air outside. Why not? Naruto replied with nonchalance. Soon enough, they were in the streets. The aged Hokage in his red and white robe, hands folded behind. He welcomed the greetings of the villagers with a warm smile. It was a familiar thing to Naruto. The third has always been respected by the villagers, even when they've often questioned his decisions. Truly, his loss would even be greater than the loss of his father, on an emotional level at least. Some grew with the old man as Hokage and now they had kids of their own and the old man still led. Your father garnered much love and respect, but even then, when I decided to make him Hokage, the villagers grumbled. They claimed he was too young to lead. Naruto was honestly surprised to hear this. He'd thought people would have rejoiced at the thought of the Yellow Flash becoming their Hokage. To be Hokage, you really had to be accepted by the people. It was the people you were leading after all. The majority did support him and soon enough, they welcomed the change. It was a pity, his reign was cut short. Admittedly, I didn't want him to become Hokage then. It was that we had lost too many people in the war. When I called an end with Iwa when we were in a position to destroy the village, some claimed I had lost the plot. I decided to resign because of it. What was the purpose of this talk? The demands of being Hokage? Naruto had never thought about it that deeply. The Hokage is one who can be accepted. Nonetheless, it is possible to take it by force. The villagers do not decide who becomes leader. It is decided for them. But once you become leader, anything else becomes secondary. Your main focus becomes the village and fulfilling your roles. I admit, things with my own family have not been always good because of my duties. You hardly have time for home. And so often, you must make the decision over who you must send out to die. You make those decisions daily. When I send you out, I know there is possibility you might not return. This world is not fair. Just because you're kind, it doesn't mean everyone will be kind. People will take advantage of you. Naivety makes many fall into holes. I was a victim of this myself despite my experiences. If you ever want to be a leader, you must think of this, Naruto. You must realize that it is not about you, but the whole village. Everyone looks at you for decisions. You can't be indecisive or else everyone will fall along with you. Naruto stared at the road ahead. The old man was speaking in a slow yet firm tone. Just so he doesn't miss a damn word. He knew where they were heading, the memorial stones. It seems that you carry a lot as Hokage. I may have looked at it differently. Then again, when you're sitting at the other side of things, there are some things you cannot see. Indeed. I'm not going to ask. But I'm telling you that you may consider this no matter what you decide for your future. Aren't you just saying that because you want me to aspire being Hokage? Hiruzen smiled. Perhaps. I consider it would be the only thing that cements your place here. But to get there, you would have been accepted and found a place in the hearts of the villagers. That will take some doing. But not impossible. Naruto sighed. I'm not really thinking about that. I just want to find happiness for my life. But who knows what the future holds? Nobody really knows. No matter how powerful you are, don't ever think it is predictable. It will be your downfall, Hiruzen said. He then changed the subject. I'm told you've learned a bit about Fuinjutsu and controlling the power of the Kyuubi. Naruto nodded. I thought it would have been a shame for me to be an Uzumaki who doesn't know anything about Fuinjutsu. I don't know much. But just barriers. When it comes to the power of the Kyuubi. Jiraiya was insistent. He claimed my father wanted me to use the power, that was why he sealed the power inside me. Hence he made a key to unlock the Kyuubi. Hiruzen had worried about Naruto when Jiraiya told him of his decision to release the Kyuubi. He'd been afraid of the Baiju'u going loose. They arrived at the stones and Naruto did as he did last time. He settled down, with his legs folded. Hiruzen did the same. Do you mind if I smoke? Naruto shook his head. Hiruzen took out his pipe. A quick fire jutsu and he lit it up. Is it secure? Naruto laughed at the thought of the Kyuubi breaking free. He could imagine the panic. It wasn't funny. But he still laughed. Perhaps it was the bitterness. Yay! There is another safe I created. But you truly cannot use the full power without its cooperation, Naruto said with a sigh. The best thing is that you can use it to compete with other Jinchuriki. You were the only Jinchuriki who could not use the power of your Baiju'u. And that had put us at a disadvantage. Hiruzen paused, adopting a thoughtful look. How was your time away? Fruitful. I missed friends. I missed being around people. People who care for you. Sasuke was mostly likely the person who missed you the most. Hiruzen replied with a chuckle. He kept asking me when you'd return and if he couldn't go join you. Naruto laughed hearing this. He couldn't imagine Sasuke doing that. But it was understandable. It serves him right for being unlikable. He made a choice not to make friends. And he pays for it. And he could have made friends. It would have been easier for him. Hiruzen shook his head with disappointment. But that was the path Itachi set. Perhaps he'd not thought of it deeply. Do you think Sasuke would ever turn on this village? Naruto stared at the stone for a long minute and then adopted an expressionless mask. You're not the only one who has asked me that question. If I was stupid, I wouldn't notice what isn't said. Itachi has said something similar. It is not whether he would betray the village but rather whether he will turn on the village. It seems to me like there is a reason he would turn on Konoha. Looking underneath the underneath, huh? He seems grown now. But Sasuke is prone to anger. He has been filled with hate for long. There is a possibility that if he stops hating his brother, he will find something to fill that void. He doesn't even think about reviving his clan. He only thinks about killing his brother and nothing after that. That is my concern. I'm sorry I have to put you in this position. But if you had to choose between him and Konoha, what would you choose? What is right? Are those the kind of decisions you have to make? Hiruzen smiled bitterly. Yes. But in my old age, there was a time I refused to make decisions and allowed others to do so for me. Naruto released a long breath. He just came back and already, he was pushed to this situation. This world is as bad as I've seen it. I really hate the shinobi world. It has truly corrupted my way of thinking, Naruto said in a flat tone. Many have been corrupted. It is certainly not the kind of world the Shodai wanted. But to change human nature seems to be something we cannot really do. The Kage are powerful but feudal lords are more powerful. We always need their support. Shinobi villages primarily depend on financial support from the feudal lords. If the feudal lord demands, we can be forced into war with another village. The Earth feudal lord is an example for this. In the past, he has ordered invasions on neighboring countries because he wanted to expand his power. The shinobi system, Well, this has been enlightening. Naruto thought the Sandaime felt he needed to understand this world before he moved. Perhaps this was the right time to talk. Once he starts moving, his name will revolve around the shinobi world. There will be interests. For whatever dream he had, understanding how this world works, was important. As if reading his mind, the Sandaime spoke again. You have trained to become strong. I thought it was important you understand this much. I don't want you moving blindly. I've hidden much from you. But awareness in your part helps you make better decision, for your sake and those around you. I thought this was better than just smiling, expressing happiness over your return. I appreciate it. To walk blindly means falling into traps that could have been avoided. There will be a lot that I will be doing. I'm glad. Hiruzen sounded relieved. But there is more. What? The Fire Lord has learned that there is a son of the Yellow Flash. He was a fan of your father. He sent me a message demanding to know why this was kept from him. He says that the loss of the Yellow Flash and the Uchiha left the Fire Nation looking weak. The Lightning and Earth now claim the top spot. Why don't I like the sound of that? He wants to use the fear of the Yellow Flash to elevate the status of the Fire Nation. Now that you have returned, it is going to come out. You're likely to be summoned to the capital. Hiruzen put a hand on his shoulder as he stood up. It is only going to be dangerous for you. Enemies of your father might come. Those with irrational fear might come. Remember, it was the mention of his name that had men trembling in fear. Iwo went to the drawing table and called it truce because of him. If you're his son, people will naturally think you know the jutsu that made him feared. You're not going to ask? Hiruzen shook his head. I don't have the right. I know the Anbu didn't see everything. You did hide under a barrier when doing some training. You're allowed to keep your secrets. In his sleepy eyes, Naruto went toward his door. It was just about 7 p.m., but he was tired. A long day. Arriving at Konoha, cleaning the house. Perhaps even the tiredness of the past 3 years was getting to him. When he opened he found Ino standing there, hands folded across her huge rack. She couldn't mistake her. She had grown on all sides. But most especially, her chest. Naruto almost laughed. He'd never thought of such things before. He blamed Jiraiya for making him read his perverted books. Admittedly, they'd been the only things that kept his mind away from training. He smiled, now awake to the presence of the girl before him. My, Ino. You look beautiful. And you've grown the right way, he said, not staring at her bust but into her eyes. Ino moved closer and then drove a punch into his gut. Naruto felt it. If he hadn't been fully awake at seeing her, he now was. She was glaring at him. He knew why. But it was surprising that she hadn't said a word. She was hardly the silent type. He smiled. I guess I deserved that. Damn right you did, Ino exclaimed. I should have hit you harder or just gone for the family jewels. Naruto took a step back from the door and then became serious. You don't play like that, Ino. And you don't just leave the village without telling your friend. I could understand why you didn't tell Sakura, but me? She was shouting, frustrated and angry. Naruto took the time to think. He could imagine just how frustrated she must have been. Coming to his house and not finding him. After a week she would have asked Sakura and maybe realized he was gone. In fairness, that Sasuke too was gone should have been a hint. But maybe because he hadn't said anything and she knew his difficult position, she'd not thought so. Was it hard? Of course it was. I was worried that something might have happened to you. My dad wouldn't say anything. He said he didn't know anything and seemed genuinely surprised. Even Kurenai sensei was surprised. I couldn't ask the Sandaime and so, I only learned from your sensei that you'd gone away for training. He wouldn't have broken any rule if he'd hinted to her that he was leaving. Truly, he didn't think of her. Or how she would feel. Perhaps he'd not put their friendship in the same value as she did. But now he realized just how much she valued their friendship. He smiled apologetically and spread his arms wide. Come to me. If I didn't miss you, I would move over such an invitation, she said that as she walked over to him. He wrapped his hands around her, pulling her closer. She smelled nice. And felt warm. The body of a woman. I'm sorry for not telling you anything, Ino. I'm sorry you worried for me. I missed you, you know? Ino replied in a quiet tone, still held up in his arms. He was warm. His broad shoulders held her place. She could almost stay like this. He had certainly grown into a good young man. Before her thoughts could wander, Ino pulled away and stared into his eyes. Those clear eyes that seemed to hold some mysteries. Yet so sharp she couldn't hold the stare. I was going to sleep, but let us go somewhere and catch up. He smiled broadly. For I too have missed you, Ino. I'd like to catch up with all the latest gossip. She folded her arms, puffed up her cheeks. Who said I know any gossip? It's okay if you don't. I think today I can do with just staring at you. Don't say things like that. You'll make me uncomfortable. Naruto laughed. Says a person who almost blushed. He paused, leaned over as he whispered, but really, I wouldn't mind staring. You're pleasing to the eye. If I had known, this is what welcomed me, I would have sought out for you the moment I returned and lock you up in this house for some quality time while watering you. Ino allowed her mind to wander about the watering part. She fought off a blush and quickly turned away. I know a good place. Hi, Naruto said casually. He closed the door behind and made sure it was locked before following Ino. She led him into a barbecue restaurant. No doubt, the kind of place she visited with her teammates. She could imagine Kuji sitting here, frying his meat, chewing and uttering words at the same time. Different from when he was eating chips where you'd only hear munch munch. They were settled by a corner. The adults were eating and laughing while drinking. Ino was staring. Shouldn't it be the opposite? He ignored her, looking at the heaters that in a couple of moments would be making that sound, steam rising as they cooked their food. He'd missed such moments. No, to be out. He didn't have many of them in the village with his teammates. He did have those moments with Sasuke. But never like so. So close, cozy and perhaps personal. This was Ino with him. A girl. This was truly a foreign land for him. It came with growing up. So, what did I miss? I want to hear about you. You don't seem to have changed. The only thing different about your personality is your gaze. I can't mention that you know how to speak to a girl. Naruto chuckled lightly. Know how to speak to a girl? He'd always known how to talk to people. To do it better was merely considering how they would feel to what you would say, taking into account their personality. With a foreign person, it was a difficult task. He could comment about her bust and Ino wouldn't take offense, but for Sakura, it would be. And he couldn't say the same to Kurenai. To her, he was probably still a child, and even if he was an adult, she wouldn't permit such remarks. I spent the last 3 years in an island, Ino. There was nothing for me to do aside from training, sleeping and recovering. And then, hunting for food. There was no one to speak. Only Jiraiya came to visit every now and then. Ino stared at him. She didn't say anything as their uncooked food was brought before them. Ino had ordered a bottle of sake. Immediately, she went straight into putting the meat into the pan, to start cooking. She opened the bottle and then poured for both. Are you serious? Naruto nodded. A rather lonely time. I would have appreciated it if you came with me. Ino scoffed. Lies, she exclaimed. You didn't beg me to come with you. You just disappeared without telling me anything. You're not going to let that go, are you? Who knows? You might just disappear again tomorrow. Naruto sighed. He summoned a bottle similar to that of Ino. He didn't enjoy drinking. But he had been given some alcohol by the toads. He had ended up training in their world after being summoned to speak to the sage. An interesting conversation that had been. So, how has your life been? You started dating yet? What about your career? Dating? No. I haven't met anyone I liked. Ino replied in a quiet tone. Besides, no one in our age group has started yet. Well, at least I haven't missed much. I became a chunin, Ino said proudly. Naruto clapped his hands. Well done, he said happily. We are of the same rank, now. Who outranks me? Sasuke. Neji. Well, no surprises there. But it is a bit insulting that the Uchiha will have seniority when we do missions. Let's not talk about your girlfriend, Ino said before taking a sip of her sake. Naruto laughed. Don't say such things, Ino. You know I don't swing that way. I can show you if you want. Ino felt a chill down her spine. His eyes told her he was serious. A mischievous part of her wanted to dare him. If she was dealing with just anyone, she would have broken ranks. But this was Naruto. He was just as daring. Besides, she just wanted to talk to him. She didn't care if it took all night and became drunk in the process. What are you drinking anyway? Something hard. You'll get wasted soon if you try. I can take care of myself, Uzumaki. Naruto smiled and poured for her. She then took a sip and then grimaced before trying to hide it. He was almost pitiful, you know. We sat one day and even thought of inviting him over for a get-together. Without you, he was just lost in the village. I'm surprised Sakura didn't drop everything to try to marry him and cook for him. Ino giggled. It isn't like she didn't try. You're kidding. Her feelings have not changed a bit. She has become a good kunoichi. Admittedly, better than most of us. But when it comes to Sasuke, she is still the same little girl. Naruto shook his head. Perhaps she really loves him. In an unhealthy way. Naruto shrugged. Love is love. People have different ways of expressing it. Oh. How do you express it? Naruto motioned for Ino to lean over. She did so and he whispered something into her ear. She quickly pulled away, her face flushed over. She coughed a bit, as if she was choking on her food. Naruto laughed at her reaction. How cute, he said. For someone who was living alone, you've filled your mind with dirty thoughts. One can be creative. Naruto shrugged. It didn't take long for the alcohol from the land of the toads to kick in. He had warned her. The staff was made for the stomachs of talking animals, not a person. The things that made humans drunk couldn't even do a damn thing to a fully grown toad. A small bottle for him would maybe enough for him to start noting that he was drinking, but for a toad, that was not even enough to dilute the saliva in its mouth. When Ino started slurring her words, Naruto didn't permit her to continue talking. She was going to end up saying things she wouldn't if not drunk. He would rather not have that. Maybe if he too was drunk. It would make things fair. He knocked her out, and watched her fall over, sound asleep. He continued eating for a while before calling it quits. He picked up the girl and put her on his back. Good thing he knew where she lived. It would have been bothersome. He didn't want to take a drunk teenage girl into his house. Her gate was locked. A clone appeared in a puff of smoke before jumping the fence. A couple of minutes later, the man he recognized very well opened the gate. Inoiki had been asking him questions after his return to the leaf. The man had a rather stern look on his face. Inoiki-san. Naruto greeted respectfully. She came to my house and we went to catch up. She got a little too excited. He explained lightly. Inoiki just sighed as he took the girl from Naruto. Thank you for bringing her back home. Of course, Naruto said, and then disappeared along gusts of wind. Inoiki shifted his eyes toward Ino and then walked into his home, wondering what he was going to do with her. Well, at least Naruto was a good boy. He had brought her back home after all. Having been around for long, Inoiki knew that boys didn't do that. The following day. It really wasn't funny seeing Sasuke at his doorstep, but Naruto couldn't help himself. Nobody told the Uchiha that he couldn't make friends. He had chosen the life of being a loner and he had to contend with it. Not just appear in other people's houses early in the morning because he was bored. You had to sleep in the bed that you made and you couldn't drag other people with you. What do you want? Sasuke stared at Naruto for this kind of response. He knew when he was not being wanted, but he wouldn't just leave. This was Naruto, so he could ignore any form of complaint of his presence. I haven't had anyone to challenge me since I awakened my Mangekyo. I was hoping you could indulge me. Indulge, such a word came from Sasuke's mouth. He wasn't being forced, but he was being asked. It was really funny and sad at the same time. He almost pitied the Uchiha. Surely, he did want someone to fight with him to test his powers, but it may also be that he just missed training with him. Naruto didn't feel like crossing paths with Sasuke. He honestly would rather sleep. His body wasn't steel. It was flesh and blood. He needed his rest. Are you that bored? He asked with an expressionless mask. It is not a matter of boredom. I just want to make sure I am ready before I go to face Itachi. You should know if you're ready or not. My strength and Itachi are nothing alike. You should really make friends, Sasuke. If you feel that you don't have anything to say to those in our group, I can understand that. You can make friends with Anbu. They are more of your type. Do you want to or not? No. I'm tired. I just want to enjoy my peace before I get busy. Besides, what the Sandaime had said his immediate future required a clear mind. He needed to think things carefully. He needed to prepare himself to deal with the hyenas in the fire capital. There was no doubt he was going to be summoned once the Sandaime stops with the pushing. While it would make him famous, it would also make him a target of hunters who enjoyed exchanging people's heads for bounty. Are you that afraid of facing me? Naruto laughed. It was a mocking laughter that made Sasuke's glare intensify. I've never been afraid of facing you, dear Sasuke. Surely you have improved, and I will grant you that. But don't confuse things. Go to missions if you're bored. I want to rest. I just came back from 3 years of non-stop training. Sasuke was silent for a couple of moments before grunting. I've done 1 or 2. But it's nothing when I'm alone. Would you join me if I requested one? Yes, but not now. Give it a few days, will you? Naruto released a long breath. I also want to go out and get my body checked. Just to make sure I'm perfectly healthy. Is there something wrong? Nothing. I've just had a couple of accidents that were healed quickly. I want to make sure there was nothing outward about it. Sasuke nodded and then hesitantly turned away. Naruto sighed. You really look like a stray dog, he said. Come in, he said, opening his door. Don't treat me like charity. Are you coming in or not? I don't have all day. I'll come back later. You said you wanted to go to the hospital. I have a couple of things I want to do myself. Are sure that's not your pride? Sasuke didn't respond, he just departed. Naruto shook his head as he closed the door behind. Now, that was just sad, he said, closing the door behind him. Sakura had rushed to examination room 26 with a chat at hand. She'd been told that her former teammate was in the hospital. An appointment had been made. That Naruto was back in the village had spread like wildfire. There was nobody who didn't know. She had come to realize that he was likely the only person everyone in the village knew and could recognize. You didn't have to mention his name, just his description, and it would be followed by, oh, him. She stopped by the door, her heart thrusting with slight chest pains. She hadn't seen him in years. She was apologizing to him the last time they spoke. After a moment, Sakura steeled herself and walked into the room. She didn't see anything she was expecting to see. He was different. From head to toe. She smiled nervously after meeting his stare. She didn't know whether to show excitement or not. Or how he would respond to her smile. Oh, Sakura. Naruto paused, staring. He then smiled. Been a while. Yeah. She didn't get closer but held the clipboard close to her chest. You work here? She nodded and then took a step closer. Managing a smile, she said. It is good to see you, Naruto. I'd honestly missed you. Naruto wasn't going to lie. He wasn't going to say he wouldn't believe it based on evidence of the past. It is good that I came here then, he said, smiling. Well, get closer. Sakura looked at the clipboard, reading what Naruto wanted. Can you lie on your back? But please take off your shirt first. Had it been someone else, he would have quickly made a cheeky remark. Maybe in the past as well. But he really didn't feel like it. Seeing Sakura didn't actually make him happy. Nor sad. He was just indifferent. Perhaps because he didn't give her space in his mind during the past 3 years. He did as instructed and lied on his back. Sakura took notice of his toned chest. The developed muscles that some would envy. There was no doubt, Naruto certainly did some heavy lifting. You'd think such was the symbol of happiness. But usually, it was not always the case. She noticed the letters written like a straight line in the inside of his wrist. It wasn't just on the right one but on both. "What are those?" she asked, looking carefully. She held his arm. There were some marks she recognized from that of an explosion tag. She smiled. Naruto had always loved to carry those tags. If someone had said his pillow was filled with them, she wouldn't have denied it but just accepted it. "Ah. Those. Just something that helps me imprint certain marks by chakra when I use certain jutsu." Sakura tilted her head to the side. People usually use special seal. When it comes to Fuinjutsu, certain marks can be printed using chakra. Of course, it depends on what you're marking. Naruto explained lightly. "Explosives?" "Naturally but not quite." Sakura shook her head. She placed both her hands on Naruto's abs. Felt the tight skin. She moved toward his chest and pressed in between. His heart rate normal. Her hands glowed green, and she ran them through his chest, slowly as she did. After a couple of moments, she moved onto his arms, the full length, and then went to her clipboard, and then wrote a couple of things. "Can't see any problem, physically at least." "Why did you want to get checked?" Orochimaru and his experiments? He wasn't going to tell her that much. It was going to need some hard tests to get things done. "I busted both my hands when applying these marks. A tag has chakra within it to set off an explosion, right? So, I infused my own chakra. I did something wrong at both wrists went boom. Healed completely. But there was a bit of a problem when they healed. The chakra points around my hands appeared blocked. I had to force them open. I don't know if that had some negative consequences." Sakura thought of it for a moment before replying. "I could speak to my master to look at you. Or you could get someone with a Byakugan go look at your chakra system. The Byakugan has the best vision when it comes to the chakra system." "Thanks. Hinata will do. And who is your master?" "Tsunade-sama." "The Sannin?" "Yeah." Naruto nodded his head. "Have you heard anything from Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto shook his head. "Why?" "I thought maybe he would have spoken to you about how we would go back to being a team again. Just like the old days." Naruto laughed. "Old days, Sakura?" It took a moment for her to get his meaning and then she blushed. "Not exactly like old days. But you know, better. We might hear from him soon. I just came back. Need my time to rest." "Well, I wouldn't complain either way," Naruto said, putting on his shirt. He got up from the bed and put a hand on Sakura's shoulder. "You feel strong, Sakura. I'm happy you two have improved. Sasuke tells me you're no pushover anymore. I commend that." When Naruto stepped out of the hospital, he found the clone of Jiraiya waiting for him. He knew it was a clone. His sensory abilities had gotten much stronger since he attuned himself to nature to get hold of chakra control and manipulation. Even sensing the natural energy around. He followed the clone to a hot spring. The Sannin was giggling, scribing on a notebook while peeking through the holes of a wooden fence. He sighed, so that was how the Sannin made his research into books. And to think that the legendary Sannin was a full-sized perverted geezer. He was certainly old. If he was the one doing this, it should be expected. He was just a brat after all. Without saying anything, Naruto lifted his right foot. "Eh?" Jiraiya questioned. It wasn't a gentle kick that hit him on his behind. It was brutal. It slammed his face into the fence, breaking through in a heap as he fell into the pool of hot water. "Ah!" The loud shrieks. He wasn't sweating. It was just the water in his face. How the ladies got their towels within seconds and were already surrounding him, looking murderous, was beyond him. Pervert, someone spat on him. He caught himself from reminding the girl that he was not a pervert but a super pervert. Their murderous intent blocked off such thoughts. He raised his hands. "I swear I wasn't peeping. I was just passing by when someone kicked me." "Oh, then we shall also kick you out of here." "Please wait." A bruised Jiraiya found Naruto sitting on tree branch, looking at the children playing on the swings. He wanted to shout at the blonde for being cruel. Maybe he could use what he learned as material, but the blonde didn't have to kick in him like that. Jiraiya jumped onto the tree, and stood by the other side, his back away from Naruto, arms folded across his chest. Before Orochimaru came around, I used to sit here, watching the others play. Sometimes, I would try to play with them, but they would go away. Or just tell me to go away. It just left me alone. He laughed. A part of me really wants to go now and have a swing. Do you think it will be able to carry me? You want to break children's toys? Well, I'm also a child. Not that kind of a child. I suppose it would be a stretch going that far. He paused. How may I be of assistance, Jiraiya? Or should I say Godfather? If you said Godfather with emotion, I would very much prefer it. Naruto just shrugged. You know that I have been making points on Orochimaru's hideouts and battle power. Yes. Well, Sensei also told me about your fellow Uzumaki. We have found her. But she appears to work closely with Orochimaru. Usually, wherever she is, he is not too far away from her. If we get her, we've assumed that she knows a lot about him. If she is captured, she'll have to spend some time with Ibiki to tell us what she knows. That is fine. She is tormenting people as well. But what do you mean if? She changes location frequently. But the next time we are fixed on her location, I will send you information. I imagine that is a mission you want to take part in. Obviously. Of course, Karen and Naruto weren't the only Uzumaki Jiraiya had met. There was Nagato. But he was dead. So there was no point in bringing him up. He didn't want to fill Naruto with hope about there being other Uzumaki scattered around the elemental nations. How goes the plan to eradicate the Sannin? Should be done. But Orochimaru has been hiding well recently. Tracking him is difficult. You hear a sight of him and when you get there, he is gone. He has truly mastered the art of hiding under the radar. Naruto frowned. So, that wasn't happening soon. He would get his hands on Orochimaru. It was disappointing. He was never comfortable with knowing that Orochimaru was still alive. That aside, he knows about our plans. And my sources tell me that Kabuto has been seen around the Kazekage a bit too frequently. The Kazekage has denied this, but we have several reports which makes it suspicious. Does Suna have a war with Konoha? No. In fact, it heavily relies on us. But there is no denying that they are hiding their connections with Orochimaru's number 2. What a chaotic world. You really cannot enjoy the calmness. It is like it punishes you for going against the natural order. Naruto replied. It is the nature of shinobi to fight. Leaders are always thinking about what is best for their nations. If an invasion is what secures their food security, they'll do it. This is why wars have been started for simple reasons. It was a world that Jiraiya had hoped to change. A world he'd hoped to bring into a halt, but he was growing old without realizing his dreams and there was no one he could pass them on to. So there could be troubling brewing with Suna. Yes. Unless we can somehow end it before anything starts. But that isn't your problem. Just be ready for a fight with Orochimaru. You are ready for him, yes? You can never be sure. Naruto replied with a shrug. And the Akatsuki? No movements as yet. But still deadly. Iwa and Sun have been using them recently. They function as mercenary. I assume neither know their true objective. They are a powerful group. Nothing about their leader. If the likes of Itachi and Orochimaru can be controlled by one man, then their leader has to be powerful, Naruto sighed. He was going to be a busy person. To be in all kinds of danger. At least we took some time to prepare. Hopefully, things don't get that deep with Suna. Don't have those hopes. Shinobi listen to power. Diplomatic talks have not always solved anything. They only come when power has done the damage, Jiraiya said in a firm tone. I understand. Chapter 10. It was every child's dream to have a mother. If there was a way to revive the dead, Naruto wouldn't waste time reviving his mother. For he wanted nothing more than to meet her again. Her disappearing presence, though only a couple of moments, had left a permanent mark in his heart. Her warmth when she hugged him. The power of her hit when she smacked him. It had felt motherly. A foreign term in his world. Naruto wanted more of it. He wasn't obsessive over it that he would become Orochimaru. No, he had already considered his options and knew what was best and what was not. Certainly, there was nothing immoral about it. As long as the method didn't sacrifice people. His mother wouldn't be pleased to know she had been revived using such a method. How Naruto wished he could get inside the mind of the Nidaime Hokage. When it came to creating corrupted things, the man had no peers. He was far ahead of his time. Naruto released a long breath and glanced up in the sky. He wanted to stare into the clear sky, but a bird caught his attention. It was huge and a chakra construct. He didn't get up from his sitting position but just kept his stare. Even when it was charging toward him in speed, he didn't move. Wooden splinters burst from the ground around him as the large bird neared him. They moved swiftly toward the bird, ripping it apart upon contact. Naruto raised an eyebrow when it burst into blank ink. He noticed the person who jumped away from the bird as the attack struck, but he was fascinated by the jutsu he had seen. It was unlike anything he had seen before. Sai landed a distance away from Naruto, surprised that Naruto wasn't even paying him attention. It was like the blonde didn't consider him that much of a threat even though the killing intent was there. He took out his scroll, and drew 4 snakes. The reptiles formed out of his scroll and charged toward Naruto. While doing so, Sai grabbed his sword and lunged forward. Without getting up, Naruto held a single hand seal. The ground shook slightly before a huge hand sprouted, lifting him into the air before the snakes could reach him. As they tried to climb the huge hand, Naruto stared down at Sai, while still sitting. Sai, was it? Why are you attacking me with such intent? Naruto asked casually. Sai had already stopped by now. When the hand burst out of the ground, it had made him stop because he didn't know what was going to come next. He had no intention of replying, but before he could move, the wooden hand suddenly exploded. It was by no means a small explosion. Sai was sure it would have been heard in the village if it was in one of the normal training grounds. He was forced to jump away when the shock wave caused by the explosion sent wooden splinters flying into all directions. He avoided a few that would have stabbed him. In all that, he lost track of Naruto. Which was amazing given that the blonde was walking mountain of chakra. That's enough, Sai. He recognized the voice of Danzo and then stood up straight, putting away his weapons. He finally did find Naruto. The blonde was leaning against the trunk of a tree, hands folded across his chest. His expression had not changed. He almost looked bored. It was a little insulting since Sai had attacked with the intention to kill. It is apparent that you are no match for him, and he has no intention of fighting you. Naruto frowned seeing Danzo. Return and you attract all types of vile creatures. Power attracted everyone. He should have known the moment he returned, he would be getting such visits from the dark forces of the Hidden Leaf. I thought for someone who worked with the likes of you would be stronger than this. Aside from those creatures, what more can you do? Naruto asked Sai. When no response came, Naruto spoke again. And to think I would end up saying Sakura might be better. He let out a laugh. Life is funny that way. Assassination? Danzo knew Naruto wasn't saying that Sai had been sent to kill him, but rather, it was a question of what suited Sai. Danzo replied. His skills are more suited for that. He isn't a powerhouse like you. Indeed. Naruto nodded. Yet you decided to test me with him. Why? Am I joke to you? Not many can easily deal with Sai. How you dealt with him would give me a hint on how powerful you've become. It would have been laughable if a Makuten user had struggled with Sai. He had been a little afraid it may be the case. You could never be sure with Hiruzen. He had already seen the power of Sasuke and was impressed. And if Naruto could effortlessly do this, then there was more he could do. He already could do more before he left the village, and nothing pleased Danzo more than seeing weapons become what they should be. They could only become useful to the village when powerful. And Naruto was the ultimate weapon. Not only could he wield Makuten, he could also use the power of the Kyuubi. There would be no other nation who could fight on par with them as Iwa did in the Third War. I see. I suppose I pass then, Naruto said casually. How can I assist you? You are a valuable asset to the Hidden Leaf. And I merely wanted to check if you had achieved the desired outcome. The Leaf has many enemies who are circling around, and it will require its best shinobi to be able to survive. It was true that Danzo was always talking about Konoha and what was best for it. But only in his narrow-mindedness. It was also true that Naruto didn't know much about the man. But he really didn't want to know. He just had to know that being close to this kind of person was a dangerous plot. It may not necessarily result in bad things happening to him, but he would surely become corrupted. Jiraiya had warned him the man represented the darkness of the Leaf. He wanted nothing to do with it. I doubt the elder bothered coming here just to say that. If it was about testing me, the elder would have trusted the report of his subordinate. Naruto spoke, without looking at Danzo and Sai. There are some issues I wanted to discuss with you. I have no problem with your loyalties to the Leaf. However, I'm not sure if Sasuke is loyal. He has not shown interest in doing what is best for Konoha. Is that a question for you to ask? Any concerned citizen will ask. Hiruzen has not been doing his job effectively. It is what resulted in Sasuke becoming what he is, Danzo stated in a hardened tone. Can you control the power of the Kyuubi? No. Disappointing. And unacceptable. You cannot become a Jinchuriki and not know how to use its power. It is a waste of power that can be harnessed for greatness. If you have no use for it, let us take that burden from you. I will make use for it and you will no longer have to worry about being hated. Ah, so that was what the man wanted. Then again, even before he had always been interested in the power of the Kyuubi and nothing else. Of course, he was lying about his ability to control the power of the Baijuu inside of him. I'm not sure the Sandaime will agree to that. Besides, I would die if I had the Baijuu extracted from me. Your mother survived the extraction being Uzumaki. You are her son, you should be able to survive it too, Danzo stated firmly. Hiruzen doesn't have to know. At this, Naruto laughed. I have no interest in doing that, Danzo-san. Even if someone ordered it, I'd refuse. I'm not risking my life. He walked over to the War Hawk. I apologize for lying, but I can use the power within me. I just wanted to hear what you would say if I said I didn't. Keep well. He added, walking away from the two. Keep an eye on him, Sai. We still do not know how Sasuke was able to achieve the Mangekyo Sharingan. We must know if Itachi has made contact with either of them. A dangerous scenario that would be. If someone like that had happened and Itachi somehow slipped, Sasuke would come after him. He didn't think the elder Uchiha would go that far, but it was a possibility Danzo could not ignore. Hi, Danzo-sama. Days of leisure. Naruto wasn't used to this freedom he now enjoyed. There were no team meetings. Nothing to do. As far as he was concerned, Kakashi wasn't around in the village. A mission perhaps. The Jonin was one of best the village had to offer. He was starting to get a little bored, so much that strolling through streets was a normal thing for him. It wasn't that it was a little different compared to the past where people glared and outright ignored him. It was just that it felt different, like there was a weight off his shoulder. While he strolled, hands inside his pockets, his mind crossing the borders of the Fire Nation, Sasuke dropped on his right side, and joined him along the stroll. Are you free tomorrow? Training? No, a sparring session. Naruto sighed. Well, he was bored and he was curious to see how Sasuke had improved. He would have to set some ground rules before Sasuke took things a little too far. Sure. Why not? I'd like to smack you around and see if you're going to be the jealous friend, once more. I would not speak so loudly if I were you. I'm not the same anymore. Well, I don't see the chip that you used to carry on your shoulder. So, I can understand you're not the same anymore. Naruto paused, frowning. He ignored what he was sensing and then looked ahead. Admittedly, I was getting a little bored. I thought you were going to request a mission. There was nothing interesting and worth taking. I see. I'm amazed you even went and demanded an interesting mission from the Sandaime. Then again, you've always had a pair. Naruto replied with a smile. Sasuke had always demanded than asked. But seeing him all respectful before the old man should be funny. How goes reviving the clan? I haven't achieved the first objective. But you're going to do that, yes? Otherwise, for what reason are you living? Sasuke really hadn't thought much about what happens after he has avenged his clan. Sure, he had stated before then that he wanted to revive his clan, but that was something he had lost in his quest for power and hatred toward his brother. And you? I heard your clan was once great. Relics of the past. Yes. I haven't thought of reviving it. I just want to live my life. Happy as I can be. Naruto shifted closer to Sasuke. And put a hand on his shoulder. You know, there are some rules that apply when a clan is being saved from extinction. You can marry as many as you like. For quick thinking, you can marry 10 wives. Each with a child, you have 10 Uchiha already. And you can have your own little army. Sasuke frowned at the thought. They'd just be for breeding. Nothing wrong with that. As long as nobody is forced into it. Some people have mental challenges. If you said you wanted people to breed Uchiha brats for you, you'll find a line at the Uchiha compound. Sasuke felt a cold chill at the thought. He hoped the village wouldn't go that far. But if he was to revive the Uchiha in his lifetime, he had to go that far. It would seem unfair to some people, but that had to be done. And as Naruto said, as long as nobody was forced into it, nobody was going to complain. But Sasuke knew he wasn't popular with Kunoichi. Smiling bitterly, he said, "At this rate, the only person who likes me is Sakura." Naruto laughed. "And at this rate, she is the only one who you can think of. She is a girl who likes you very much." He shook his head, trying to imagine Sasuke being loving. It was not a working image. In fact, he scared himself thinking about it. It just shows just how much of a job you have in your hands. For your clan to be revived, you have to lighten up a little bit. I'm not saying you must start laughing. That would creep people out. I'm saying you must at least be approachable. Not everyone can be as careless as you. Continue talking like that and you will indeed end up with Sakura. The good thing is you have time. Wait till you are around 18 and 19. You can start making those arrangements. And you? Like I said, I have no interest in reviving the Uzumaki clan. I have only met one Uzumaki, and she didn't strike me as a pleasant person. Then again, she was still just a child. He shook his head, smiling sadly. Well, you never know. We'll see what tomorrow holds. Hiruzen massaged his pounding head with both hands. He was getting headaches a lot more often. He worried. There was a sensation in him that haunted his nights. There were no ghosts. No superstitions. But for the immediate future, his gut traumatized. Yet refused to translate its fears into a clear image. The headache was the result of his attempts to decipher the meaning. A futile exercise. But he still persisted. Perhaps it was his death coming. He'd lived long enough. His teachers have all died. Neither lived the long life he has enjoyed. He'd already seen grandchildren. What more could he want in this life? He lifted his eyes and faced Kakashi. The Jonin stood in front of his desk with his usual mask. By the window, Jiraiya relaxed. Between the two, there was enough support that he shouldn't lose his sleep over the immediate future of the village. After all, Kakashi could still succeed him. Though present, Tsunade refused to listen to him. All she did was drink and gamble. Those were her major tasks. On part-time, she took turns at the hospital. Her students basically ran the hospital. And Shizune oversaw the training of Konoha's future medical ninjutsu experts. "You're shrinking with every day, sensei," Jiraiya said, eyes outside. He worried for the old man. He was too old to be doing this job. Yet, the villagers still thought he was best suited. Old and wise. There was no war. The village was not struggling. Who was complaining? In the service to the village, the old man was going to get worked up until there was nothing left him in. "I would have been enjoying my retirement if you'd taken the job when I offered you." Minato may have been alive. Perhaps it was one those regrets that Jiraiya carried with him. They were truly a bunch of miserable people in this room, weren't they? Kakashi was worse. If they brought in his 2 male students, there was enough misery to suffocate the entire Fire Nation. "Tsunade is here. You just have to convince her." Hiruzen shook his head. "I've tried. Besides, this isn't something you can force upon someone. When she is willing, she will do it. That aside, Kakashi is available." Kakashi raised both his hands, already sweating. "There is no need to go that far ahead. Hokage-sama is still doing a great job." Hiruzen chuckled lightly. They were all afraid of the responsibility. Yet those lusting for power would jump into the position. There were some already trying to push him out of the position already. "What did you find in Suna, Kakashi?" "The Yondaime Kazekage welcomed me with open arms. And insisted that the Hidden Sand wishes to continue its relationship with Konoha while admitting to the difficulties it was facing." Kakashi reported in a serious tone. "He would say that. What is obvious is that we can no longer trust him. There doesn't appear to be any activities occurring, but he cannot be trusted of late. The previous feudal lord of the wind was assassinated. Due to some disagreements, Suna had not had the backing of its daimyo. But over the last year, the new daimyo has been backing it." Hiruzen leaned back to his chair. It felt too big for him. "I would have thought the village we would have problems with would be Iwagakure or the Cloud. Not Suna. It is the weakest and has always been the weakest of the Great Five." Jiraiya spoke in a hardened tone. "For Suna it is a fight for survival. I will send some people to talk to the Kazekage," Hiruzen said. "How many hideouts have we found?" Many. Jiraiya grimaced. He has them spread almost in every country. There are certainly many that we won't ever find. It is easy to see why he can hide. There are some that were abandoned after failed experiments. Destroying them is going to take time. But simply destroying them would be a waste. We can't be sentimental about it. We must salvage whatever documents we find, Hiruzen said in a hardened tone. If both Yamato and Naruto are anything to go by, Orochimaru is bound to have done some valuable research. A product of evil, but it could be used for good. I'm interested in medical research especially. Anything else can be destroyed. Jiraiya stared at his sensei for a moment. Shizune has been busy training shinobi in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade took turns at times. But the best student was still thus far Sakura. She had the potential to even surpass Tsunade. She was a smart girl. But Konoha's medical ninjutsu would once again be unsurpassed by any village. Why have you been focused on building our medical ninjutsu strength? We have Tsunade. She is the best. Shizune and Sakura behind her. What is common with all great shinobi villages is that they need support of the feudal lords. They give us land and we provide military power. They are the political powers and with all the money. However, they remain powerful enough to force changes in our villages. Without the feudal lord supporting us, Konoha becomes crippled. Smaller nations whose population isn't shinobi can operate. They have other means to keep the village afloat. We are shinobi, and to live, we need to do missions. Shinobi get paid this way. When missions don't come, the village suffers. It is the same as a mercenary group. For them to live, they must do missions. Konoha needs to be strong enough to be able to withstand financial blockages from the feudal lord. For this, we must find other means of income. Shinobi are many. Smaller nations don't always rely on the bigger nations for protection. If we can have a capacity to be able to sell our medical ninjutsu, we find another reliable source of income. I'm exploring other avenues. Jiraiya stared. Why the sudden need to break away from the feudal lord? It isn't a breakaway, but merely finding means to be self-sustainable. Does it have anything to do with his interest in Naruto? Kakashi asked. Yes. Partly. Is there something I am missing? I'll explain. Go rest up, Kakashi. With Naruto Sasuke back, I'm sure they'll want to hear from you. Hi. Kakashi bowed and departed from the office. Once the Jonin was gone, Hiruzen stared into the ceiling as he spoke to his student. The daimyo is soon going to make it public that Naruto is the son of Minato. He is already coming, and it will start from here. That is why the word hasn't already spread around the Fire Capital. He also wants to say he can also use the Hiraishin. Wants to use the fear for his advantage. Jiraiya frowned deeply at this. As if the brat doesn't already have enough. I don't think he'll be too pleased. I've already spoken to him. But I understand that Naruto wants to make a name for himself. He doesn't want to be known as the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash. But we don't have a choice. In this case, what the daimyo demands, he will get. Jiraiya shook his head. He wouldn't have agreed to such an idea. Then again, the daimyo would have likely gone ahead and done it without any permission. He must have been holding it because of his respect for Hiruzen. But how did he know about it? I don't know. The Sandaime Hokage slowly shook his head. How are Naruto's skills with Fuinjutsu? I don't really know. I didn't see much. He didn't really discuss. I just know that his Makuten usage is going to be legendary. He is powerful and conducts himself such. He isn't reckless. He does make explosive tags. One thing I know he does better is making barriers. Visible and invisible. Jiraiya winced, thinking of Naruto's next thing. And explosive tags. He has his own special kunai. Unlike his father, who used his special kunai to make his tags to use the Hiraishin, Naruto uses his to hide explosive tags. What do you mean hide? I know Naruto used to carry hundreds of explosive tags with him as a genin. He hides them these days. He said problem with tags was that you could see it was an explosive. So, one could avoid it. He now uses kunai. The paper on the handle isn't written anything. That is one way to catch your opponent by surprise. I never did ask why he prefers explosions. He said while he has a lot of chakra, it is not infinite. He reserves it to making clones and his rather large-scale jutsu arsenal. Hiruzen smiled. In battle, he could always count on Naruto to take care of himself. What did you teach that brat, sensei? Just theory. It was what he was willing to let me teach him anyway. I taught him battle. The fundamentals of how a jutsu works and how to counter it. What is now is his own. Hiruzen explained lightly. Naruto. Naruto turned around and saw Ino running toward him. He stopped, and watched her slow movements. When she stopped, she seemed a little out of breath. She put a hand on her knees to catch her breath a little. She looked a bit worn out. A couple of bruises. Should she be walking around like this? Some people cared about their appearances that they would first go home and then walk in the streets. Just the person I didn't want to see. You dare say that after I just ran all the way to see you? Ino glared, her breath recovered. Well, your father had me on choke slam the other day after you passed out on me. It was embarrassing that she'd actually passed out. But the fault lay with what Naruto had actually given her. Never again was she drinking anything from his cup. She was going to buy her own drink and pour it herself. You drugged me. You had to have put something when you poured for me. Naruto laughed. I'm just going to talk to Kurenai. Come with. I'll walk you home after, he said, starting to walk away. Daddy didn't do anything to you. Ino replied, following Naruto. He told me. I was a little scared. I've seen. Fathers can be rather protective of their little girls. I'm not a little girl. Yes. Yes. You're a grown woman who just can't hold her liquor. Ino jabbed him on the ribs. If you tell anyone about this, I'm never going to forgive you. Naruto smiled, rubbing his ribs. Hi. Where have you been hiding anyway? I've come to check up on you a couple of times and have not seen you. You're not always home. There were people who seemed to enjoy bothering him when he was home. I have spending quality time in my old home. No nuisance or disturbances. Are calling me a nuisance? Of course not. Ino is always welcome at my home. Ino was silent, wondering if he was being serious or just saying it to keep her from seething. It was good that she found him. He was free now. But when he became busy, he became a rare commodity you only saw when he was returning and leaving the village. Those days were going to come. And Ino wanted to take advantage of it. She did enjoy being around him. I wanted to thank you for taking me home that night. Naruto smiled earnestly. It was a warm smile that made Ino fluster a little. He could smile like that. She was happy seeing that kind of smile. Almost on reflex, she mirrored the smile, but quickly put a hand around her mouth. It was the right thing to do. I was the one who gave you that drink. I mean taking me instead of somewhere else. I was pretty out of it and susceptible. Anything could have happened, and I wouldn't have resisted, Ino said in a quiet tone. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder and squeezed a bit. Just be careful next time. People are not always kind. Some people will take advantage of you. I know, Ino said with a nod. I've seen things myself. But at least I was with you and know that with you, I'll be safe. Ha, Naruto chuckled lightly. Naturally. If you don't have a problem. We can do it again. But this time, with Shika and Kuji. You are my friend and I feel that you need to get along with my other friends. Nothing would make her happy than having all her friends with her. That sounds nice. I'll tell you when. Naruto replied as they made it to the training ground. You coming from a team meeting? Training session. A lazy one since Asuma-sensei wasn't around. Shikamaru and Kuji bothered to push because the other teams are moving up. Competition? Ino shrugged. I lost to Sakura. I quit competitions, she said carelessly. Naruto laughed. Now that is sad. You want me to give you a pat on the back? Watch it, Uzumaki. Naruto raised both his hands. Her improvement is just remarkable, ain't it? Well, I haven't seen anything. But she took good care of me at the hospital and I could tell she had grown. A pity, not her chest. That's where I win. Her forehead should have grown bigger. Naruto laughed once more. This is the problem with you clan children. You are only able to learn clan techniques. And no matter what you do, we always know there is a step you'll never climb. You'll always end up somewhere. Well, unless you're blessed with a bloodline. Your chances become better. Yeah. But I'm not really interested in becoming the best kunoichi. I just want to be better with my clan techniques. You know, I'm already starting to learn from my father. We are the only ones with the ability to be able to read people's minds. Daddy does it better than anyone. That's why I want to learn. Just don't end up reading the minds of your friends. I'll spy if I think you're lying and need to confirm it. Well, At least my mind is protected. Nobody gets in here, he said, pointing at his head. How so? He just smiled. Secret, he said, putting a finger on his lips. I was wondering when you would crawl onto our training ground. Ino looked ahead. She'd become so focused on Naruto that she didn't even realize they'd reached the other team. She was starting to lose it. She needed to get hold of herself. Kiba had not changed. His voice was still loud. An annoyance. Her eyes stared at Hinata. The Hyuga had always been big. Even when they were still Jinan, she had a bigger rack. No wonder Sakura was always envious when they visited the hot springs. Kurenai was alone, under a tree. The girlfriend to their sensei, even though they tried to keep it a secret. An open secret. Are you two dating? Kiba spoke again, snapping Ino out of her thoughts. And what if we are? You got a problem with it, Kiba-chan? Akamaru barked at Naruto. Whoa, he exclaimed. Now I can't make fun of you, anymore. Ino shook her head and then walked over to Hinata. Kurenai hadn't thought that Naruto would come to her. His disappearance had stopped what would have been some useful training sessions. She ended up having a couple with Sakura and taught the girl some genjutsu before she moved on to learn under Tsunade. When he came toward her, she felt his presence. It was hard to ignore. He had that aura around him. He was going to become an intimidating person. No, if he could give off this vibe when in normal situation, in battle, he was certainly commanding. She smiled. He'd grown. They'd all grown. Kurenai-sensei. Naruto greeted, sitting across her. Naruto. Kurenai smiled. I'd imagined you wouldn't be coming here anymore. Yeah, well, I must at least apologize for disappearing the way I did. I was really looking forward to learning more from you and annoying Kiba a little more. He does react quite funny when pressed. Kurenai giggled slightly. He did always do that. But that was because he knew how people reacted to certain situations. He had certainly observed and studied those around him to know what ticked them. It is fine. The Sandaime Hokage told me what had happened. Good then, Naruto said with a clap on his hands. The few things you taught me did help. I must admit, I found it difficult to do genjutsu. But detecting it and removing it has become second nature to me. That was your main goal. And I'm not surprised. You have an immense amount of chakra. It was always going to be a difficult task for you. Yeah. Well, during my time away, I stumbled on something. Genjutsu effectively deals with invasive chakra. And once you expel that chakra, you're free from that chakra. But I've been exposed to some genjutsu that you cannot escape from. Even if you are aware. While on my training, I stumbled on something. Hallucinations. I came across a flower with a substance that causes hallucinations. The danger about is that once you inhale it, the hallucination doesn't stop until it wears off. How long? A minute or so. Naruto replied with a shrug. It's a large-scale jutsu that requires a lot of chakra. So, not something I'll end up using often. In any case, I just wanted to apologize and thank you for being willing to help me out, he said earnestly. It is my duty to help out those in need. Not everyone is willing to help, Naruto said, standing up. Thank you, once again. No problem, Naruto. Seemed like you were getting along just fine with Kurenai-sensei, Ino said with a stare. Hinata was just beside her. The Hyuga looked a little mature. She wasn't turning red already. I was. I do get along just fine with Kurenai-sensei. She is quite delightful, Naruto said, stopping in front of Hinata. He smiled. Hinata. And Naruto-kun. I need a favor from you. The Byakugan can see chakra pathways more clearly. I need you to check the pathways around my arms and see if they are normal. The chakra system was a fundamental part of the body. A flawed system meant there would be problems. A damaged system meant the end of a shinobi career. It was also something that could not be fixed easily. It wasn't like body muscles that could regenerate when cells multiplied. Is there something wrong? Ino asked him. No. But I want to be sure what is happening. Hinata hesitated for a moment. It was the first time Naruto was asking her for something. She felt happy that he would ask for her help. He didn't go anyone else but came to her. She smiled and activated her Byakugan. She scanned Naruto's body and knew why he wanted to check her out. What surprised her the most were the seals in both hands. They appeared to be directly connected to a chakra point around his elbow. How that was even managed was beyond her. What do you see? Everything is normal except for 2 points in both hands. They are bigger than normal. Hinata paused, wondering if she should add. The other chakra is also leaking into your system. Naruto sighed. Nothing unexpected. But it is a good thing nothing is wrong. The expanded points were causing a slight imbalance, but I have it under control. For a while, I thought something may be wrong, he said, sounding relieved. Thank you, Hinata. Hinata wanted to say it was a pleasure, but he was already facing Ino. She didn't say anything but only smiled when he turned to her and then waved with a smile. It was almost as if he had seen that the smile in her face slipped. As they walked away from the training ground, Ino stared at him through the corner of her eyes. What did you do to make her like you? Ah, I forget everyone knows about her crush, Naruto said in thought. I wonder. Perhaps if you can tell me why you're willing to walk with me in the streets with clothes that are slightly cut, when you normally won't, I'd be able to tell you. Why indeed? But Ino didn't want to think about it. She didn't want to answer it. It would lead to some uncomfortable thoughts. On second thoughts, I'll walk by myself. Just like that? Yeah. Just like that. I need to fetch something from the flower shop anyway. Ino basically ran from him. She stopped and then turned. You're going to tell me when the day is right to go out with my team, right? Sure. Sasuke winced silently after crashing into a tree with his back. His eyes shifted ahead, sensing movement. He was forced to switch into his Sharingan when he saw a kunai flashing toward him in disgusting speeds. But with his Sharingan, he could watch it all the way. What made him activate his Sharingan was the lunging blonde. He didn't move with the kunai aimed straight at his forehead. He only shifted his head to the right, in a quick movement. The kunai blasted past his head. He felt a wave of sharp wind touch his hair as it moved past. The kunai pierced through the tree, leaving a gaping hole. If he had tried to block that with a kunai, he would have been in trouble. A second later, Naruto jumped at him, spinning in mid-air. Sasuke's eyes fixed on the blonde as his right foot cut through the air in flashy movement that would have been blind to the naked eye. He had to admit, the speed in which Naruto attacked was impressive. Nothing a Chunin could dodge against. And his physical strength made taking constant hits from him undesirable. Naruto thought he hit Sasuke right on his temple, but the Uchiha burst into a log. His foot crushed the log, splitting it in 3 pieces as it crashed to the tree. He landed on the ground, and a second later, the pieces of the log fell behind him. Disgustingly infuriating. To realize that without activating the Sharingan his options were limited. Sasuke glared toward Naruto, hidden behind leaves deep within the trees of the Forest of Death. Naruto in battle was a beast. The blonde was unrelenting. Worse, his mere presence unnerved you. If he'd gone this half-heartedly, the mere act of Naruto standing still while ready for battle would have discouraged him. Smaller people wouldn't try to fight Naruto. Sasuke was not a small person. The fact that he was even having such thoughts infuriated him to no end. He took a breath and then jumped from the tree, while switching to his Mangekyo. It was out of frustration that he was doing this. There was no holding back, but there were ground rules. For the moment, he just thought, screw ground rules, he was going to put Naruto in his place. By the time Sasuke landed on the ground, he was surrounded by dark purple chakra. A humanoid structure. He added more chakra, cursing as he felt the power of Susanoo crushing his body under its weight. He hid his pain, gritting his teeth, under the mask of indifference. Naruto raised an eyebrow seeing Sasuke use his powers like that. He would have raised his hands and demanded time out, but he became curious seeing the Susanoo. A truly fascinating jutsu that made him want to summon something and just pummel it. But he held himself from taking any action, instead, watching the jutsu under a cautious gaze. The Susanoo was a beast. His curiosity turned into alarm when Sasuke smirked. The half-formed jutsu created a bow and an arrow. Immediately, Naruto went on the defensive, holding his hands together. When the arrow was released, Naruto sweat a little. The speed was lightning. If he hadn't already been doing hand seals when Sasuke released the arrow, it would have been dangerous for him. It was coming straight at him. No doubt, certain death if it hit him. That was not a jutsu you used in a sparring session. Mukuten, 3-way wooden wall. 6 wooden pillars materialized from the ground. They locked together, forming a timber wall. 2 more behind it were supposed to form, but Sasuke's arrow was far quicker. Only one formed before the arrow collided with it. It pierced through the wall, sending wooden splinters flying as it marched toward its intended target. Naruto twisted along with gusts of winds as the arrow marched toward him. It just zipped through, right around the left side of his chest. It would have cleaned his arm offhand had he not moved it behind him. He watched through the corner of his eyes as the arrow collided with a tree and then exploded, bursting the tree. His eyes went back to Sasuke, who was standing on the one wooden timber that remained standing. Are you trying to kill me? If I wanted to kill you, I would made it a little faster. Naruto sighed. At least he avoided that. But, not without a cut. He glanced at his side. Ripped clothing. A cut that was already closing. I thought we said no, Susanoo. I got a little frustrated at the stalemate. Sasuke admitted. And you won't attack me but choose when to attack. I'm always the one who has to move. It is called strategy. You have the Sharingan and it can predict movements. I would rather not feel so small that you would predict all my movements. You were just going to end up dodging and blocking, unless I became faster. Letting you attack gave me a chance to counterattack. Playing at my strengths? What do you say? We go all out? Naruto held up his hands. If we do that, it would cause panic in the village. There are bound to be explosions. We should not go that far. Perhaps one day when we are far away from the village. We could go ahead. Not today. Fine. Let us continue. Naruto lunged forward, and so did Sasuke. Sai hid behind a tree, watching with admitted shock, not showing his face. Those two were not opponents he could face. Their speed a blur. And chakra output something many dreamt of. Danzo was going to be pleased in knowing that Konoha would have more powerhouses. But yet, nothing people he could face head on. The raw strength of Naruto would just knock him back. And Sasuke's fluid movements would be too quick for him. Those were the type opponents you killed either by poisoning or assassination. When his sixth sense rang the alarm bells, this after both Naruto and Sasuke had suddenly disappeared from where they were fighting. He knew something was off and jumped to the ground. The second he did so, the imposing form of Naruto was standing in front of him. The blonde's eyes were so sharp, it made him take an involuntary step back. The potent chakra that ripped through his heart made him took a couple more, but a fourth caused him to stumble and then fall. As he fell slowly, the image of Sasuke came into view. The Uchiha had somehow sneaked behind him. He fell on his behind, hands spread to the side. What do we have here, Sasuke? A rat that has been watching us. I should have created a barrier. But when you're home, you become too comfortable without even realizing that there could be an enemy from within, Naruto said in a cold tone. He took step forward, and stepped on Sai's right foot. In response, Sasuke stepped on Sai's right hand. Sai didn't flinch. His expression didn't display anything. But inwardly, he was panicking a little. The expression Naruto was giving him made him afraid that he may be killed. If this was a mission outside the village, he would have been prepared for death, but this worried him. They were Leaf Shinobi and he wasn't doing anything wrong. Could they have some hidden agenda? Did he see something he wasn't supposed to see? But how had they noticed him and when? He had been carefully watching their movements. They couldn't have coordinated this attack without him noticing it. Your rats have been watching us. We don't appreciate it. Sasuke actually kicked Sai on his temple. Go back to your master and tell him we don't want to be watched. We will not be merciful next time. You might lose your eyes if you get caught again. The Sandaime will forgive us for thinking you were a spy. Sai merely nodded. When they freed him, he stood up and then finally spoke. I'll pass the message. Once gone, Naruto's eyes turned to Sasuke. Really, Sasuke? He asked, his eyes softer, an amused look on his face. Kicking him out of frustration because you couldn't smack me around like a ball as you'd hoped? That was rather childish of you. I don't need to hear that from you. Naruto shook his head. At least we don't have to worry about you taking on Itachi with your current skills. You're smarter now and don't just rush in. It is good. I don't feel like I'm talking to wall now. Sasuke didn't want to compliment Naruto. He just stared back his teammate for a long minute before finally swallowing hard. You've gone on the pace I thought you would. A balanced shinobi. I wouldn't have anyone else as a rival. He managed to sneak out those words out of his mouth, with a hint of jealousy. Naruto smiled, shaking his head slightly. He put his hands inside his pockets. Let's go back to the village. I need to eat something. Let it not be ramen. It is still morning. I wasn't going to invite you. But since you're a lonely cat, I'll invite you to my house for an energy meal. HN. The question of whether what the Shodai thought of seeing his granddaughter and only living descendant becoming what Tsunade has become was irrelevant. The man was dead. They were at the present and could only draw inspiration from the past. If only that could be used to get Tsunade to toe in line and use her abilities for the better of this village. Well, at least her medical ninjutsu knowledge was becoming useful, but she could still play a vital role as Hokage. Jiraiya sat across her. She glanced at him with tired eyes and then stared the saucer she held. "You brought something nice?" Jiraiya shook his head. She was most likely talking about the sake from the land of the toads. "You can ask Katsuyu to bring some for you," he said. "I didn't come drink tonight." Tsunade gulped the remaining alcohol and placed the saucer down. "You look troubled," she said, resting her arms on the table. "Circumstances compel me to be troubled. Konoha might face danger soon. I don't know when it will come, but from whom it is known. Once Orochimaru found out that we were coming against him, he decided to plot against us," Jiraiya said in a serious tone. "Unsurprisingly. If someone is planning to attack me, I'll do something to defend myself. For Orochimaru it may just also be payback for not giving him the position of Hokage. He is probably still bitter about it. He wasn't happy when Sensei put Minato as his successor." Tsunade laughed at this. "It surprised me. I never thought he'd do so. He was always blind when it came to his beloved student." "Not anymore." Jiraiya released a long breath. "Sensei is really taking a lot, Haim. He is already too old for the position of Hokage. We should be relieving him of his duties." "And you're not because?" "If I become ground, who will take over my network? Besides, you're suitable to be Hokage. Of the three of us, you were always the one who was sensible." Jiraiya smiled, sadly, thinking of memory of the past. "I'm not interested. If you keep bringing this up, I'll stop talking to you, Jiraiya." The Sannin became quiet for a moment and then spoke. "I didn't come to talk about that. It is about Naruto." "Minato's son?" Jiraiya nodded. "What of him?" "You already know about him and Orochimaru. We don't exactly know the full extent of what was done to him. We want to understand his body. He told me that there were some changes in him that he felt. It hasn't been negative, but if there is anyone who understands the human body, it is you. Sensei is asking you to look at his body and see him. Just so we don't have to worry about him." Jiraiya pleaded with emotion. "Is he your student?" Jiraiya shook his head. "No. He trained himself. I just helped there and there." Tsunade nodded. "How long is he with Orochimaru?" "A couple of years." Jiraiya responded grimly. "There is one of the lab they used to use for Makuten research. It could also be a good medical research. Naruto's regeneration abilities are beyond normal. His body heals wounds in rapid speeds. We want to know if it has no adverse effects on him." She would not bother, but Jiraiya was begging. Besides, there were many who sought to have that kind of ability to quickly regenerate from wounds. She wanted to see just how well he healed and how his body reacted such an ability. "Fine. Thank you, Haim. I will send him to you," Jiraiya said happily. "You owe me. And is there anything else I should know? Sakura told me a lot about him. But I want a different angle before I meet." "You'll know about him when you meet him. He is a good kid. Just a lot stronger than a normal kid," Jiraiya chuckled. "Minato would have been proud. Even if I were to raise all chakra to maximum levels, I wouldn't scare him. And we are not talking about the Kyuubi's chakra." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Are you serious? He is still just a brat." "You'll meet him." Tsunade nodded, and poured herself another drink. "There might be future for him if he isn't your student and corrupted by all that peace talk. Your last students died in their quest for the peace you preached. And Minato followed as well. If he is powerful, it is better he isn't your student." Those brutal words bodied Jiraiya hard that he discarded his desire not to drink. Naruto only had short pants while at the back of his house, staring expressionlessly at the crow cawing. There was a barrier that surrounded the house. At night, he kept it up because he didn't want any surprises. With everything that the Sandaime told him, it was best to be on the safe side. With Danzo also lurking, ensuring that no one sneaked into the house while he slept was a necessary precaution. There were also valuable scrolls within the house that needed protection. He decided to go back inside the house and the crow followed him inside. He went into the underground room and settled in a meditative position, eyes closed. In a puff of smoke, Itachi undid his transformation. He looked around the room. A basement like one in his clan. But this one's walls were marked with strange masks and scrolls on the shelves. With his Sharingan, he could see the walls were marked by a barrier. Where Naruto sat, there appeared to a large amount of chakra flowing. Most likely a storage seal that supplied power to the invisible barrier. He sat down. I'm just a clone. So, I won't take much of a time. The fact that you can sneak into the village without alerting anyone means that you most likely still registered in the barrier or you just have a way around it. But given that former Leaf Shinobi are able to pass through it without alerting anyone, the former seems likely, Naruto said without opening his eyes. What do you want? You only tolerate my presence because I have come to you with options that help Sasuke. And that I really don't feel the contempt Sasuke feels for you. You interest me in any case. Naruto added. But I get the impression that you love Sasuke. You may have done what you did, but the question is, why did you leave Sasuke? It was because you loved him. And as you show now. Itachi nodded. Naruto still didn't open his eyes. It wasn't that the blonde was afraid of being tapped into genjutsu. He was focused on something. He could see chakra flowing around the blonde. Was he supplying chakra to the barrier? There is a bit of a problem at my end. There is someone who recruited me to the Akatsuki, and he is likely the same person who attacked Konoha on the night you were born. He is an Uchiha like me. He wants to recruit Sasuke into the organization, and I feel that if he feels that I am no longer of use, I may not be able to face Sasuke. If I die before I face Sasuke, their likelihood of him approaching Sasuke increases. I do not want Sasuke to abandon the leaf. But there is a possibility that he will. Something that I keep from him will be told, and it will be used to lure him into the organization. If I do not become honest with him, and stop lying to him, he may fall. Sasuke is highly emotional and can be manipulated easily. Naruto's right eye opened for a moment before he shut it again. He had known something was up. The talk with the Sandaime had informed him as much. There was some sort of secrecy, and it was so deep that it could end up making Sasuke hating Konoha. Naruto wished he'd never met Itachi. He just wished he didn't have to ask himself such questions. Indeed. Sasuke can be manipulated. But he has improved. Of course, if something pushes him, he can be given a quick shove. This is why I want to face him. I made my own choice. I have always let him. I want him to make his own choices. But I want you to understand that I've always fought for Konoha. And if Sasuke were to attack Konoha, he would have to be stopped. Itachi lifted his cloak, and a crow flew out. Naruto's eyes opened and watched the black creature. It landed on his right shoulder and he noticed its eye. A Sharingan. What is this? Shisui's eye. It has a powerful genjutsu that can manipulate a person without them knowing or anyone knowing. It cannot be undone by anyone. I want to give that to you. I cannot give it to anyone else. You're the only other person in Konoha I talk to. If not careful, it falls into the wrong hands. That man also wants it. Itachi closed his eyes for a moment. Danzo has the other one. Nobody in the village knows. Not even the Sandaime. And you didn't say anything because? Reckless from Itachi. What if Danzo used this on the Sandaime, or him for that matter? If I had said anything, it would have led to bloodshed. Sometimes we must keep secrets in order to protect what we value. Naruto snorted. Same principle with Sasuke? I'm not fond of the way you people do things. Our lives could have been better if you people didn't think it better to keep the truth from us. You want to decide for us. Let us make our own decisions. We always think we are making better decisions. But things have not exactly been right. He led his brother into a dark path. I'm telling you this about Danzo, not because I want you to tell anyone. Danzo remains important to the village. I worked under him and know him well. I'm telling you this so you can use it against him. Kakashi may not have said this, but the danger of using the Mangekyo Sharingan is that it deteriorates your eyesight. Eventually you become blind. There is no cure. The only way to get over it is to implant the eyes of your closest relative. In this case, I would need Sasuke's eyes. But I don't know if I will be able to give Sasuke my eyes. If something happens to me, I have already programmed my eyes to burn. For Sasuke, my father's eyes are available. After the Uchiha massacre, Danzo collected the eyes of those who had already awakened the Sharingan. Use the information I gave you to get them from him. It should cure Sasuke. There are some valuable weapons that I want to give to you, but I just want to know again. If Sasuke ever attacked the Hidden Leaf, what would you do? He is your only friend. Would you betray that friend to protect the village that has hated you? You ask difficult questions. But it has to be obvious. Naturally, I would try to stop him. But if he cannot be stopped, I'm a leaf shinobi. Itachi momentarily smiled. There were no lies. He could see it. He had already seen it before. After all, he had been observing the blonde. But he had to ask. For his peace of mind. Before I give you my tools, I want to show you something. You will decide from there whether if Sasuke chose to attack the leaf, does he need to be stopped or not? Naruto was silent for a couple of moments. Do you have to show me anything? I would rather be ignorant if it can be helped. You're Sasuke's friend. I have never been there for him. If I get to tell him the truth, only you can be able to understand. I wasn't supposed to say anything. But the man in the Akatsuki is going to tell him anyway. And he believes I want. To control the narrative, I have to act before he does. Fine. Following day. Tsunade stared at Naruto for a moment and then shook her head. He was an imposing brat all right. No, could she even call him a brat? He didn't look comfortable being in a lab, sitting on a bed. Having flashbacks? Yes. Naruto admitted with a laugh. Last time I was in a setup like this, I didn't have a pleasant time. Sorry to have to do this to you. Tsunade took his right hand and then cut him with a kunai on the palm. Wow. This is going to be interesting. I'll need to draw your blood first and then study it. Would be interesting if I can get a piece of your flesh. Jiraiya already explained it to you, yes? He did. But he didn't say anything about taking chunks of my flesh. You're going to heal, aren't you? Tsunade said carelessly. Sorry. She apologized. Don't be. I find your honesty refreshing. I'm not that of a child that I'll be flinching over this. Besides, it is for my own good, isn't it? Yes. Naruto held out his arms. Let us see what your teammate did to me. He didn't tell you? Naruto shrugged. Rambled about a lot of things. Senju and Uchiha being one formerly. And that the Uzumaki are rumored to be related to the Senju. But nothing confirmed. And then there was the talk about the Sage of Six Paths. He and Jiraiya could have a good debate about the man. For Jiraiya, a monk who preached peace. For Orochimaru, a god in all sense of the word. You think Orochimaru wants that power? I think he is curious to see if that power can be achieved. If it can, then truly, the stories about the sage are more than just a myth. But he wants immortality first. And sometimes just does research and experiments to confirm his hypothesis. He does a lot of things he discards. But the ultimate goal is him. Then again, if you see Orochimaru's true self, you'll freak out. His true self? He is literally a snake. He conducted experiments on himself. I saw it after getting a little bit angry and the Kyuubi filled me with its chakra. Went crazy and destroyed his hideout. Killed a couple in that angry spree. Took a swing at the snake. Which forced him to reveal himself. Sounds like it was eventful, Tsunade said, putting a needle on his arm. She drew his blood. Now for the hard part. Chapter 11, Shadows unto Light Part 1. Sasuke, Naruto called, seeing Sasuke walk through the passages of the Hokage Tower. The Uchiha halted his movement and turned to face Naruto. Highbrow rose curiously before asking. You were also called? Yeah, Naruto nodded. An Anbu had showed up, told him he was wanted in the Hokage office. He'd been firm on the now. A mission possibly. They didn't just crawl out of their shadows just for normal calls. Naruto hoped it was something that would alleviate his boredom. What do you think it's about? A mission most likely. Orochimaru perhaps. The Sannin seemed to have the village on its feet, scrambling for balance and the right method to erase his existence while he actively plotted against it. Thought so, Sasuke smiled. While I doubt they would send us out to face Orochimaru, it would be a good thing to test myself against a Sannin. They are supposed to be stronger than your normal S-rank shinobi. Cage-level shinobi. But there are a few exceptions. Not all S-rank shinobi are equal. And the Sannin are not equal either. Jiraiya claims in his full power, he can fight two S-rank criminals by himself. The Toad Sage never lacked any confidence. He was by no means a man riding on the bloated arrogance of being hailed as one of the legendary Sannin. Sage power was tremendous. It put one above the normal means. Its strength unparalleled. Certainly, there was no human who could match it with normal means. Then again, if there was anything men feared, it was natural disasters. And how do you march against him? Sasuke asked with narrowed eyes. Always wanting to test himself. A freak of competition. Naruto hoped it wouldn't become anything comedic and obsessive as the rivalry with Guy and Kakashi. At least between the two, there was no jealousy. They respected each other. But Sasuke was a junkie high on emotions. Knock him off his Uchiha arrogance and you'll see flames. Inwardly, he sighed. What a child. But a very deadly child who could become a nuisance if he reacted negatively to the news his elder brother was going to tell him. While he didn't say it, Naruto had a feeling Itachi had no desire to tell his brother what to do. He just wanted to tell him the truth, for once. As he made his choice, he wanted Sasuke to make a choice. Yet pushing all the responsibilities on handling the fallout on him. He frowned thinking about it. A cruel bastard who didn't want to stop his brother himself but would rather someone do it because he just wanted to love. Ah, how it must be nice to be loved. Surely, Itachi loved his brother more than anything else. To murder even his own mother and leave his little brother. And want to die by his own hand, leaving him with power even he wouldn't claim. The latter part has been achieved. The former remained. Sweet death. Naruto would never aspire to be like Itachi. The man killed his own mother. For whatever reasons there, it was a despicable act. If he was going to leave Sasuke, he could have left his mother alive as well. Villages were truly dark entities. They were demanding. People sacrificed everything and anything for them. The love for one's village was unhealthy if you could sacrifice everything for it. But such was the world they lived in. A flawed and corrupt system of shinobi that was ruled by power and power alone. And a bit of blood just to appease the ancestors who killed and killed just because it was their natural way of life. Realizing he'd spaced out, Naruto waved his right hand dismissively. If you want to find out, challenge him for a sparring session, he replied casually. I'm sure he'd be interested in seeing your strength firsthand just to be safe that the village will be in secure hands in the future. He added as B knocked at the door. Come in. Naruto opened the door and stepped in. Sasuke closed it behind him. What neither were expecting to see was Danzo and Sai waiting for them in the office of the Sandaime Hokage. But neither so much as showed any outward reaction but faced the third. You called for us, Naruto said in a casual tone. Ah. Yes. Hiruzen replied with a smile. We have information regarding Kabuto. And your fellow clan member, Naruto. Naruto's eyes didn't exactly lit up hearing about this. Kabuto, he was more than ready to murder. But Karen was another story. You found her? Yes. Danzo has found that she was seen recently returning to the sound with Kabuto. I am sending you to retrieve Kabuto. He must be brought back alive. If there is someone who knows Orochimaru, it is him. I'm sending you too because we don't know what threats may arise. You'll be going with Sai here. He knows someone who has been eyes for Danzo in the sound. He will lead you to this person. It is for utmost importance that Kabuto is brought back alive. Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. Your primary goal is to retrieve him. He must not be killed. The third didn't have to say it. The unspoken message was pounded into his understanding clearly. He wasn't to focus on Karen. She came secondary. The brutal reality of the world they lived in. He could say Karen was family but over her, Konoha had to come first. It was logical. Yet what Naruto considered unfair was that he had to bring Kabuto alive. That sadist bastard defiled his mother's grave. He deserved death. That is a tough one. I have to agree with Naruto, Sasuke said. Do you too question my orders? Of course, not. Naruto was quick to say. Then you understood me. Kabuto must not be killed. Understood, Hokage-sama. Failure will not be tolerated, Danzo said, speaking in a hardened tone. Orochimaru is a dangerous person. If we get his number 2, we close on him. And we will soon apprehend him. If you come across him, you are to kill him. This will go a long way to prove your usefulness too. Danzo. Hiruzen cut off the war hawk. Leave the office. You've done what you're supposed to do. Go with Sai. He must be at the village gates by 3 p.m. to depart with the others. Danzo glared but left without a word. He hated being cut off like that. He hated the way Hiruzen just treated him. Surely, the man didn't trust him. If Jiraiya hadn't corroborated his intelligence, Hiruzen wouldn't have believed him. Even if he has been vocal since day one about getting rid of Orochimaru. At the door, he glanced at the 2 weapons and nodded inwardly. They were indeed going to be useful for the Leaf. But not in the coming battle. They would work for him. Once Danzo was gone, Hiruzen released a long breath and then smiled. Don't mind Danzo. Don't mind him? Naruto wanted to scoff, but he kept to himself. With what he now knew, he was going to walk around that man with eyes on his back and his shields at full capacity. That man was dangerous. And surely the Sandaime knew that. Naruto only assumed the only reason Danzo has not used his genjutsu against the old man was because it was something that could be discovered. Then again, Itachi said it wasn't something that could be used on a whim like normal genjutsu. It did take time to recharge. Is his information true? Sasuke asked. Kakashi had already warned him of the War Hawk and just how dangerous he was. Yes. Jiraiya has confirmed Kabuto was seen. Hiruzen nodded. I have my reservations about sending you out. But I suppose you need this. In any case, I want you to watch Sai for me. Danzo has obviously sent him with another mission in mind. If he does something, take the necessary steps. Hi. And Naruto. The feudal lord will arrive tomorrow. By the time you return, you may be known as Minato's son. Great. I'm sorry I cannot shield you from this one. Naruto shook his head. Bitterly, the Sandaime couldn't shield him from anything. Despite his best wishes, when it came to protecting him, the Sandaime has all but failed dismissively. I understand the situation. It was going to come out anyway. It can be used to my advantage. And it only means I have to work harder. Naruto grunted. Somehow, he was similar to Sasuke. It was best they were friends. They truly could understand each other. Itachi did what he did for the village. His father did what he did for the village. Someone ends up being hated for it. Ungrateful people surrounded them. If they really plotted to see this village that has survived on the sacrifices of their loved ones, they could bring it to its knees. And that was not just a pipe dream. They both had the power. Good thing for Konoha, Naruto was not that cold-hearted and devoid of emotion and a moral compass. He would admit, morality was misplaced in a world governed by kill or be killed. Kakashi certainly sought to preach differently, but practicality, he played by those principles of the shinobi world. Good. It is very important you succeed. And if you come across members of the Akatsuki, don't engage. You have one task and you have to do it. Understood. Once they left tower and stepped into the streets, Sasuke finally spoke. I've never asked, but how does it feel to know that this village has only spat on the sacrifices of your parents? Sasuke asked, his eyes watching Naruto like a hawk. Bitter. If I must admit. It's not even funny. But this is the world we live in and it is what secrets do. Of course, Sasuke wouldn't be laughing when he learns of his own sacrifices. One day, you'll be in my position and we can talk about it. For now, you cannot understand it. Sasuke snorted. Don't be late. Boom, Naruto exclaimed, poking Ino on the sides of her chest after sneaking in behind her while focused on her job. Arg. She jumped, turning around, tossing over the jug of water she held. Naruto laughed, moving back to avoid getting jabbed. She looked so frightened. You'd think a frightening beast had just whispered death into her ears. Seeing him laugh, she glared and took a step closer to him before hitting him on his right shoulder. That wasn't funny. With a smile, Naruto replied. From where I'm standing, it was. Ino glared. How the hell had he sneaked in behind her? Had she been so absorbed in her thoughts that she couldn't even hear him? It wasn't like it was the first time something like that has happened. But with civilians. To her senses, they were as silent as a leaf dropping to the rot. Naruto was hardly silent. She calmed her heart and then glanced at the puddle of water on the floor. At least, no flower pot fell. She would have made him compensate for it. She turned her eyes back at him and then spoke. What are you doing here? Her eyes went just above his right shoulder. There was a scroll on his back. It was almost folded like the sheath of a sword. Naruto folded his hands across his chest. I came to check up on you? I haven't seen you since you ran from me. I didn't run. Something just came up. Naruto laughed. Well, do share. I was offended. Yeah, right. Ino rolled her eyes. If you came to see me, help me out clean this and water the flowers. This is your fault anyway. Naruto raised right hand. I wish, but I actually came here to say I'm off. Won't be hanging out with your friends. I didn't want leave without saying anything in case you complain again. Ino folded her hands across her chest. It was back to this again. Once he started digging into missions, there was no end to it. She too was going to be out with her team. It was better when someone was always around. Oh. It slipped out. How long? You never know. A week at least. Naruto replied and then moved closer, leaning in. You're not going to miss me, are you? Ino didn't back away. When she could feel his breath. When his piercing eyes were just inches away from hers. She stared back. Who'd miss you? Naruto stepped back, and then smiled. Good then. See you when I come back, he said, walking away. Ino watched him leave without uttering a word. When he was just about to exit the shop, she called. Be safe. Sasuke had his eyes closed, leaning against the village wall just by the gates. He was waiting for Naruto. Sai was just a couple of feet away from him. The pale teenager had tried talking to him, but Sasuke had ignored him. He had nothing to say than count the seconds it took just waiting for Naruto. It wasn't yet time, but they were still waiting and he was counting how long the blonde made them wait. It didn't take long for him to sense Naruto. He was walking toward them. Was it stroll? He didn't seem to be in any hurry. When the blonde did arrive, Sasuke took note of the fact that the blonde didn't carry a bag with him. You do know we might take a couple of days. Given we are leaving at this time, we'll have to rest up tonight and reach the sound tomorrow. My dear friend, I am Uzumaki. We carry sealing scrolls with us. Naruto replied with a wave of his right hand. Sasuke shook his head. Just so we're clear, I'm team leader and you will all follow my instructions. Who made you leader? I'm ranked higher than you. Sasuke replied, pointing at him. He pointed at Sai, is irrelevant. Pulling rank. But the Uchiha was not false. Naruto turned to Sai and then watched him carefully. He'd never seen him display any emotion. Not even once. Were all of Danzo's forces like that? Either way, they were doing this mission together as a team. He would have to work together. So, Sai. You're part of the team. I hope you will behave as part of the team. That means watching our backs. The objective is the mission. I can't be watching your back while focused on the mission. Naruto sighed. He wasn't going to bother with this. Hear that, Sasuke? Only you have my back. Sasuke just smiled. Isn't it the usual? Naruto shared the smile. Indeed, he agreed. Well, let us. Since this one is the navigator, let him take charge of the journey. Sasuke nodded. Lead the way. Keep up. Sai replied, hopping away to the trees. Predictably, the two were behind him, silent and focused. Sai couldn't believe that he was in this situation. Being teamed with those two. He hoped he survived them. There was a mission to be done and he had to accomplish it. Even if it cost him his life. For the sake of Konoha. He glanced back at the two. He knew, if he did something contrary to what they were supposed to do and something that would damage the mission, these two were not going to let it slide. He had a feeling they'd even kill him. Sasuke seemed to be the type who was disagreeable. Either way, they worked well together. Something wrong? Naruto's voice. Sai glanced at the blonde. He was right at him. Those sharp eyes staring at him dangerously. He shook his head while looking ahead. No. Then don't ponder too much. We are not that bad people that we'd kill you. No, scratch that. Naruto was the dangerous one. Sasuke was just aggressive. But the blonde was the type to kill you with a smile. Jiraiya had been right, Hiruzen looked frail. But much like the Sandaime Tsuchikage. It was just worse for the old man compared to how imposing he'd once been. After all, he was the genius who mastered the use of all 5 basic elements. Despite her genius in medical ninjutsu, even she couldn't compare to the genius of Hiruzen. Looking at him was just laughable. To think he was the same person who trained the legendary Sannin. What remained was a mere shadow of his former self. There was no power to respect. The fact that the village still bowed to him was just a testament to how great he had been. Tsunade stared for a moment, watching him drag himself through the mountain of work he has been doing for generations now. She honestly pitied him. A student of both the Nidaime and Shodai Hokage. It was remarkable that their legacy still lived on. And yet, while his legacy still lived, it was nothing he could point to succeed him. Hence he carried on with this mountainous work that would surely kill him, as it did with everyone. She was even shocked that he has been able to live this long. Tsunade. Hiruzen spoke in a light tone, an aged smile. I wasn't expecting to see you. In all truth, he had not seen her in over a year, even though she was in the village. She mostly passed the message through Shizune. And the village had welcomed her with much fanfare when she returned. But Hiruzen wasn't going to force her into a situation she didn't want. As long as she could help with the next generation, then he had no reason to complain. But truly, she looked the part. You'd not think she was Jiraiya's age looking at her. There was nothing for me to do, so I buried myself into the little work you gave me. The Slug Princess said as she settled down. She wasn't going to admit she'd hardly slept working on it. I take it you have some results then. Hiruzen leaned back to his chair, and stared at Tsunade expectantly. Tsunade didn't get into it. You really don't have anyone to take the position from you? Hiruzen smiled bitterly with a slight shake of his head. No. My students refuse to do so. My son isn't strong enough. Not that we've always had the best of relationships. There is Kakashi. Young and still useful as a shinobi than as a kage. Unsurprisingly, there is nothing good that comes from desiring that position. Your grandfather would disagree with that. Good things came out. We all have different circumstances that we must fight. It is how we go through them and if we're able to see the future. The young ones have aspirations. Untested, but they dream. He thought of Naruto and then smiled. You should take a page from Naruto. His parents died in the service of this mantle, and yet, he continues to live a shinobi. Tsunade snorted. He is a Jinchuriki. He had no other choice but to become a shinobi. Hiruzen shook his head. Tsunade, you should know better. None of Konoha's previous Jinchuriki were ever forced to use that power. They become Jinchuriki merely to contain the power not use. The same could have happened to Naruto. He chose to become a shinobi and as long as I lived, he wouldn't have been forced to live otherwise. How noble of you. But then again, Konoha had never been in a position to need the power of a Baijuo. Not very noble when you consider how I have failed him. Hiruzen waved his hand. He knew she was being sarcastic but felt the need to respond. As you can see, I have a lot of work. Get to why you came here so I can return to my work. It was going to be like this, huh? For some reason, this irked Tsunade. She was even talking to the old man about this ever since he made the pitch to her and she refused. He hadn't bothered again. And showed no interest in trying to force things. He would surely rip his robes and throw the hat at her if she suddenly said she would succeed him. But he wasn't doing anything. She should be happy, but the thought frustrated her. There is something I don't understand. Naruto didn't become a bloodline user because of Orochimaru. He was born that way. Orochimaru couldn't have possibly known that. But that is the truth. His Mukuten use isn't the result of Orochimaru's experiments. Hiruzen was genuinely surprised. Then again, with the notes that he did read written by Kabuto, the man had pondered on this thought but it had not been tested because it wasn't in Orochimaru's agenda. From some of the notes we had, Orochimaru's number 2 expressed such a thought saying none of Orochimaru's subjects displayed the same reception as Naruto when it came to Hashirama's cells. There were some negative at first, but it worked out in the end. But how? Tsunade shook her head. I do not know. He is not the same as my grandfather. You have to understand that my grandfather didn't inherit his bloodline from anyone. Nor did his children inherit it. Hiruzen absorbed this for a couple of moments before nodding. Then what was Orochimaru doing? That is the difficult part. His Uzumaki DNA remains but Naruto has both the Senju and Uchiha DNA in him. It used my cells and Sasuke's cells to match this. The DNA structure is similar. As for his healing powers, it has to do with being Uzumaki and the cells of my grandfather. It's normal. I do not know about the way he heals using the Kyuubi's chakra. He says life-threatening wounds are healed by it. He told me that he once had a Chidori pierced through his chest and it healed quickly. He doesn't have a single scar on him. This type of healing may have negative consequences on his life force. He may end up living a normal lifespan. But I do not know yet. I'll need to study things further. Hiruzen nodded. Will there be any adverse effects on anything Orochimaru did? Tsunade shook her head. I don't know everything. His body is complicated. Secrets that must not be told anyone. It however seems like there is no problem with him at all. That is the good part. I want Naruto to live a long life, Hiruzen said with relief. Nobody must indeed know about this. Very few even know Naruto was in the hands of Orochimaru. Even your students must not know this. If Naruto is fine, you will continue with things. I understand. I'm curious about his healing ability. Like this. Tsunade pointed at her forehead. It is almost like Naruto can't die in battle, as long as there is chakra. I don't think other Baijuis work in the same way. The Kyuubi's chakra works positively with my grandfather's cells. It in fact seems to strengthen it. With Makuten, it does the same. The latter is by Naruto's admission. He said this mostly has to do with yang release. How many sessions did you have with him? 3. Is he around? No. On a mission, Hiruzen said. I didn't think Naruto understood yang energy that well. I'll need to talk to him about it. But I can understand this reaction. What? Baijuo chakra is based on yin and yang chakra. Minato split the Kyuubi into two. I assume the part in Naruto is yang chakra. Yang chakra is full of vitality and gives life to forms. Yin and yang can manipulate life. Hiruzen became thoughtful. Did Naruto say anything about this? No. Okay. I'll have to talk to him when he returns. But, thank you, Tsunade. One more thing. I believe Naruto already knows about this. And from what he told me, Orochimaru believes that Senju and Uchiha originated from the Sage of Six Paths. He thought combining both powers could reawaken the Rinnegan and perhaps recreate the power of the Sage. I told you that Naruto is still Uzumaki, but the three components are acclimating into one. Soon, he will not be Uzumaki, but a different being altogether. Unknown location. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said, getting the attention of his master, who was sitting on his throne, at a hideout within the outskirts of Konoha. Orochimaru's eyes turned toward Kabuto. Is everything ready? Yes. Both Naruto and Sasuke are already at the sound. It seems that Danzo did his part and the decoys managed to deceive Jiraiya's people. It was well when things came into fruition. But Danzo had to be watched. He was the first person who advocated into his killing after he fled from Konoha. And given what he knew, it was only reasonable to assume that if he showed a moment of weakness, Danzo was going to try to put a dagger on his spine, just to tie loose ends. Aside from Danzo, there was nothing to worry about. It is a pity we won't get to see Naruto-kun in action. I would have liked to see him fight. In this case, it would have been to our disadvantage. Kabuto pointed out. Yes. Orochimaru paused, coughing. Kabuto took a worried expression as he moved closer to his master. The current host was reaching the end of a lifetime. His master needed to find a new host soon. If he was going to battle, the host would quickly wear out. Should we have called Guren ahead of time? We can still use her. Though, I doubt she would be willing to leave that boy alone. But her opinion in the matter isn't required. We don't need her, for now. We need her to watch the hideout. Just in case Danzo tries something. After this, we can use her. She will be a good host. This body can hold on, for now. Orochimaru replied confidently. Sound. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and then looked back at the burning flames. They'd been sitting around the fire for a while now. It was still early morning. The sun still to turn up. The birds still sleeping in their nests. Sai had already departed to meet up with his contact. It was supposed to have occurred yesterday, but there were some delays that Sai hadn't been willing to discuss. They couldn't move. Neither knew which hideout to attack. If they just attacked one, the others would most definitely know something was up and then flee. That aside, Naruto didn't have a particularly good feeling about this. Sai had been gone since midnight. He was supposed to have returned by now. Hence they were wide awake, ready to strike while their opponents enjoyed the comfort of the morning. Shrugging off his discomfort, Naruto spoke to Sasuke. How is your vision? Sasuke's eyes fell on him sharply. He didn't immediately respond, as if he wondered what Naruto was talking about. It dawned on him and his eyes narrowed. Playing ignorant wasn't going to do him any good. Fine. Really? How do you know about that? I was with a junkie obsessed about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto replied with a shrug. Orochimaru's obsession with those eyes was truly sad. A pity, humiliation only compounded his misery. But on the bright side, just farther affirmed just how impressive those eyes were. Naruto had to applaud himself over how easily such a tale formed in this mind. For someone who hated lies, he was rather good at telling them. He was being a hypocrite and he blamed Itachi for putting him in such a situation. He comforted himself in that he'd never claimed to be a saint. Nothing as yet. It admittedly puts a lot of strain in my eyes. But the power was worth it. The strain. Not becoming blind. What happens when you become blind? Sasuke didn't want to think about it. But if he was suffering, then Itachi's vision had to be worse. That was a good thing for him. He could have an advantage. And he would use it in his battle. Itachi has had these eyes for years now. If he wasn't blind already, then he could barely see. He wondered if that was the same for Kakashi. The Jonin didn't seem to have any problems. But then again, nobody displayed their weakness. It was bad that Naruto knew about this weakness. Who else knows? Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me, Naruto said with a grin. You can take Itachi's eyes. That is if he doesn't take yours. He is already blind. Naruto shook his head. You don't read much of your clan's secrets, do you? It amazes me since you already knew how the Mangekyo Sharingan could be awakened. Sasuke glared at Naruto. If you implant the eyes someone close to you, blood-related, you achieve the perfect eyes that put no strain, Naruto said. You Uchiha could have become a clan that practices cannibalism if everyone in the clan could awaken the Sharingan and the Mangekyo. Alas, very few do. Or used. How is that a bad thing? Naruto shrugged. It would have vindicated the many thoughts many people have about the Uchiha. I know your clan has always had the suspicion of the village. But perhaps this was due to the second Hokage. People are truly envious of power. Then again, if I lived with people who could control me with genjutsu, I would be wary. Not every Sharingan can do that. Some are just powerful with genjutsu. And not all abilities are the same. That was true. Naruto had never really taken that to mind. Kakashi's ability was not the same with any of Itachi. It was a space/time jutsu. A very curious ability. Shisui's eye was also different. It was blessed with a powerful genjutsu. Though, even Itachi could lay claim to this. He was an expert with genjutsu. Just not in the same manipulative level as Shisui's eye. He had to keep an eye on this. What is unique about yours? I'm not going to tell you that. Don't be stingy like that, Naruto said, looking up. How I envy you. Susanoo looks like something from Legends. A remarkable power that makes you stand out. Sasuke wasn't going to admit his happiness in hearing Naruto say that. You have not seen what it can do. You refuse to train with me. I need to get the best of it. I'm not going to help you better me. What kind of a rival would I be if I was helping you? In fact, I hope Itachi gouges your eyes out and leaves you blind. At least some people will be able to talk, Naruto said, staring straight at Sasuke's eyes. I don't know if you really mean that. Naruto laughed. Take a guess. Though, it would be laughable if you really became blind. How would the mighty Uchiha even grace the streets without a Sharingan? That man isn't going to take my eyes. I'm going to take his and avenge my clan. That's the spirit. And I'll be cheering you on. You can't afford to take defeat. I'll laugh at you until you kick the bucket if I have to end up saving you when you can't even avenge your clan against a man you've hated for almost your entire life. Sasuke winced just at the thought. He could imagine it. Naruto mocking him. Even his parents would be disappointed in him. He could not fail. He would not fail. He would make Itachi pay. Not going to happen. Of course, Your Majesty. Naruto replied with a smile. I'll help you when we get back. I'm sure Itachi has had time to practice over the years. Sasuke smiled, as small as it was still a smile. You can't hold anything back. Of course, Naruto said with a nod. Sasuke know what he too could do. If Sai isn't back by sunset, we'll have to search for him. We don't know what he might be doing at this stage. And we already have our mission. I shouldn't have let him go alone, Sasuke said. A mission? We have to think about our mission, and he said he had to meet with his contact. We are already in enemy territory. A risk like that had to be taken. How are we going to find him? Sasuke asked with a frown. They were in a country and didn't know where he had gone. Worse, neither were especially good at tracking. I have a trick for that. Sasuke activated his Sharingan to be able to see what Naruto was doing. The blonde had refused to tell him what trick he would employ to track down Sai. His teammate then went down, placing his hand on the ground with his eyes closed. Sasuke could see him channeling chakra through the ground. After a minute or so, his eyes snapped open and then he got up. Got him. If you could track someone like this, you could have told me already and we would have found Itachi already, Sasuke said with a glare. Naruto shook his head. I can't do it in places like a village. Too many chakra signatures to focus on. And there is a limit on how far I can search. Sai isn't far from us. Actually, he is far close than I thought he'd be and he isn't alone. What is doing? Can't tell. But he's not moving. I'd hate it if he were just keeping us waiting. For what purpose would he have to keep us waiting? Naruto shook his head. The thought is ridiculous. But we have to move discreetly. He has some of his pests positioned not far from us. Likely knows if they are close, we'd notice. So, kept them just in case we moved. Naruto created 2 clones. The other transformed into Sasuke. Let's go. He was getting impatient. His fellow Uzumaki was already waiting for him anyway. And Kabuto. How he wished he could get his hands on that glassy bastard, tear him to pieces or maybe just jab of some things they would find in Orochimaru's hideouts and let him live like a monster or an animal, as he and his master have made other people. Someone is here. Sai was alerted. A second later, both Naruto and Sasuke landed below the tree he sat. How they found him was a question he asked inwardly. Neither were sensors as far as he was concerned. The Sharingan didn't operate like the Byakugan. Hello. While Naruto greeted with a smile and a wave, Sasuke just glared sharply at him. Why did you follow? You were gone for quite a while. We had to worry. We are already behind schedule. Sai was silent for a couple of moments before responding. I'm still waiting for someone to arrive. We don't know which hideout Kabuto is located. I thought you knew. Didn't you go out to meet someone who knew? Why did you have to leave us behind? Sasuke demanded. I had to go to the sound capital. Sai replied quickly. They are here. But we can't just move. We must time everything or else they will escape. Naruto looked around. Didn't seem like there was anything funny. But still this waiting game was becoming a bore. He is your fellow Root, isn't he? Yes. Naruto sighed. I hope nothing turns into smoke, for your sake. Meaning? Danzo told us he knew what was happening and you were to lead us to the right place because intel was spot on. I've already gotten excited over getting my hands on Kabuto. We aren't supposed to kill him. I never said anything about killing. We are to take him back to the village alive. They never said in what condition. As long as he can talk, he should be fine. Naruto replied indifferently. So, how long must we wait? Izumo had been warned by Anbu that things could get dangerous today and they would have to be on the watch out through the day and be ready for anything. The usual suspects at the gates were those who tried to sneak in with fake papers and those who were simply taking chances. What he had not been expecting was for a horde of snakes to charge to the village. Had it been one, he may have attempted to stop it, but it wasn't just one. There were more than 20 large snakes that could swallow more than 100 men whole and still demand for more. 3 of the monstrous creatures hissed their way into the village. They slammed into the buildings along the way, destroying the buildings. And then the unthinkable happened. While people cried, trying to escape the falling buildings, and flying debris, the snakes started spitting out shinobi. It was then that he realized, the village was under attack. His eyes turned into his partner in crime. The man was already pushing for the gates to close. To stop more of those damn hissing reptiles from crawling into the village. He jumped into the walls, watching. Around the walls, more large snakes were trying to climb. As if prepared, shinobi were hopping through the rooftops, getting ready for battle. No, the battle had already begun. It was going to be chaos. He never thought he would live to see the day where someone would be brave enough to attack the Leaf. His beloved home. What you gawking at? Kotetsu shouted at him. He looked down, the gates were closed. Boom. A snake slammed into the gate. He hoped, there was no Baijuo. How would the village survive another trauma like that? Especially at this time when their own Jinchuriki was out of the village. Boom. They were slamming into the gates. Kotetsu was sweating bullets now. Izumo knew, any more of this and the gates would probably not hold on. Behind them, roars of battle were already started. It was like the enemy was already within the village. How that was possible baffled him. Anbu flashed past him, standing above the walls, with the gates below. Rather impressively, they launched lightning attacks toward the snakes. In a puff of smoke, after hisses of pain, the snakes disappeared. The realization dawned on him: Orochimaru. He was the only known snake summoner. And most likely the one with the power to launch this daring attack. He jumped down to Kotetsu. Sorry, he apologized for his days. We can't stay here. We need to jump and try to save civilians. Usher them to safety. Kotetsu pointed at the immediate buildings where the snakes had crashed and where the enemy shinobi had started attacking. Without warning, both dashed toward the target in the comfort that with the gates closed, no more snakes would enter the village. Earlier, Hiruzen would have appreciated it if the daimyo didn't come to the village. It was a nuisance. He always had to take time and effort to ensure he was safe. He came with his own guards. But the problem was that this was hardly the right time. Especially when he was pressed like this. At least, he wasn't with his advisors. On his own, he was agreeable and easy to deal with. But surrounded by those political hyenas of the capital, it was a different matter altogether. It was for that reason Hiruzen was loath to visit the capital, even when summoned. Is the Minato's son around? Hiruzen shook his head. He has gone on a mission. Couldn't it have waited? I wanted to see him. The Fire Nation once had a good position with other great nations due to his father. When I see others, they must know that the Fire Nation has returned to its former glory. Hiruzen didn't frown. He just smiled, but inwardly, he was frowning. This was the kind of madness that led to wars. The daimyo bickered needlessly and then sent them into bloody wars while sitting at the comfort of their homes, guarded by shinobi. When Chunin exams came, they bothered to come, just to make bets. It had to do with a fellow clansman. It couldn't wait. Hiruzen replied. And the young Uchiha? The Earth Lord complained much and admitted his jealousy when I last saw him. Surely the Earth Lord saw Sasuke at the Chunin exams. An intended consequence outside, but he didn't expect it to have an effect in the country. They left together. There are some is. Boom. An explosion stopped Hiruzen from talking. Within a second, an Anbu had already dropped by his side, whispering. While the daimyo just blinked with surprise, his guard stepped into the office, but Hiruzen didn't bother with them. Get Jiraiya in here and make sure Shikaku is on top of the situation to give orders. I will join the battle. Hiruzen ordered. Hi. Is there something wrong? It appears there is an attack on the village. Hiruzen replied in a serious tone. He waved his right hand, and an Anbu appeared. Take the feudal lord and his guard to safety. Hi. Hiruzen's expression became flat. He disappeared off to the top of the Hokage Tower and observed what was happening. His eyes turned toward the gate. He could hear battle cries, the sounds of battles beginning. Civilians crying in fear. This wasn't expected. He never thought he would be able to live to see an invasion in the Hidden Leaf. How had this even happened? What is the situation? A squad of Anbu surrounded him, all four kneeling. The leader was the one who spoke. Suna and the Sound have launched an attack. Some were brought in through by the snakes. Some appeared to have already been in the village. And some we have no idea how they came. Some traveled, bypassing the scouts in the outskirts of the village. And Kazekage? There is no sign of him. We have not located Orochimaru either. Find him. And the Jinchuriki. The Kazekage's youngest son is a Jinchuriki. Find him quickly. If he were to transform, it would damage the village quickly. Send out orders for all Jinan to be moved to safety along with civilians. The Chunin must help out the safe passage. Shikaku will relay strategy. I will face Orochimaru once you have located him. Hi. 3 disappeared and 1 remained. A moment later, Jiraiya appeared. Sensei, I will deal with Orochimaru and his summons. You need to stay here to command things. Hiruzen shook his head. Had he been willing then? Had he taken a decision then, he would have stopped Orochimaru. He wouldn't have sent Kakashi. He would have done it himself. Orochimaru was his problem and he would deal with it. Deal with the summons. We have a Jinchuriki to worry about. Jiraiya frowned at this. We are looking for him. It is going to be a disaster if he appears. The clone said in a serious tone. It's bad when it's happening with our Jinchuriki absent. A suspicious occurrence. But we cannot focus on it. Make sure both Naruto and Sasuke get the message. They are to return immediately. Naruto will be easy. The toads can reverse summon him. Sasuke will have to travel. Just get it done. If anything happens to me, execute Danzo. He has something to do with the daimyo appearing now. Are you sure? Yes. Kushios no Jutsu. Jiraiya's rallying call as he summoned the toads into battle. And to think he would summon them over an attack by none other than Orochimaru. It wasn't the Sandaime alone who had blundered. He too. There were many times he came across Orochimaru and he didn't do anything. He'd even tried to bring the Sannin back to Konoha. A hopeless cause if action. But friendship sometimes compelled one to do that. This was a step too far. Something that could never be forgiven. Already, he had taken Naruto. And now this. Not forgetting he kidnapped hundreds of kids in the village just to experiment on them. Why have you summoned me, Jiraiya? Gamabunta demanded the moment he appeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya didn't have to answer the question. Immediately, he sensed the presence of the damn slithering reptiles and went on alarm. Konoha was under attack. Manda was probably around. It didn't take time for him to spot the dark creature hissing as it crushed buildings, charging toward them. Anbu chased after it, trying to burn it alive with Kaden Jutsu. But it must slid away from them. Grrr. I hate that damn snake, Gamabunta said withdrawing his sword. You owe me after this, Jiraiya. That isn't the worst of our problems. We could be facing up to the one-tailed Baijuo. Another Baijuo? Minato summoned me to hold down the Kyuubi. You want me to get killed? Shukaku is murderous and crazy. He quickly held up his sword as Manda threw himself at him. He positioned it carefully in front of him and the snake crashed into it with its head. Orochimaru sat pretty atop, a wide grin on his lips. Manda hissed, his forked tongue escaped from his mouth. Gamabunta quickly jumped back. He didn't want the crawling insect to spit out poison from close range. Jiraiya glared at Orochimaru. It was good that their sensei wasn't around here yet. He was going to want to face this person. Jiraiya could face him. The buildings were burning. Battles were already resulting in deaths. Some snakes had already passed the walls and were laying siege in the village. It was just pure destruction. There was no other intention aside from destroying things. Orochimaru was truly intent on trying to destroy the leaf. There wasn't a lot of manpower behind. But the summons and the Baijuo were making things complicated. How low you have fallen, Orochimaru. To attack the village that made you. I can't believe you would do this to sensei. Kukukaku, Orochimaru laughed. Don't be surprised now, Jiraiya-kun. You were planning on killing me. I decided to do the most sensible thing. And it was sensei's decision that I should be killed. If you think you're capable of destroying Konoha, you have one thing coming for you, Orochimaru. Jiraiya jumped down, taking a stance. Go deal with the other snakes. They are causing more problems, he said to the toads. I'm clumsy, so they might slip through. The other toad said before jumping away. You want to handle both Manda and Orochimaru? I can handle them. If push comes, I will use Sage Mode. I cannot let the destruction continue. And allow Orochimaru to escape this village with his life, Jiraiya said in a serious tone, hands held together. Don't be all cocky, Gamabunta shouted, but he understood and departed from the scene, heading straight toward the village gates. I would love to fool around with you, Jiraiya, and finish the job I should have done long ago, but you're not my opponent, Orochimaru said, folding his hands. Deal with him, he said to Manda. You ordering me around, Orochimaru? Kukukaku, Orochimaru laughed. I'm making a request. I will pay, of course. Don't forget. You still owe me from last time. There is plenty in this village. I will deliver, Orochimaru said, trying to jump away, but Jiraiya jumped toward him. He didn't look back. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes toward his right, seeing Manda's tail cutting through the air as it flashed toward him. It was going to hurt if it hit him. But this momentarily lapse in concentration was enough for Orochimaru to make his escape. Before the tail could hit him, Jiraiya held out both his hands, positioning his body to face it. As it was about to hit him, both hands touched the tail, using it to flip in midair while avoiding the swing. He quickly disappeared and landed on the rooftop, staring at the large snake, wondering how the hell he was going to deal with it quick enough to chase after Orochimaru. He couldn't leave it. It would just go on a destruction spree. The Anbu were busy cleaning up the walls of the other snakes, and they were doing it swiftly. It was just the ones within the village. Not that many of them. With the toads in the scene, this would be over quickly. The shortest invasion ever recorded. Orochimaru was a fool to think this would result in Konoha being destroyed. Tsunade hopped through buildings, rushing toward the hospital. She couldn't just sit still and watch the village get burnt. Not while she was still alive. But the main concern was the hospital. With things happening right in the village like this, there would be an influx of the wounded. Both shinobi and civilians. It wouldn't be out of the picture for some to even target it. In war, medical camps always sat behind battle lines. Shinobi kept coming and going. Destroy it and you stop the enemy from healing their wounded. But in a village, the effect would be devastating. She crash-landed right in front of the hospital. The Anbu had already taken positions to defend it. People were already being moved out. It was a precaution just in case something happened. If they used a building like this, it would be disastrous not only to the wounded but the medics if the building was to go down. Behind her, a large snake hissed as it charged toward the entrance. Tsunade cursed. Damn Orochimaru. He was forcing her into this situation in the village that was once home to him. Their sensei was going to be heartbroken. May even die as a result. Her right hand glowed with chakra before firmly planting her right foot on the ground. She twisted, lashing toward the rushing snake. Her fist collided with its head. The snake hissed painfully after its movements were brought into a complete halt by Tsunade's fist. The slug princess looked away as the snake exploded into a shower of blood. When another shinobi jumped at her from behind, she turned around quickly, landing a brutal punch on his chest. She heard the sound of bones snapping on contact. The shinobi yelped, spitting out blood before flying away from her. It was just out of frustration that she punched so hard. She turned toward the hospital. The lobby was crowded with the wounded. Anbu were kneeling in all corners. Most likely ready to hold the floor in place in case the building exploded. Shizune and Sakura were upon her in a second. How is it? Mostly poison. Shizune replied in a hurried tone. It is making things complicated because poison takes too much time unlike wounds. It was so like Orochimaru. At least he hadn't poisoned the entire village. Sakura, go out into the battlefield. Shizune and I will manage the wounded. She was more than capable of fighting. Her strength was needed there in the first place. Hi, Master. Sakura was quick to rush away. Perhaps a little too excited to display her strength to the village and her teammates. A pity, none of them were around. But that wasn't the most important agenda at the moment. Smashing as many snakes and enemy shinobi as she could was the point of her rushing out of the hospital. Once Sakura was gone, Tsunade walked out and then bit her thumb, drawing out blood. Kushios no Jutsu. Temari worried, looking at how things were going. Sure, the hidden leaf was in panic mode. Buildings were exploding. Shinobi were battling along the walls. Remarkably, the village had reacted fast enough to push out those who had been smuggled into the village from the streets and toward the walls. The horde of snakes that would have certainly destroyed Suna now had their numbers dwindling. It wasn't looking good for them. Her worry was Gaara. Maybe when he appeared, the scales would be tipped to their favor once more. Kankuro nervously shifted as he watched the raging battles. Do you know when Gaara is going to attack? Shouldn't he be all ready? Temari didn't like that he was going to be used like this. But this was basically war. Whether she agreed or disagreed with it was another matter. But if he transformed, surely it would be their victory. I wonder what is taking things long. Things are not exactly according to plan. Baki appeared behind the two siblings before Temari could respond to Kankuro. Listen to me. I want you two to go to a safe place. Be ready to escape if we start losing. Konoha won't forgive this if we fail to pull through. No doubt, there would be severe consequences. But they still had to do this for the survival of the hidden sand. But what worried Baki was that they couldn't find their leader. He'd come with them but then he'd suddenly disappeared. If the children of the Kazekage survived, then Suna could still have a future. We can't leave without Gaara. Temari responded firmly. I'm saying be in the safe place. I will see what I can do. I can't even find your father. But just be ready for anything. Leave this place. He instructed in a cold tone. Kakashi ducked under a swinging kick, lifting both his hands. He grabbed the leg and then rose quickly, lifting the man as he twisted around. He hurled the man toward another and jumped away to avoid a flashing kunai without watching the man collide with a fellow sound shinobi. The Jonin landed a distance away, and then darted toward a group of 4 who were ready to face him. The 4 didn't wait on him, they too charged. They all stabbed him with kunai. 2 on his shoulders, 2 more around his waist. He then burst into flames, taking out the 4. Konoha Senpu. The loud voice of his friend. Kakashi twisted around from the roof of the academy. He was only able to witness the Jonin plant his foot to the face of Suna Nin. The man yelped as he was sent flying away by the taijutsu master. "You should be more careful, my eternal rival," Guy cautioned Kakashi. "I had it covered," Kakashi replied with a shrug. Still, who would have thought Suna would attack them? Especially at a time where some of their best shinobi had just departed from the village. It was almost like this was planned. How had they even managed to make it into the village without anyone knowing? How had some managed to even hide within the village walls? Inside job? But who? Someone in power. It just smelled. Kakashi didn't think Danzo would be corrupt enough to go this far. He wasn't forgetting they had once ordered him to try to kill the Sandaime Hokage for his own benefit, selling it as for the good of Konoha. Konoha was going to survive, but it would have felt this. Lives have already been lost. The buildings were still crumbling after snakes went on a rampage. But you really cannot trust anyone, can you? That is not the most important thing at the moment. We have to secure the village. Indeed. Ino was leading a group of civilians through to the emergency shelters. She was a little glad she wasn't in the battle zones. Only Jonin were the ones fighting. The lowly ones were doing the easy jobs. This was being a kunoichi. She would have been out there, fighting in the midst of explosions, hissing of snakes. A fight to protect her village. But this was still an important job. Sakura was either at the hospital or fighting even when she was of the same rank? What of Shikamaru? Was he fine? And Kuji? She hadn't seen them since the battle started. She worried. She hadn't even seen her mother either. Duty came first, or so she'd been told. She came to a halt when she heard the hissing sound, a shadow above them. A snake was crashing down at them as if it had been flung over. Before it crashed on them, a giant toad landed beside. Its giant feet flung dust toward her, forcing her to shield her eyes to avoid temporary blindness. Shiwen looked up. The toad was swinging its huge blade. The blade cut through the snake as if it were butter. The snake was cut in half. She heard the Anbu shouting jutsu. The other piece was hit by lightning jutsu. So powerful the piece was completely erased. The other by a fire jutsu. The toad jumped away without warning, leaving her with her crowd. An Anbu dropped beside her. "To the hospital," the woman behind the mask said. "Go to the hospital." Danzo stared down at the group of men kneeling in front of him and then said, "Our time has arrived to step out of the shadows." Chapter 12, Shadows unto Light Part 2. To be back in this country once more was a terrible experience. No, village. Oto wasn't really a village, was it? There were hideouts stationed everywhere in this place. Secret bases hidden from prying eyes where Orochimaru conducted his business without any disturbances. Naruto didn't hide his displeasure. He felt sick to the stomach. The anger and hatred he has suppressed for so long threatened to break free and burst into the open. "Having flashes of the past?" Sasuke asked in a mocking tone. "You trying to pick on me, team?" Naruto then sighed. "I have unpleasant memories. Wouldn't mind if we end up destroying all the hideouts in this place." "And the people inside?" Naruto smiled sadly. "You'll realize most of them are no longer human, and even if they still are, they are just begging to be killed. I saw them many times. Just wishing they could be killed." Sasuke didn't sympathize with anyone, but he understood that Naruto had a difficult time in this place. "Remember the mission?" "Of course. Who do you think?" Naruto trailed off, sensing his chakra being called. "I'm being summoned." "Who?" "Toad's most likely. He created a clone. I'm leaving this behind to be able to find you," he said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. "Why would the Toad suddenly summon you in the middle of a mission?" Sasuke asked the clone. "I don't know. It must be serious. They rarely do so. I hope it is nothing. We have a serious mission with us." Sasuke then smirked. "I wouldn't complain if I do get the glory. Team. I'll let you be embarrassed by Orochimaru if he is around." Hiruzen stared at his former student, not with anger, but with a look of disappointment. Sadness even. To think he had failed one of his students to such a level that he would end up hating Konoha to the point of trying to destroy it. Perhaps this was how this cruel world fated him over his failures. But this just summed up his life. He should have done something about Orochimaru long ago. It had been pointed out to him long ago, even when Orochimaru was younger, that there was evil about him. But Hiruzen had been blind. Even when he opened his eyes, he thought his favored pupil would eventually change. How wrong he was. Tobirama would have been disappointed in him. No, he was sure his sensei was. He wouldn't take long to know. After all, he was willing to put an end to this charade, even if it meant sacrificing himself in the end. For this village, Hiruzen was going to give his last breath. Don't look at me like that, sensei. You'll make me feel bad. Orochimaru started, with a small grin on his lips. You still call me sensei? Well, you are my sensei. You taught me a lot about snakes. You led me to this path. If not for your knowledge, I likely wouldn't have come this far. Hiruzen doubted it. Orochimaru was a once-in-a-generation genius. A pity, he'd become evil. Hiruzen would have made him Hokage. Maybe even if he hadn't realized the extent of Orochimaru's lust for power, he would have still made this person Hokage. Your arrogance knows no boundaries, Orochimaru. You actually think you can destroy the hidden leaf. Smart, yes. But it is your arrogance that will ultimately cost you, Hiruzen said, ignoring Orochimaru's mind games. Hiruzen removed his robe and took a stance. But sensei, I don't want you to die. I want you to witness the destruction of the hidden leaf. Destruction? Can't you see you're losing? Orochimaru laughed. Sensei, you're not in my position to speak what I see. The numbers we are losing are nothing. You have yet to see all my cards. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Those words had a chilling effect on him. What could Orochimaru be talking about? He knew there was still the Jinchuriki to appear, but what else was he talking about? The Jinchuriki alone was a cause for concern. It didn't take long for the Kyuubi to cause the destruction it caused. The one tail was much weaker but still a Baiju'u nonetheless. I like that look, Orochimaru hissed gleefully. And sensei, you're going to have the grand view as I destroy the hidden leaf. I just want you to watch. Enough of this, Orochimaru. Come, Hiruzen said, taking a stance. As you wish. Orochimaru didn't lunge at his sensei, he held out his left hand. Multiple snakes burst out. They increased in size and length, stretching toward his sensei. Given their size, they quickly hit the ground and just slithered toward the old man. It was not advisable fighting atop of the Hokage Tower. It was an important building. It would only get destroyed if he fought here. Hiruzen watched the large snakes, bundled together in their hisses as they snaked toward him in menacing glory. He dashed along the edges of the top of the tower, just as they were above to reach him. The snakes followed him and he held out his right hand, summoning a large shuriken. As he continued to make a run from the snakes, he hurled the shuriken toward the center of the snakes. Soon, the snakes reached him, and just as they were about to bite him, he disappeared in a puff of smoke, replaced by a large shuriken planted with explosive tags. The snakes couldn't stop themselves from taking a bite at the shuriken. The moment they did so, the tags exploded. The heads of the snakes exploded, pieces sent flying as their bodies caught flames. Orochimaru's eyes shifted toward the middle where the old man was. He saw more tags and then quickly detached himself from the snakes and jumped back. The second he landed, he sensed a spike of chakra from above. The tags hadn't been set off. A dummy by his sensei. The old man was in mid-air, jumping toward one of the pillars with his hands around his mouth. Fire style, dragon's breath. Hiruzen's bloated mouth expelled chakra converted into flames. He released it in the form of a stream of flames, burning in the air as they traveled toward his former student. Seeing the attack coming all the way, Orochimaru responded by clapping his hands together. He released a powerful gust of wind, so powerful it left cracks on the tower as it moved toward the incoming attack. The jutsu collided in mid-air, exploding into a fiery of crimson flames that formed a large ball above the Hokage Tower. Orochimaru wasn't bothered about the attention it would bring. He did worry someone could just attack now. Where were there those damn sound for? Were they not yet done with Gaara? He had moved impatiently. But who could blame him? He had missed his sensei and couldn't help from going to greet him, knowing the old man wouldn't want anyone to fight him. Sensing his sensei jump away, Orochimaru dashed toward him. As he sped past the rotting bodies of the snakes, the explosive tags glowed. He cursed. Boom! The volume of explosion caught him, but what saved him from getting incinerated was the shockwave that slammed into him. It sent him crashing into one of the pillars. He crashed into it, breaking, and was sent tumbling to the streets. He fell into the empty streets with his face, and quickly lifted his head, grinning along the way. That was sneaky, sensei. Hiruzen then watched Orochimaru get up in the most unnatural way. Naruto was probably right. He was barely human. No person could get up like that. What have you done to yourself, Orochimaru? There was no amount of hate his tone. Even when staring at the student of his who has turned his back on Konoha and was now attacking it. Kokokokaku. Orochimaru crackled loudly. Nothing bad, sensei. Without warning, he dashed toward the old man. Just when he was closer, his neck stretched out, rushing toward his sensei. This act surprised Hiruzen. But not enough that he couldn't act. He quickly jumped, lifting his right foot and weaved it toward the snake's head. The foot slammed into Orochimaru's head, but the second it did so, an explosion of a mist occurred. It was dark purple. Hiruzen quickly tried to jump away, but he ended up inhaling some of it. You shouldn't have done that, sensei. A sense of dread slapped Hiruzen hard when Orochimaru said those words with a sinister grin. Poison? Bingo. Orochimaru returned his head his shoulders and then dashed toward his sensei. But before he could reach the old man, Jiraiya suddenly flashed in front of him. The Toad Sage punched him so hard in the chest, Orochimaru forgot to breathe, spitting out liquids from his mouth. His former friend followed this up by a brutal kick to the temple. There was so much strength in the kick that his skin teared, revealing the skin of his host. Had he been normal, his skull would have cracked. He loudly hissed, being sent rocketing toward a building without control of his body. He crashed into a wall with his back, hissing in pain. Arg, Orochimaru hissed once more. Jiraiya wasn't letting up. A kunai stabbed him in the chest, and then a punch on his face. The wall behind him was crushed, sending him into the building. Orochimaru hissed, hitting tables and chairs. He raised his head, and then laughed, ignoring his bleeding and deformed face. You look a little angry, Jiraiya-kun. Not even a little. I just don't want to give you rest. But I am disappointed you attacked Sensei in this village. I'm going to make sure we bury you today, Orochimaru. Jiraiya replied in a dead serious tone. That is a little scary, but should you be so focused on me? I did just poison Sensei and with a special poison. This one attacks the chakra system. Even Tsunade is going to require a miracle to heal this one. Kokokaku. Jiraiya's eyes turned toward his sensei. It was only for a moment, but he knew the Anbu would take care of the old man. Yet the words had worried him enough to take a look, and it was all that Orochimaru needed to launch an attack. The Toad Sage folded his hands across his face to block a kick aimed at his face. His wrist guards tingled slightly at the strength behind Orochimaru's attack. In such a confined space, he did not wish to fight. He then quickly flashed away, landing into the streets. Naruto blinked after appearing in the lands of the Toads. Fukasaku was staring at him with a serious expression on his face. What's wrong? Konoha is under attack. There is an invasion by Orochimaru. Naruto laughed at this. It was by no means a happy laughter. Something was seriously wrong with their mission. They were sent after Kabuto, and if Orochimaru was attacking Konoha, there was just no way Kabuto wasn't with the Sannin. Kabuto was in Konoha at the moment and they were in a goose chase. It was no wonder Sai was stalling. He wasn't being cynical, but there was no way Danzo didn't know about this. He couldn't prove anything, but his suspicion turned toward a collusion. Are you okay? Naruto nodded, turning serious. Treacherous people. Either Jiraiya was misled or someone else plotted this to have me and Sasuke out of the hidden leaf when this invasion was going to occur. This is just to remove our threat to the opposing forces. Someone didn't want us in that village. He paused. Who else is attacking? Suna. Naruto grimaced. It is going to be hell for Konoha. After all, Suna has a Jinchuriki, he said. Are preparations ready? Yes. Follow me. You need to hurry, Naruto-chan. Naruto did as instructed. He knew where Sasuke was. He could immediately send for him to return to Konoha. Hiruzen fell on his knees, his body writhing in pain. He felt as if something was eating him from the inside. He coughed up blood. The poison was working fast in his old body. His vision was becoming blurred. Two Anbu rushed toward him, grabbed him. Sensei. He could hear Jiraiya's worried voice. He was rushing toward him. He lifted his head, seeing the panicked man. Hiruzen smiled sadly, ignoring the blood from his mouth. Jiraiya-kun. It seems you've come to my rescue. Why did you fight him alone? You had your Anbu with you. Jiraiya was shouting. Hiruzen coughed. This was truly miserable. He had failed to protect Konoha even at this time. He failed to correct his wrongs. Orochimaru was still alive. Probably laughing right now. Seeing this, Jiraiya glared at the Anbu. "You're supposed to be his guards." He ordered we remain on standby and he had things under control. The Anbu replied. "We will take him to the hospital." They quickly vanished, not wanting to face the wrath of the Sannin. Jiraiya turned to face Orochimaru with an unreadable look. "If only you were to live to see what would happen if he dies." Kukukaku, Orochimaru laughed mercilessly. "What would you do, Jiraiya-kun?" "It doesn't matter. You did right coming here. We no longer have to hunt you down. You will die in this village in which you were born," Jiraiya said firmly. Orochimaru laughed once more. "But I don't think so, Jiraiya." Orochimaru replied, grinning. "I didn't come here without a plan. Let me show you something. What do you think about seeing the Pastkages destroying the village? Ah, you didn't get to say goodbye to your beloved pupil when he died. At least you will tell him how much it pained him that you failed to protect him." Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out, registering the meaning of Orochimaru's words. "You can't mean Edo Tensei, Orochimaru." "But I mean that, Orochimaru. And what can you do to stop it?" Orochimaru laughed as he kneeled, slamming his hands to the ground. "Past Hokage, welcome back to the world of the living." Jiraiya watched, wide-eyed as 3 coffins burst from the ground. They were written first, second and fourth. This was hell. Who was going to stop Minato? Who could stop the Shodai Hokage? Worse, they were Edo Tensei, they couldn't be killed. The coffins crumbled, but not that of the fourth. The first and second were revealed. Orochimaru quickly put knives on their heads. Tobirama opened his eyes, looking at the place around him and then glanced at his brother. "Brother, it seems we have been brought back to the world of living." "Indeed," Hashirama responded. "Konoha? It appears so. This is one of your jutsu, Tobirama." Tobirama didn't respond. Who would use this jutsu on him like this? He created the jutsu and to think it would be used on him? His eyes fell on Jiraiya. "Are you the one behind the jutsu? The snake behind you?" Jiraiya responded in a measured tone. His mind was thinking of ways he could counter the Edo Tensei. Orochimaru already knew the fourth wouldn't rise. He'd tried it already after all, but he had done this for the mental anguish Jiraiya would face. Of course, his former friend didn't even know the fourth wasn't going to join the party. He held a hand sign, asserting his control over the cage. "Introductions are not needed, but I am the student of Hiruzen Sensei," Orochimaru said. "Now, destroy Konoha for me." "Nothing poetic as that." Tobirama frowned. He was being controlled like this. And he had to destroy the village. But it didn't seem like he had a choice in the matter. To be brought back in such a state, Tobirama lamented. "We are not even at 30% of our power," Hashimara agreed. "Is my granddaughter still alive?" Jiraiya realized the Shodai was talking to him. "Tsunade? Stop talking and do what you're brought here for," Orochimaru instructed. Zaunde wasn't expecting to see Hiruzen been brought to her while gnashing his teeth in pain, sweating bullets and looking ghostly pale. She expected him to live through this. He was still the man who held the title of God of Shinobi. To see him lying in a mat, obviously in pain, caught her off guard. She had him moved to a secure and private place where no one would see him. It wasn't going to end up doing the village in favor when they learned their leader was out of commission. This was going to be secretly guarded. No one had to know this. What happened? Poison. Damn Orochimaru. Tsunade swore, taking a look at her sensei. She bit her lip. This was bad. This was really bad. At the moment, she didn't even know what was the problem. She had to focus on removing the poison first and then worry about how to solve its effects. "Get me Shizune, now." "Hi." One of the Anbu departed. Where was Jiraiya when this happened? He should have at least stopped the old man from fighting Orochimaru. He was too old for this. Couldn't he see that he couldn't do everything by himself? Jiraiya-sama was busy with the summons. But he is currently busy with Orochimaru now. The Anbu paused, receiving a message from his earpiece. What now? It appears that Orochimaru has summoned both the Shodai and Nidaime Hokage into battle. Tsunade froze for a moment. Her grandfather here? Was Jiraiya going to be able to handle it? Should she go and meet him? No, the important thing was her sensei at the moment. She couldn't abandon him. Keep me updated on how it is going. If things get bad, I'll need to get there. Have someone stand close to Sakura just in case, Tsunade instructed. Now, wait outside and make sure no one comes in. This mustn't be told anyone. Hi. Who was in charge now that Sandaime was out? Maybe Shikaku. He was the one who commanded the Jonin. But Tsunade hoped that Danzo didn't step out of the shadows. He had always wanted the position of Hokage, and if he found out that Hiruzen was out of commission, he was going to attempt to seize power from him. And that would be hell. You're late, Tsunade said to Shizune as she stepped into the room. Sandaime-sama. Help me out remove the poison. It is in his lungs and spreading fast. He must have breathed it. And it's starting to affect his chakra, Tsunade said with a deep frown. Sakura swept aside a sweat on her forehead as she finished healing the man beside her at the academy grounds. There were many shinobi who were bound at the training grounds, with Anbu keeping them locked up in a circle. Most of the battles had already stopped. It was good. But the damage was already done. Yet, she was glad she was able to get this much done. For her village. A pity that neither Sasuke nor Naruto were around. But what could have had gotten them sent away from the village at this stage when an invasion was about to happen? Didn't Konoha know about it? She'd not heard anything regarding it from her master. You should be fine, she said to the Jonin she'd just finished healing. She let loose of a tired breath. Fighting and healing demanded a lot of chakra. Any more of this for long periods and she wouldn't last long. She really needed to build more of her chakra reserves. I see someone is busy, Kakashi said, walking toward Sakura. Sensei. Sakura beamed seeing the Jonin. Bruised. Yet looking casual as always. He was walking with Asuma sensei. The Jonin was holding to the side of his stomach. She quickly got up and walked toward him. Ah, it's nothing, Asuma said, trying to wave off the girl from looking concerned for him. Let me see, Sakura said. She'd heard those words so many times. Not everyone was willing to admit to their pain. Even when some were walking toward the edge of a cliff, walking toward death, they would still smile and say they were fine. Just for the sake of those around him. Asuma relented and removed his hand. There was a deep gash. Sakura frowned. He obviously took one of those shinobi pills to stop much of the bleeding. Her hands glowed as she started healing the wound. That's nasty. I was fighting a wind user. He was much better than me. Asuma admitted. Never seen anyone use wind abilities like him. Suna? Yeah. His name was Baki. Kakashi nodded. The Jonin from the hidden sand. He was truly a powerful shinobi. Well, at least you made it through. Asuma bitterly smiled. Only because he fled during the battle. He suddenly just fled after some sand shinobi came to him. Kakashi adopted a thoughtful look on his face. Suna had already started retreating. There hadn't been just about 1,000 shinobi attacking them. They had banked on the summons and the Jinchuriki to do the damage. Something must have happened. We didn't even see the Kazekage. In a battle like this, he would have been around. I heard some say they had been tricked and betrayed. You worked with Orochimaru, that was going to happen. But they still didn't know anything. They would have to figure things out once things are calm. We'll know what happens. Get healed soon so we can go see if we are needed. There is still the Jinchuriki. I'm hoping he also left with the others, Asuma said. He had no desire to see a Baijuo in the village. It was just going to cause more bloodshed. There was already enough destruction. The snakes had done a number on the village. Yeah. Sensei. Sakura started in a worried tone. Are Naruto and Sasuke fine? They are. You don't have to worry about them. Kakashi replied with an eye smile. But honestly, he was worried for his two students. They had been sent on a mission to Orochimaru when the snake was coming here. It was bad news. Something was obviously prepared for them. And Kakashi hoped that the two would be wiser. They were strong, but there was no such thing as invincibility in this world of shinobi. Powerful shinobi have been killed. He hoped it was nothing of that kind. A pity, if Naruto had been around, this would have done well to improve his image in the village. Thank you. Asuma was cut off when an explosion of chakra ripped through the village. The Jonin tensed. The malicious chakra was not human. The potency, it was that of a Baijuo. It had to be the one tail. Just when they thought it was over. If there was any confirmation, it was the Baijiu needed. Its laughter and cries of freedom confirmed everything. The village trembled slightly as it jumped up for a moment. Sakura. Stay here. Kakashi ordered, lifting his arm headband. Without warning, he disappeared, rushing toward the direction of the Baijiu. Asuma stared toward the direction. It wasn't even close to them, yet he could see it towering over the buildings, already swatting aside shinobi. He smiled at Sakura. That is a fight you don't want to join, he said, before he too disappeared. The young ones had to be protected. It was always like this. A policy of his father to send out only jonin to fight. The young ones only went out when resources were stretched to the limit. What the hell is going on out there? Tsunade could hear the explosions outside. She couldn't focus clearly. An Anbu went inside them. We need to move the Sandaime Hokage now. We can't move him at a time like this. No choice. The Baijiu is aiming toward the hospital with its jutsu. We don't know if it can be stopped. Tsunade swore and then nodded. Take Shizune with you. She then jumped out of the window. The moment she stepped out, the few that were inside were already being taken out. It seemed that most battles had stopped. And Jiraiya couldn't come to the rescue. As far as the Anbu told her, he was locked in a powerful barrier with Orochimaru and still fighting a never-ending battle. She jumped to the top of the hospital and widened her eyes. A tailed beast bomb. It was destroying everything on its path, charging toward the hospital. She jumped down. What the hell are you doing still standing there? She shouted at the terrified Chunin. Ino flinched hearing the sound of that woman's voice. But how were they supposed to avoid that? The hospital was going to end up being destroyed at this rate. Move. The second she said those words, there was a puff of smoke in the air, just seconds away from the tailed beast bomb reaching them. Great. Naruto swore, looking at the tailed beast bomb rushing toward him. He had to be summoned just to face this. He couldn't try to deflect it. He wasn't sure there would be enough power to send it away from the village. If he was alone, he could just use Makuten to protect himself. But deflecting it meant that it would explode. He had to contain the explosion, and that was just going to put him in danger. He landed down, summoning the Kyuubi's chakra. A huge wooden hand sprouted from the ground, just enough of him. Its palms open. At least, it would be able to absorb a little of the jutsu. Wood release, wooden locking wall. Covering a wide area in a circle around him, wooden pillars burst from the around, rising way high. They left a huge gap in front, and a second later, the tailed beast bomb went inside. In a flash, the wall then closed, creating a huge dome of timber. Orange chakra then surrounded the timber as a powerful explosion tore through. Boom! The chakra hadn't been quick enough. The explosion blasted the timber away as if it was nothing, sending splinters flying in all directions. The shockwave shattered glasses, and they were sent flying back into the hospital before the chakra, acting like a barrier, contained the explosion. Ino quickly got up. The shockwave had been so powerful that some were hit by the wooden splinters. Some crashed into the glasses. But she didn't care about that. Not that she could feel pain. No, Naruto was in that explosion. Even now, the chakra was holding it in. She couldn't see anything inside, just debris crashing into the chakra that refused to break down. It was pressing, and the chakra barrier was flexible enough to be stretched, yet it did not break. Ino was worried. Her heart was racing. Naruto had to be fine. He had just returned from the training. She hadn't enjoyed much of her time with her. Things hadn't changed that much for him. He hasn't become Hokage. He couldn't be dead. He had to be fine. Naruto. She shouted, hoping and praying that he could hear her. That kind of cry worried Tsunade as she stared at the barrier. She could see some seals. It wasn't just her chakra. The Kyuubi's chakra. There was Fuinjutsu within. She bit her lip. The brat couldn't be dead. He was a nice kid. A little different, but a nice kid with hopes. If something happened to him, she was going to blame the Sandaime. When the barrier finally died down, she wasn't the only one who moved toward the dying debris. But this wasn't the important matter. Shukaku was still running rampant on the sides, shouting something about the Kyuubi. There was a huge crater after everything became visible. It was like a deep hole. But there was no sign of Naruto. He couldn't have died, right? Her heart raced a bit. Until she saw him, landing at the edge of the crater, surrounded by a strange-looking chakra. Ino dashed past her. Tsunade smiled and shook her head. Kakashi looked away from the explosion and turned to face Shukaku. His body felt crushed. The second he'd rushed into the battle, he'd come at the receiving end of the beast's deadly sand jutsu. Unlike the Kyuubi, this one knew sand jutsu and they were brutal. There wasn't even time to worry about Naruto. At the moment, the problem still existed. This thing could launch another attack. I'm gonna have to open the 8 gates, Kakashi, Guy said in a serious tone. You'll die in the end. I will use Kamui. It is too big for you to take out like that. If you two are done, come here, I'll tell you how to solve this problem, Gamabunta shouted at the two. He was already running out of chakra to begin with. Both Guy and Kakashi jumped toward the Toad Chief. The summoning is going to be undone any moment now. Do you see that kid above T? Gamabunta was forced to halt talking to put his sword in front as a shield as the Baijuu sent its tail crashing toward them. The blow sent him skidding backwards. And then he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Falling to the ground, Guy looked at Kakashi. What was he about to say? I guess we have to target the host? That was dangerous. But still nowhere near the strength of the Baijuu Dama of the Kyuubi, even in its half strength. They couldn't even be compared. But still, it was dangerous. He tried to calm his breathing, his upper clothing was burned off but there was no wound on him. Not even a little. The Yata mirror still glowed around him. After a moment, he let it go. Without it, he would have most likely sustained some serious injuries. Or maybe not. He took that risk to save lives. Besides, the Kyuubi was more motivated to see him come out on top, saying it wasn't going to have its host lose to a power from that damn Tanuki. There was competition there. Naruto? Naruto turned his head without getting up. He found Ino, almost in tears. He raised an eyebrow. Why do you look like you want to cry? He asked despite the situation. I was worried about you, she yelled. Perhaps to some people, it looked as if he had been in trouble. But not even for a second had Naruto thought his life was in danger. Naruto smiled. I had things under control. You were in that explosion. How did you have it under control? She said those words a little too quickly. Naruto just shook his head. He felt warm that she cared so much for him. Happy, he was. He grinned, a little silly. He really was happy to know that she cared for him to such an extent. He stood up, dusting himself up, and then looked ahead at the Shukaku. While I'm happy and would like to chat with you, there is still a job to be done. Tsunade was upon them. Are you all right? Naruto held out his hands. Yep. He replied. That was nothing. Tsunade nodded. How lucky to be him. He must have gone into that with a plan that could work, not trying to take chances by using a plan that sacrificed his life. She smiled. The smile disappeared for a moment as she thought about the Sandaime. She wasn't going to say anything. Well, then, I should go. He didn't give anyone a chance to respond as he suddenly disappeared along gusts of wind. So, I just have to wake the Jinchuriki and the transformation will be undone. Naruto replied to the Kyuubi as he hopped through buildings, rushing toward the next opponent. Yes. But I would prefer it if you used a bit of my power to beat that Tanuki into submission. No time for that. Naruto replied. Landing in between Kakashi and Guy. Naruto. Kakashi replied with an eye smile. The Anbu were trying by all means to attack Gaara. But the Baijuu would not stand still. It was protecting Gaara at all costs. You're okay. No time. Order everyone to clear out of the area. The blonde said. We have to wake him up. Either you or Guy have to beat him. I'll hold the Baijuu still. Why do we have to clear out? Kakashi got the answer when the Baijuu turned toward them. Its chakra output just increased. He knew it was angry. It can sense the Baijuu inside of you? Yup, and they don't get along. Some competition along the Baijuu. The one inside me claims it is more powerful because it has more tails and the one in front weaker because it is just one, Naruto said. Need to move it out of the village. Just in case it gets feisty. Gates are closed. If they aren't opened by the time I get there, I'll destroy them. Kakashi shook his head. Let's move out, Guy. Yes, my rival. Guy replied. If I get him first. We tie our matches. Don't make this a competition. How is he going to hold it still, by the way? We'll see. Naruto needed to get the Baijuu's attention and so he summoned one tail's worth of the Kyuubi's chakra. Kyuubi, Shukaku roared before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Even the mighty Kyuubi got sealed by a human. And look, I'm free and you're locked. The Baijuwu roared into laughter once more. Let me out, Naruto. You can switch with me. I won't do anything. I just want to teach the Tanuki a lesson. Naruto ignored the Kyuubi. Now that it was sitting in a special place, it was possible for it to control his body. But he had put on a protection that stopped it from doing so. Even in his sleep, it could not. Even when they had a force link that allowed it to give him its chakra. Naruto dashed straight toward Shukaku. The Baijuwu lifted its right hand, trying to smash him. Naruto watched it all the way down and then jumped to the left as the hand hit the ground. Chunks of earth rose upon the colossal, lifting dust. Naruto landed safely and waved at the Baijuwu, smiling. Come, weakest among the Baijuwu. I don't even need the Kyuubi to deal with you. He blasted past the Baijuwu in great speed. Almost like lightning. What? Shukaku dashed toward him, crushing everything in its way as it chased after Naruto in anger. Buildings and shinobi alike were swatted to the side it ran. The closed gates were ahead of him in a straight line and they were not opened. There was no choice. Naruto summoned 3 more tails and while running, he started forming a small-tailed beast bomb. It was difficult, almost impossible for him to do it while running. He asked the Kyuubi to do it for him. Stop running. And having to hear that voice behind him. So, he let the Kyuubi manage that process. Once done, he launched the miniature-tailed beast bomb straight toward the village gates. Boom! It exploded into a blinding light upon contact with the village gates. Naruto couldn't see whether the gates were destroyed but he just ran and jumped where the jutsu had hit. Lucky for him, there was a gaping hole. Shukaku just rammed through what remained of the gates, even hitting the walls. It found Naruto standing still, outside, the chakra of the Kyuubi no longer surrounded him. I'll make this quick. And the Kyuubi says good night. Shukaku dashed toward Naruto. Mukuten, Hote no Jutsu. Shukaku came to a complete halt when a gigantic wooden hand sprouted from the ground, between him and the blonde. His eye shifted around, seeing 4 more. The damn things were his size and surrounded him. To get out, he would need sheer strength. Damn Mukuten. He cursed inwardly. He then grinned, thinking how joyous it would be for him to seal away the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The Baijuwu was forced to do an amazing feat of agility when a giant wooden splinter crept from below him. It almost skewered through his belly. But he managed to jump away before he could be impaled. Oh! Naruto clapped his hands, impressed. For someone your size, that was impressive. But you forget. He pointed behind the Baijuwu. Shukaku's eye snapped back, shouted angrily when one of the gigantic hands grabbed his tail. He hit the ground, causing a powerful shockwave in an attempt to break free, but he only succeeded in causing tremors and sending dust to the sides. I won't be sent back like this. Konoha Senpu. That loud voice made Shukaku freeze for a second. He hadn't thought the insects would follow him. His tail held, he tried to swat away the Konoha shinobi but was not fast enough. Guy flashed in front of the sleeping Gaara along with Kakashi who appeared behind. Guy's attack hit the Jinchuriki on his forehead while Kakashi on the back of his head. Both quickly jumped up as the Shukaku started to violently shake. No. No. I won't go back inside. Gaara's eyes snapped open as a result of the attacks. His head throbbing. His eyes widened slightly, seeing a huge wooden hand rushing toward him. The fist hit Shukaku in the face, silencing its cries, and then it started to crumble into dust, with Gaara being freed. While Naruto was undoing his jutsu, Kakashi and Guy landed beside him. But the 3 were forced to jump away when they were suddenly showered by violent twisting winds. Naruto's eyes snapped toward Gaara, watching what was a puppet grab the Jinchuriki and then fleeing into the tree. They landed gracefully but none thought of the chase. Naruto released a long breath. That was scary, he said with a smile. For a moment, I thought that thing was going to crush me. Both Guy and Kakashi stared at him. Was he not the one teasing a Baijuwu with an indifferent mask? Was he not the one not the least bothered by its chilling killing intent? So, who hit him first? Naruto asked, changing the subject. A draw. You're still ahead, my rival, Guy said as they started walking back to the village. I have to go look for my students, he said before leaving the 2. Kakashi took a look at Naruto. Not even a wound or scratch. Healing powers. And with what he had taken, you'd think it didn't happen. He smiled. You came back at the right time. Yeah, Naruto agreed. But it seems that is all over. Sasuke is going to be disappointed that he won't get here in time to see the fun of it. Well, it's A+ for me. I'm glad I signed that Toad contract. Would have returned to find the leaf in smokes. It is already in smokes. Kakashi pointed out. Could have been worse. Naruto shrugged. A flash of the tailed beast bomb exploding in front of him made him flinch. I'm going to have nightmares about that. Never again am I doing it. Anything could have happened. What if the Yara mirror hadn't activated in time? What the barrier couldn't withstand the power? He'd already tested it, but never like that when he was inside. He took the brunt of the explosion. You weren't sure it would work? Naruto spat out blood. Everything was done in haste. I wasn't sure about how effective it would be. Worse, I understated the shockwave. Hit me badly. That was when I feared for the worst. Kakashi smiled. You made it through. He looked at the blood Naruto spat out. But are you really okay? Yeah. Must have bled internally. Even when you heal, it doesn't actually clean the blood. I must get checked or otherwise I won't be okay. Naruto replied. Kakashi nodded. But before he could respond, a squad of Anbu surrounded them. Uzumaki, Hatake Kakashi, the battle is not over yet. What now? Jiraiya-sama is still locked in battle with Orochimaru and the Passages. They are Edo Tensei, so, he isn't winning. Nor he is losing. But it will only be a matter of time before they wear him out. Naruto frowned. Having looked at the Forbidden Scroll, he understood a little bit about Edo Tensei. And the Passages? His father couldn't be there. His soul was trapped within the belly of the Shinigami. It had to be the Shodai and Nidaime. What kind of barrier is holding them in? It is best if you come and see. Kabuto stepped into the barrier after being given entry by the Sound 4. He was impressed by the power of the Passages. Even with so little power they were still able to do this much. But more impressive was Jiraiya. The Toad Sage using his Sage Jutsu was holding his own. He had given Orochimaru even some beating. It was a matter of endurance at this point. No matter how many times he destroyed them, the cage just came back to life again. But the Sannin wasn't stopping either. Truly, Jiraiya was a powerful warrior. In this state, he could be hard to beat for anyone. Kabuto worried for his master. The host had received a number of beatings. It had to be too weak by now. And they had already achieved their purpose. It was just best to leave now. Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes toward Kabuto while within the trees created by the Shodai Hokage. He was still having fun here. What, Kabuto? The one tail had been handled and Suna has retreated and some are held by Leaf Shinobi. This is the only battle that is still taking place. Orochimaru frowned slightly. Things had happened a little too fast. He'd been hasty to poison his sensei. But he hadn't any other choice. The old could still move and the Sound 4 had yet to appear. It was ridiculous that Jiraiya was still moving freely regardless of his best attempts and he had genuinely thought he was the better shinobi. No, he had always been better. If he could use his Sage Jutsu, he would have already crippled Jiraiya. His eyes turned toward Jiraiya for a moment and then hissed. It appears that Naruto-kun has found some way back to the village but not with Sasuke-kun. If we leave now, we can intercept him on his way back. Orochimaru grinned at this. Our escape route? I have prepared the diversion. The hospital and the academy were too guarded. But the diversion is there. Good, Orochimaru said. Get everything ready. I can't leave the two Hokage here. They might get sealed away. I still need to study things and ensure how to make them stronger for next time. But if Konoha chases after us, I will use them. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru stepped away from the trees into the clearing, folded his hands across his chest, holding the sword of Kusanagi. It appears that we must call it quits, Jiraiya-kun. I would have loved to play with you for a little while longer but time is no longer on my side. Besides, there is prey I must hunt. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Prey? Did he mean Sasuke? By now, he knew there had been some misinformation about the intel he received about the whereabouts of Kabuto. It only meant that Naruto and Sasuke were sent to Orochimaru's hideout on purpose. Did the Sannin plan to take them? Do you think I'm going to let you escape after everything? Jiraiya asked with narrowed eyes. Kukukaku, Orochimaru laughed. You should worry about sensei at this point, Jiraiya-kun. I can leave here. As he said, the barrier became undone. Anbu and other shinobi were surrounding them all. How do you plan on escaping like this, Orochimaru? You're trapped. You have nowhere else to go. Surrender. Maybe some other day. The sound force surrounded him. Do say hello to Naruto-kun for me. Tell him I was going to greet him after this. But the buildings that surrounded them started to explode one by one. Explosive tags. Jiraiya heard someone cry out. Along the street, the building crumbled, dust and flames picking up. The shinobi scrambled in an attempt to run for cover. Even Jiraiya was forced to run for cover, and within that commotion, Orochimaru seemingly vanished into thin air. When everything cleared, only 5 buildings had been destroyed. Apartment blocks. The good thing was that there was no one there. The bad thing was that the cage were still around. Someone get a Hyuga to check for more tags in the buildings. We must search the entire village. The message had a chilling effect. There were some sound shinobi who had already been within the village. Some came through the forest of death. But if they managed to set up the explosives in those buildings, they could have done it in other buildings. If so, no one was safe from entering any building until it was checked for tags. So this is why you refuse to use your Senjutsu. Jiraiya turned toward Naruto, who was still shirtless. He was with Kakashi. God, was he happy to see the blonde. But the old man. Even though the blonde had been a little distant with the old man, knowing about his state was going to hit him hard. He looked happy now. It was best not to burst that bubble. Maybe Tsunade would be able to heal the old man. It is fine now, Fukasaku-sama, Jiraiya said to the Toad Sage. He really did look ugly in this form. It was no wonder Naruto looked amused and other people had seen him. He swore. Are you embarrassed now about your appearance? Of course I am. Then don't summon us again, Ma shouted. Perfect your sage jutsu. And with that, the two disappeared in a puff of smoke. Not you too, Kakashi. The Jonin smiled. I'm just worried you did that when they are still around, he said, pointing at the 2 cage. As he said that, the coffins appeared from the ground and they were swallowed. Ah, never mind. Jiraiya let loose of a long breath. He was glad this is over. The village was still alive. They had to deal with the traitors in Suna. But worse, the Sandaime Hokage. Jiraiya worried about his sensei. He looked around. No one was celebrating. The shinobi were busy at work, lifting the rubbles to look for anyone who might be trapped. It was a win. But still felt like a loss. It would be a loss if the Sandaime dies. He shook his head. He should stop thinking about it. Orochimaru had just said something that made him dreadful, fearing the worst. His eyes turned to Naruto, who was also looking around. Everyone is safe. Civilians are in emergency shelters. The Sannin said, turning serious. Tell me what happened in your mission, Naruto. This. So, even Jiraiya was suspicious about something. Sai was just making us run in circles. Now I see someone wanted us out of the village. I think Orochimaru was sending you on a trap. He said something about a prey. He is talking about Sasuke. He may be in trouble. Naruto frowned. He wasn't happy about letting the Sannin go free. Sasuke is on the way back to the Leaf. The message must have reached him. If he does come across Orochimaru, it might be trouble. Considering he knew it is likely they'll come across him. We should go, Kakashi said. I can summon my hunter dogs to try to find Sasuke. Naruto shook his head. I'll go. It's too dangerous for you alone, Naruto. Don't try to do everything by yourself. You still took on that explosion, Kakashi said in a serious tone. The tailed beast bomb? Jiraiya asked. He had felt the explosion and had been worried when Orochimaru started giggling about it. I'm fine. Besides, I'm not alone. I will be with Sasuke. Orochimaru is already worn out from this battle. As much as I hate that bastard, I'm not going to try to face him if I come across him before I meet Sasuke. My priority is Sasuke. You two are needed in the village. You need to stand with the Sandaime. We don't know if there are more attacks coming. If we leave, who is going to support the old man? Naruto said, looking up. The others will feel safer when Sharingan no Kakashi is around along with Jiraiya. I can afford to leave. Just be careful. We'll have Anbu follow you. As long as they can keep up, Naruto said, releasing a bit of chakra. Both Kakashi and Jiraiya felt it blast past them but held their ground. Wish me luck. And like that, he was gone. That kid is going to be a monster, Jiraiya said proudly. He already is, Kakashi said in a serious tone. That was just a slight increase. And the chakra became visible. It was potent. Naruto had always had ridiculous amount of chakra and it appears he had increased on that even farther. You might be right. You want to tell me what is happening? I saw your look when Naruto mentioned the third. I'm sure Naruto did too but was just ignoring it. Jiraiya looked around and then whispered to Kakashi. He is in a bad state. I don't know his current condition. But Orochimaru poisoned him. Said something about chakra poisoning. Tsunade is busy with him. People are going to start noticing and they will panic. Yeah. Jiraiya grimaced. Hopefully by then we will have a picture on how he is. The old man has always been around. His presence was been never ending in the village. Don't want to worry the villagers about it. Stay here, I'm going to check up on him. Temari was running along with Kankuro, heading toward Suna. Baku was waiting for them ahead. For them, they had insisted on not going ahead without their brother. Worse, their father was killed. It wasn't a sad thing this moment. For Temari, the good thing was that she was able to save her younger brother. That Naruto had been watching her. He had seen her even lift her fan. She had hesitated swinging it because she knew he was watching her yet still inviting her to attack. It was a mystery to her as to why he did that. She'd breathed out when they had chosen against attacking. They wouldn't have been able to get through. You think Orochimaru killed the old man because he didn't want to go through with this anymore? Kankuro asked. Temari nodded. Likely. The original plan had been merely to scare the Wind Daimyo. But I suppose he got ensnared along the way. But still decided against it. Orochimaru had no other reason to kill him if they were still on the same wavelength. Good thing for us Konoha isn't charging. Smiling bitterly, Temari replied. Hardly matters. They had better things to do. They know where we live. They are going to come after us once they have recovered. Oh. But who would have thought Gaara would lose? That's not important if Konoha is going to come after us, Kankuro said. He was worried about Temari. She was the girl and the older one. They were the children of the Kazekage. If something was going to happen to someone, it was going to be them and Temari would be first to go. I know what you. Temari trailed off, halting as she sensed movement ahead. Kankuro also stopped. Deidara appeared out of nowhere along with Sasori. We will be taking the Jinchuriki with us. Deidara announced in a casual tone. He then turned to Sasori. Sasori-sama. This isn't fair. He is it out cold. We can't show which one of us has superior art. On our next target. Sasori replied. Temari swore. Sasori was an S-rank criminal. This was bad. Really bad. But she wasn't just going to give up on her brother like that. They were going to fight. Jiraiya found both Tsunade and Shizune sweating bullets as they exhausted themselves in trying to work on the third. He didn't say anything but just watched with an expressionless look. Worried for his sensei. After what felt like eternity, Tsunade breathed and then turned to him. The old man was breathing. That was good. But the look on Tsunade's face didn't say good news. She settled down and then looked back at the old man. Since you are here, I assume everything is all right outside. Invasion is over. Orochimaru fled. Naruto has given chase. Tsunade stared at the man. Are you trying to have the kid killed? He already took on a Baiju Dama and had to face with a Baiju. Jiraiya held up his hands. He didn't understand why she seemed angry all of a sudden. As far as he was concerned, Naruto and Tsunade were not close. Sure, they met a couple of times while she was checking up on him, but they were not that close. In fact, he should be the one getting worried and yelling at people for letting the blonde go alone. Orochimaru is weakened. I did a number on him before he fled. Beside, it was his decision to go and he is going to be with Sasuke. There is a chance that Orochimaru might try to get the jump on the Uchiha. It couldn't be allowed for Orochimaru to gain the power of the Sharingan in that way. He had to be stopped. It was a bitter pill to swallow that he allowed the snake to escape the village with his life, but if both Sasuke and Naruto returned alive, then Orochimaru would have his day. It is always their choice, Jiraiya. Always their choice. They love this village too much, and for what? Jiraiya closed his eyes for a moment and then faced Tsunade. When did you get close to him? We are not close. She corrected. But I have gotten to know quite a bit about his story. He is Minato's son and someone from my grandmother's clan. He has it rough and I see why Sensei cares so much for him. He is a nice kid. Dangerous, yes. But a nice kid. It would have been sad if he died in the same way as his father without experiencing happiness. He had to be beat against taking such measures. He was going to die young and leave some people crying for him. There are some people who love him. Don't think he realizes it himself. But there are those who care for him deeply, and if he does something reckless like that again, they are only going to be sad. Tsunade shook her head. Maybe she was worrying for nothing. He is a big kid, Tsunade. You've been around him, you know him. The thing, despite all that power and mindset, I only see a kid who wants to be appreciated. A kid who wants his existence to be acknowledged. Tsunade looked back at the third. You told him? No. I didn't want to worry him when he might face Orochimaru. You do know that if he faces Orochimaru, that bastard is going to gloat about it and he might even use it against him by saying the old man is dead, which is why nobody said anything to him. Jiraiya shrunk under Tsunade's glare. He didn't consider this much. He was embarrassed to even admit it. If Orochimaru does that, he will only guarantee his death. Jiraiya wasn't confident as he would have liked. How is he? Stable. We removed the poison. But damage is done to his chakra system. If he gets out of this, his days will be numbered and won't be able to use chakra again. Any attempt to need it may end his life. Tsunade shook her head sadly. Still a lot to be done. Jiraiya nodded. I'm going out there. Some people may be starting to ask questions. And the village is basically without a leader now since he had no planned successor. Tsunade didn't reply to this. Kabuto. A weary Orochimaru said as he came to a halt, seeing a bullet rushing down toward them. No doubt, it was Sasuke. That meant the Uchiha was flying with Sai. It wasn't supposed to be like that. Has he been betrayed? Hardly surprising given what he was working with. Either way, he didn't think this posed much of a problem. Sasuke was still just Sasuke after all. But perhaps they should have brought Karin with them. When it came to avoiding people, she did best with her sensory abilities. Boom! Sasuke crash-landed in front of the group. He hit the trees, shattering everything below him with a part of his Susanoo that was activated. Sasuke-kun. How nice of you to join us. I thought you'd be waiting for us at Otogakur. Sasuke stared. The fact that Orochimaru was here meant that the invasion was over by now. He frowned. He had missed a great deal. Naruto could have taken him with him. To even get to this point was because Sai had been willing to give direction and take him on flight, which was an easier method of traveling and far faster. But if Orochimaru was here, having fled Konoha meant that Naruto was just behind. There was no way that Naruto was going to let Orochimaru get away. Sasuke respected that the Sannin was Naruto's target. But he was here? If Naruto wasn't quick enough, he would have to disable the Sannin. He couldn't let him leave. Orochimaru, Sasuke said, ignoring the five beside the Sannin. You must have fled from Konoha. But I could not wait for you. Kukukaku, Orochimaru laughed. I didn't flee. I left because the objective was completed. The leaf is in smokes now. I see. Then you must die here. Don't be hasty, Sasuke-kun. We must talk after all. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Most likely an attempt to recruit him. It was laughable that this man was trying to recruit him. Orochimaru was not worthy of the Sharingan. About? He was willing to indulge. To kill time. You must have already known that Naruto is more powerful than you. I built him. I can make you even more powerful. Powerful enough to kill Itachi-kun. Sasuke almost laughed. Orochimaru was 3 years late. Naruto's strength was great. Had the Sannin offered him that opportunity years ago, he would have jumped on the opportunity. Thinking of it, Naruto didn't even tell him against the idea when he admitted it. It was telling. You're late in your offer. Besides, you did not build Naruto. I watched him train, give everything he has to become what he is. Taking credit for his strength is mischievous. As you are now, you cannot offer me anything, Sasuke then smirked. I don't even think you're more powerful than me to make that offer. If you can beat me, maybe I would consider it. You dare speak to Orochimaru-sama that way? Know your place, Uchiha? Sakin snapped, charging forward. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan flashed to life. Compared to the speeds he was used to seeing from Naruto, this was nothing. He wanted to kill, but he couldn't waste time dealing with nuisance. He waited until the man was just above him and the Susanoo flared to life. Just parts of it. It wasn't holding its bow but a sword. Sakin couldn't move away. The sword just materialized in front of him. There was no time to stop his momentum. It pierced through his chest. He cried, gnashing his teeth. The Uchiha then dismissively hurled him toward the side without even looking at him. He swore, being sent flying away with a large gaping hole in his chest that was going to see him dead. Orochimaru stopped the others from charging toward the Sasuke. It was obvious, Sasuke was stronger than them at this point. They needed to use the curse seal to make a move from on the Uchiha. He has really improved, hasn't he, Kabuto? Indeed, Orochimaru-sama. The power of the Sharingan becomes more interesting each time we see it. If the Sharingan can do this little things, what more can the Rinnegan do? Exceedingly well. The man who wields those eyes claims to be God, after all. And his power cannot be compared to that of Sasuke or Itachi. We could do more if we had Sasuke with us. He is a living Uchiha after all. Kabuto suggested. They already had valuable data mined from Naruto. But it would worth to have the specimen on current level and Sasuke on the other side. It could even accelerate their research by years. He doesn't look like he will go willingly. What must we do? Naruto-kun. Huh? The answer came when Naruto landed behind them, a menacing chakra surrounding him. Kabuto became wary of the situation. He should have known Sasuke was buying time. You're late. Kabuto heard Sasuke shout out. Naruto's response was nonchalant. I had things to do. The blonde replied. Take out the nuisance, will you? We must deal with Orochimaru quickly and go back to the Leaf. It appears there are matters that are troubling. Since when do you order me around? If you want to get Orochimaru, you must clean up the mess yourself, Sasuke said, folding his hands across his chest. You're going to be like that now? Sasuke shrugged. Your battle. Udon, Tuya, go, Orochimaru commanded the remaining three. Take caution. Orochimaru turned to Naruto, grinning. I'm surprised they let you come this far, Naruto-kun. Why would I come after you? Well, my sensei is most likely dead. If not, he is going to be soon. I took time to prepare my gift for him, Orochimaru said with a laugh. Or, they didn't tell you about it? How cruel of Jiraiya-kun. As he said those words, Udon charged toward him while Tuya and dashed toward Sasuke. Naruto stood still. He had known something was up when Jiraiya looked at him. The fact that the Sandaime wasn't in battle with Orochimaru had meant something had happened. He had felt personal responsibility and would have wanted to face his former student himself. Naruto hadn't wanted to think about it then. He didn't want to think about the possibilities of the even now, but hearing it from Orochimaru quite honestly pressed him the wrong way. Just the way the man laughed. It was the man who trained. And yet he was willing to kill him. Despite his lies and deception, the Sandaime was the only person who had so much as showed him love. Naruto had known to be cared for in the hands of the third. He wasn't moving when Udon landed in front of him. Perhaps thinking he had been caught in shock. The man swung a high right foot toward his temple with his left leg rooted to the ground. It was indeed coming in quick and fast. Yet not fast enough. Naruto's left hand just snatched out and he caught the incoming kick. His hand was firm around the ankle. His arm moved at the time as his right foot. The movement was a blur. Udon didn't see anything until he was caught and he heard the cracking sound. It was loud. His eyes shot down, Naruto's foot was planted on his knee. The pain shot through his leg up to his spine and head. He cried out, as his body began to fall. Naruto had just broken his leg around the knee. It was standing unnaturally. Bastard! You broke my leg. I will get you for this. His eyes shot up to the blonde's. Your grip on him was unnatural. He realized why. Chakra was visible around him. Potent chakra. And the look on Naruto's face made him realize the blonde was not a happy person. To say that was slightly an understatement. He was seething. Arg. He felt a stab his chest. He glanced down, a kunai. The blonde didn't remove the kunai, but left it there as he pushed him back. Udon fell on his back, ignored the pain. I would appreciate it if you didn't get up. I have important matters to deal with your master. Udon swore. Even with a broken leg, a kunai deep into his chest, blood slowly dripping, he managed to push himself up and staggered. He put a hand on the kunai and glared at Naruto. This isn't over. You think a mere stab can stop me? I'll show you the power of a sound 4. Naruto held up his right hand, waving an index finger. Why do you think I left that kunai in your chest? You think I do not know about the cursed seal? Udon glanced down. There was a spike at chakra on the kunai. His heart pounded furiously. Fear gripped in tightly as his eyes started to widen. Disappear. Just as he tried to pull it out, an explosion blew him up. The nature of it was that his body was torn apart. The head went upwards, the left shoulder blown to the left and the right to the right. Followed by a shower of blood and guts. His lower body dropped to the ground. None of it hit Naruto as he protected himself from it all by a wall of chakra. Sasuke wasn't planning on wasting time on the two charging toward him. What Orochimaru had said about the Sandaime had to be serious. It meant the situation was grave at the leaf. And Naruto's response to the Sannin meant he wasn't just saying this to rile up the blonde. He was indifferent to it. He didn't particularly care for the Sandaime. But he understood that the old man was valuable to Naruto. Neither were attacking him head on. After what he had just shown, it made sense. He could simply do it again. But Sasuke wasn't a one-trick pony. I don't have time to waste on you, Sasuke said forcefully, his Mangekyo building up chakra. Amaterasu. Seeing the turn of events, Orochimaru turned to Kabuto. Kabuto, go now. I want to test how these two have grown. I will join you shortly. Orochimaru-sama. Shouldn't I stay behind? No. You cannot face either. Sasuke's eyes make ninjutsu useless. Any jutsu you use, B will use. Naruto is a Jinchuriki and he appears in the mood right now. Go, for I can't afford to lose you. Basically, Orochimaru didn't want to spend time focusing on him. There was no telling that Sasuke wasn't going to target him. And seeing the black flames, that was an almost impossible jutsu to escape. He'd never seen the flames that couldn't be extinguished, but he had heard of them. Kabuto glanced at Tuya. The way she cried and rolled meant without trying to activate the curse seal meant that the flames truly burnt more than the usual flames. I'll be awaiting your presence, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said, bowing slightly. Chapter 13, Shadows unto Light Part 3. Jiraiya settled down at the Hokage monument, and looked down at the streets. The civilians were already moving about. Some people were checking their properties. There didn't seem to be any immediate trouble and so the inquest had to begin. There was a lot of destruction for there not to be an inquest. Something had seriously gone wrong for the enemy to get inside the village as they did. They had known something was coming, but not in this form. Not Orochimaru causing destruction simply for the fun for it. It looked as if this had been the purpose. Then again, his former teammate could have well planned to bring Konoha to a standstill. He was that arrogant. At least, the Sandaime was going to survive this. Then they would have to deal with how things go this point. Orochimaru obviously had some inside connections. It was unthinkable to think someone would betray their own village. But Danzo had it in him. Jiraiya did not forget the message the old man gave him. He wanted to carry it out. Shikaku? The Jonin commander didn't sit with Jiraiya, he just stood still, and then surveyed the village streets with an expressionless look. How is the Sandaime? Tsunade said he will pull through. But whether he will resume his duties will be another thing. If there had been a chosen successor, they wouldn't worry much about the future. Konoha was too big to be without a leader. Leave a vacuum of power and you'll have all kind of worms popping up into the picture to claim the power. The Hokage power came with privileges. In the wrong hands, it was a disaster. Then the village will need a new cage. Had Tsunade-sama accepted the Sandaime's request? No. Worrying. We can worry about that once the Sandaime has woken up, but we must start asking ourselves questions. Naruto and Sasuke depart the village and the Fire Lord comes here. An invasion occurs. It was too much to be a mere coincidence. The presence of the feudal lord, while could be explained, did lead to an uncomfortable situation. With the Nan around, he wasn't going to sit still and leave the leaf without a leader. We definitely have to convince Tsunade to take up the position in an acting base until the Sandaime is awake. He had already desired for her to be his successor. Both you and I can vouch for that. And the Anbu commander. The rest of the council will need convincing. But they have to respect the wishes of the Sandaime, Shikaku said, but it was far easier said than done. He knew there would be opposing forces. Koharu and Homura may agree, but Danzo was going to be the negative thought. If, however, Tsunade able to gather the confidence of the Jonin commander and the Anbu commander, Danzo's wishes should fall into deaf ears. Shikaku hoped that this would be the case. There was the daimyo to convince. That will be your job. I'll help. Jiraiya replied. What have you discovered about the events that transpired? The people who watch over the barrier were manipulated. Someone took over. Inoiki is busy with them, but I've not heard anything. Some of them appear to have already been in the village and came out from somewhere. We know the information Danzo and you had was false. There was campaign that must have taken months if not years to put together. We didn't even see the Jinchuriki come into the village. Inside job. Jiraiya frowned deeply. Where was Danzo in this situation? Knowing him, he would have been out here, making sure the right decisions were taken. That is the thing. He didn't come out. His route were not seen either. Do you think he colluded with Orochimaru? He is the only one with the pull and the means to pull this heist. And he is the only one who can benefit from this. Hokage, huh? It has always been his dream. It isn't out of the picture that he could have had a hand in it. But we have no proof to accuse him of anything. That was the problem, but they had to search until they found something. Jiraiya was willing to kill the man with his own hands if he had something to do with this. He could not be forgiven for colluding with the enemy. He had always been close to Orochimaru anyway. Let us hope Naruto and Sasuke come back with success and can bring us something useful. You think they can take him down? I did a number on him. In his state, it's not a question whether they can manage it or not. It is whether they can bring his head back to the village. Jiraiya paused as an Anbu appeared out of nowhere and whispered to Shikaku. What? Jiraiya asked after the Anbu disappeared. We are being called to the office of the Hokage by the feudal lord. The feudal lord couldn't have started this. They all knew his character after all. And that meant someone had pushed him. Naruto's anger? It wasn't a usual occurrence. Sasuke could count the number of times he'd seen Naruto lose his cool. He could add those times. Even when he wasn't happy and obviously ticked off, Naruto was perfectly calm. It was one of the things that made him envious. He could never be like that. His emotions got the better of him. But seeing how Naruto could be perfectly normal when the situation demanded he not be made him feel some discomfort in his heart. Sasuke shook his head, narrowed his eyes and then faced Naruto, who was a distance away, with Orochimaru now standing between them, within the clearing. Are you going to let him go like that? Sasuke asked Naruto, having noted Kabuto fleeing the scene. We will get him. The real danger here is this snake. Konoha needs to have his head or a part of him that we can salvage after what he did. Of course, I do think the best is to just kill him. Some things just cannot stay dead. Sasuke just nodded. You want me to offer you support? Yes. Like I said, we need to deal with this quickly. Weakened, yes. But he is still a Sannin. But I'm the one who gets to chop him up. Sure. Sasuke replied indifferently. Orochimaru looked on as the two suddenly disappeared. He'd thought Naruto would want to take him on alone. But it appeared the blonde wasn't so focused on vengeance that he would overlook the bigger picture. He smiled, he could deal with this threat. A little weary from the heavy workload with Jiraiya, but he could still deal with the brats himself. And if the opportunity presented itself, he could well take on Sasuke as a host. Should prove enough for him to end up taking Naruto back to his hideout as well. The thought made him giggle. When the two landed beside him, flanking both his sides, Orochimaru didn't move. They were quick in their motions. Sasuke was swinging his blade across his throat, while Naruto's left foot swung toward his chest. The blade cut through his neck, and the kick spammed into his chest. But Orochimaru just crumbled into dust. Wind breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind slammed into both Naruto and Sasuke, sending them flying away, and importantly separating them. It was just a gust of wind, no blade within it. Naruto landed gracefully, his eyes focused on Orochimaru. Naruto appreciated the speed in which Orochimaru cut the distance between them. He was not just a Sannin in name only. He had the speed to back it up. Naruto quickly folded his hands across his chest, in anticipation of an attack. But what came were multiple snakes, hissing toward his face. Orochimaru hadn't even touched the ground yet when the snakes neared him. A burst of lightning, and Sasuke's sword cut through them, stopping them from getting close to him. The second Sasuke cut through the snakes, Orochimaru was already moving to attack. His left foot hit Sasuke on the gut, sending him flying back where he came from. As his eyes shifted back toward Naruto, the blonde was gone. His presence was felt behind and Orochimaru twisted his neck inhumanely. But a hard kick slammed into his face, sending him tumbling to the trees. It was not flesh that hit him. No, Naruto had hardened his leg into wood. Orochimaru thought as much before crashing into a tree with his back. The sound of lightning. Orochimaru held out both hands, trying to grab the jab straight toward his chest. He caught the sword, but it just slid through his hands, piercing through his chest. He hissed, opening his mouth wide. A snake slipped out, forcing Sasuke to pull away. But Orochimaru didn't stop because the Uchiha wasn't the target. The snake revealed the blade of a sword and then it extended, stretching forward. While lunging toward Orochimaru, Naruto was forced to hit the brakes, seeing the incoming sword. He ducked under, and watched the sword flash just above him. Orochimaru swore. He was backed against a wall and couldn't move quickly enough with the sword stretched out as it was. The problem was that Sasuke had suddenly appeared before him, swinging his sword down, with every intention of cutting the snaking holding the sword. He quickly raised his left hand, and multiple snakes burst out, rushing toward the Uchiha. Sasuke was forced to abandon his assault by blurring away from the scene. Orochimaru's eyes shot toward his right side. Another Naruto. No, it was two of them. The other one was lying just above the original. And the other was holding a long sword, swinging it in an upward motion. The sword sliced through the snake through his mouth. Simultaneously, the clone grabbed the sword and then started pulling away. Sasuke landed in beside Naruto while Orochimaru was still planted against the tree. Amaterasu. Grrr, Orochimaru hissed as intense pain hit him. The black flames ignited around his body, burning him with unbearable heat. He opened his mouth wide, and then two hands popped, shedding his skin. He fell to the ground on his chest, yet with his head lifted, but breathing a bit heavily. That took a lot more than he thought. Fighting with Jiraiya had certainly taken a lot from him. Seeing Orochimaru shed his skin, Sasuke frowned. He is going to be difficult to kill, he said. He realized Naruto wasn't even focused on him but was staring at the sword his clone was holding. Naruto. I heard you. I saw him. But he isn't moving well. Jiraiya sure did a number on him, Naruto said in a casual tone. We just have to pound him until he has no more chakra to shed his skin. Easy for you to say. Nobody told you to wave around Mangekyo Jutsu like that, Naruto said casually. Stand guard. I will attack. See an opening, and take it. That sword belongs to me, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said, while still on the ground. The sword of Kusanagi. I'm told this sword can cut through anything. I'm keeping it. Kukukukuku, Orochimaru laughed, getting up from the ground. He waved his right hand. Naruto watched with curiosity as the sword flew away from the clone's hands. Oh. You can control it like that. This is truly a good weapon. And its ability to stretch like that could prove useful in the end. Orochimaru grabbed his sword and then took a thoughtful look. He couldn't risk losing his sword. And so, he story it once more. He regretted it the second he did so as Naruto suddenly grinned. I had a feeling you might do something like that. Naruto held up both his hands, on the palms there was a kanji for explode. Explosive tags are usually written in pieces of papers and shinobi buy them because they do not possess the ability to write the seals. Not everyone knows Fuinjutsu after all. But for some of us, tags are only necessary to save chakra. I have tags written on me and I can tag them on things I want using chakra. But not usually on a person. You'd notice it because it is chakra after all. So, when my clone touched your sword, what did you think it did? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed and he quickly tried to remove the sword from his body but it exploded from within. His vision turned upside down and he watched, his head detached from his body. While falling, he saw his upper body blown up, it was all just multiple snakes. If you told me when he explodes, he turns into snakes, I wouldn't have done that, Naruto said. The sword was lying on the ground, still perfectly fine. But he couldn't go there, not when the snakes were attaching Orochimaru's body together. Kukukaku, Orochimaru chuckled once his head was connected to the rest of body by the snakes. Very good, Naruto-kun. Minato would be impressed. Naruto bent down, placing both hands on the ground. Would release, rising sphere. While still stretched, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. A large wooden structure bust out from the ground below him. It looked like the cleanly cut trunk of a tree. But what caught his attention were the marks on the wood. Explode! Sasuke! Naruto called, rushing toward Orochimaru. The primary goal is to make something like that. I infuse the tags when I manipulate chakra. But because it demands too much chakra, I prefer not to use it that often. So, Orochimaru, jump for him. Orochimaru hissed. Naruto was forcing him to jump. He had no choice because the wood was going to explode. He quickly tried to jump, but the wood still exploded, blasting him into the air. The splinters from the wood pierced through his body, making him swear at Naruto. His eyes sharpened. An arrow was speeding toward him. A purposeful attack. Naruto rushing toward him was the diversion. The arrow pierced through his chest, leaving a gaping hole. Where was the blonde now anyway? Fire style, Great Fireball no Jutsu. Orochimaru twisted his head above. A huge ball of flames. Once more, he hissed, he couldn't avoid it. He refused to cry in pain when the flame slammed into him, sending him crashing to the ground in a loud boom. Naruto landed on the ground beside Sasuke, watching the column of flames that surrounded Orochimaru, slowly eating away his flames. You think he won't get up after that? Sasuke said. I would have just preferred to hear him cry in pain while gnashing his teeth, Naruto replied. You put a hole through his chest. And that was after I blew up his body from within. If he is still alive, Konoha isn't going to see his head. When the flames died down, a badly burnt Orochimaru was lying in a crater flat on his belly. His body burnt to the 3rd degree, steam rising with the skin peeling off. Yet, he was still twitching. He is still alive. Persistent snake. Should I burn him with Amaterasu and see if he will still shed his skin? No. Let us wait and see what will happen now. He is starting to reattach once more. Sasuke shook his head but still smiled. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Of course I am. Look at him. Actual, you should go ahead and light him up. Maybe this time he will cry in agony. What happened next was that the snakes burst into a hideous white snake. No, it looked like hundreds of snakes bundled into one. Is that his real form? Sasuke asked casually, his eyes staring at the Sannin. Yes. He only turns into that when things are bad or when he is going to eat someone. I suppose he is going to try to flee now. You can predict his movement and try to stop him. Orochimaru hissed, glaring at the two brats. He normally would have managed to get up from that. But fighting Jiraiya in Sage Mode had taken a lot from him than he thought. And who would have thought the brats would force him into this position? You two have really grown. But I must depart for now. We will meet again, Orochimaru said, and then hit the ground. But he didn't go far. A lightning sword hit him on the tail. The sword piercing through, hitting the ground, but because of his quick movement, the sword sliced through. He hissed painfully while still fleeing. Mukuten, rising spear. A wooden spike burst from the ground as he was trying to speed away. It was just below him. It pierced through his neck, pinning him to the ground. Naruto landed on the sides of Orochimaru, and summoned the sword of Totsuka. It felt weird holding the sword with his hand. Considering, it was ethereal. His left held the gourd. He lifted it and sword it downward in a forceful strike. Arg, Orochimaru hissed, as the sword cleanly cut through him. His body danced, tossing and turning after being severed from his head. Until, finally it stopped. He was left looking like he had been staked. What remained were flames for him to look as if he'd been stabbed and put on a burning stake. When Naruto appeared in front of him, his eyes widened. Seeing the sword Naruto carried. It was a sword he had searching for a long time now. How come Naruto had it in his possession? Where did you get that sword, Naruto? Naruto ignored the question. Orochimaru, you're not going to die because we are better shinobi than you. You are dying because you're an arrogant scum. You just fought Jiraiya and you received a beating, and had to run after that. Even then, you still believed you had enough in your tank to face us. Sasuke and I were not going to be fair. We are not even normal kids after all. Do you? Naruto drove sword straight through into Orochimaru's mouth. It pierced through the back. I want to torture you, but this will be enough. Enjoy the drunken state, Orochimaru. Kukukukuku, Orochimaru laughed. This isn't the end of me, Naruto-kun. I sent Kabuto away because I considered that you two may be able to destroy this body. I will come and collect those two swords. I see, so there is a way to get you back. I'd like to see how. But if you come back, I will take the satisfaction of killing you the second time, he said, pulling the snake into his sword before sealing him within it. After a second, the gourd disappeared along with the sword. What is that sword? One of those legendary tools. I'll give it to you someday. Along with another. They will make your Susanoo hard to beat. Naruto replied with a shrug, walking toward the sword of Kusanagi. He let loose of a long breath, feeling weary. I need sleep when we get to Konoha. Can I rest a bit? Naruto faced Sasuke for a moment before nodding. The Mangekyo really puts a strain on you, doesn't it? Yeah. And the chakra demands also increase. Naruto nodded. I also need a breather. I burnt quite a lot of chakra today. And I need to calm my nerves and be happy that I can sleep better with Orochimaru dead. Didn't he just say he was going to come back? You want to ruin my mood? Ignorance is not good for you. What about the Sandaime? Naruto closed his eyes. We will see when we arrive at the village. Nothing bad, I hope. If it is? Naruto didn't reply. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, seeing Danzo standing behind the old man's desk. The daimyo was standing by the window along with Homura and Koharu. He didn't like this one bit. He hated this situation. He could even see the victorious look in Danzo's eyes. Jiraiya felt a chill down his spine and knew something had happened. This was a big mess. Ah, Jiraiya-kun. The feudal lord greeted happily. I hear you worked hard to protect Konoha. It is my duty. Indeed, and Minato's son? He went after Orochimaru. We decided that Orochimaru's crime was too great that we could not let him escape the village with his life. The feudal lord nodded his head enthusiastically. And then replied. Serving the village like this, father. If I may, Daimyo-sama. Why have we been called? We held discussion with the knowledge that Hiruzen is unable to carry out his duties. We came to a decision that Danzo will be appointed acting Hokage to steer the village from this crisis. Once calm has been restored, we will sit again and elect a permanent Hokage. Hopefully by then, Hiruzen will be well enough to inform us his wishes. This was happening. Shikaku didn't know how he managed it, but Danzo managed to borrow himself some time in the hot seat. He knew it. Jiraiya knew it. The man wasn't going to step down. He was going to keep that seat. He would not warm it for anyone. That was unless they removed him by force. But Sensei had a wish. Princess Tsunade? She is indeed a good candidate. But I was under the impression that she refused the request. Was it not true? She was just given time to think about things. This is pointless. Danzo cut in harshly. We need experience to deal with this matter, and an appointment has been made. I am Hokage and will lead this village from this mess Hiruzen put itself into. How is this his fault? Jiraiya demanded, glaring at Danzo. Orochimaru was his student. And he was the one who let him go years ago. If he had done what was required of him, we wouldn't be in this position. Jiraiya wanted to rebut and argue, but Danzo wasn't necessarily lying. He was just using this to his advantage in an unfair way. And you, Jiraiya. You had many years to remove him from existence, but you failed to do so. You were too focused on trying to change him, Danzo said in a stern tone. It is obvious that the students of Hiruzen cannot be trusted to lead the village in this time. This is why this decision has been made, and I will not tolerate any insubordination. Jiraiya almost lunged at Danzo as he sat on the chair that belonged to his sensei. But he held himself. Sinai told me that Danzo must be executed for working with Orochimaru for this invasion. It was his wish and I intend to carry it. Shikaku sighed. It had to come to this. But having dealt with the feudal lord, he knew it was unlikely to change anything. Worse, Koharu and Homura were present, but neither looked to be interested in saying anything. It just meant a decision had been made. While they fought to protect Konoha, Danzo was working with the feudal lord. He was working on the man. It was no longer a coincidence that the daimyo appeared just before an invasion took place. They were defeated in this play. As long as the daimyo gave his blessing, there was nothing they could do. The feudal lord looked shocked. Why? Shikaku didn't want to speak because he understood that the moment the feudal lord said Danzo would be acting, it was final. Unless they could change his mind. If not, neither had the power to overrule the man. If they went against the wishes of the daimyo and refused Danzo, the leaf would suffer. Severely so. There is suspicion that someone from the inside worked with Orochimaru for this invasion. Danzo is also a suspect. A very likelihood suspect. Oh, the feudal lord was surprised to hear this. This doesn't matter. We must now focus on trying to rebuild the leaf. Such things can be done once Hiruzen is awake. We must not dismiss such things. The feudal lord said in thought. The decision still stands. The feudal lord said. However, it is worrying that loyal servants think you are a traitor, he said, turning to both Shikaku and Jiraiya. How sure are you? Very sure. Well, I cannot dismiss concerns from Hiruzen. He was a loyal and good Hokage. Both Shikaku and Jiraiya have been good servants. They cannot all be lying. He adopted a thoughtful look. My decision has been made. Let us wait for Hiruzen to wake up and then we will deal with this. But you'll be letting a traitor lead Konoha, Jiraiya shouted. If you can prove it to me here that what you say is indeed true, then I'll rescind my decision and listen to your suggestion on who should be acting Hokage. The feudal lord waited for a second before speaking again. It is settled then, he said, walking away from the office with Koharu and Homura, who were oddly silent throughout. Shikaku. Hi? Alert every shinobi of the current changes. Gather your best jonin in an hour. I wish to address them about the way forward. Of course. Keep that seat warm, Danzo. When the Sandaime wakes up, you will be out. And I will drag you through the streets myself before watching you get executed for being a treasonous snake that you are. Careful, Jiraiya. You may be a Sannin, but you do not have the license to say whatever you want. Or what? Jiraiya dared Danzo. Danzo had known Jiraiya was going to be a problem. Shikaku would do what was required. So there was no need to remove him from his position. However, the Sannin would continue to be a problem if he stayed present. The only way to solve it would be to send him away from the village. But still, if there was a fight for Konoha, Jiraiya would still fight. He was a loyal shinobi after all. His obedience at this point wasn't required. If he needed raw power, he now had Naruto and Sasuke on the palm of his hands. Oh, how it was good to reap from the fruits of his cherished dreams. How long has he sought to control the Uchiha and the Kyuubi? Be present as well when I address the Jonin. We do not want them to think you do not support me, would not be good for the morale of the forces. But I don't support you. Do you want to start a civil war? There are surely many who will not listen to me. And some who will. If we start fighting amongst ourselves, on top of the damage we have already suffered, Konoha will fall. Is that what you want? Not if I take you out quietly? You will be branded a traitor for killing an acting Hokage. Sensei will reveal your crimes when he wakes up. Jiraiya shrugged. Danzo afforded himself a smile. If he wakes up. This is bad, Shikaku said as soon as Jiraiya appeared before him. But he still had no other option but to obey Danzo. Of course, they could silently kill Danzo. But the daimyo would suspect something. Knowing him, he isn't going to let Suna off the hook. I'm surprised he hasn't ordered we move out to launch our own invasion on the village, Jiraiya said in a serious tone. He could say goodbye to peace with Danzo at the helm. This man was going to start a war soon. Once he had stabilized things and managed to get Suna under him, he was going to war. The man didn't see friends or neutral people. The other great nations were not allies. Which meant they were enemies. And he had no other way of dealing with them aside from elimination or subjugation. The Sandaime was going to be shocked to death once he learns that Danzo has managed to usurp his power. That is if he doesn't make the announcement when he addresses the Jonin. He loves war after all. During the Third War when the Sandaime was calling for it to end, he was saying they should use Minato's power to bring Iwa to its knees. Shikaku shook his head. I'm even more surprised those two agreed to this. They've supported his ideas but not his quest to become Hokage. Must have had something on them, which is why they were silent. They had after all even tried convincing Tsunade to become Hokage after she returned. We can't do anything now. We just have to wait until the third wakes up. Yes. But we must develop a way to keep the daimyo out of cage selection issues. He has too much influence on things. We are in his country. It is the price we pay for his financial support. If we don't want him influencing things, Konoha needs to be able to stand on its own without the feudal lord. Standing on the village walls, overlooking the streets, Sasuke had expected to see a village in flames and smoke. It would have been good for him to even vent in this farce of a mission he had been sent to accomplish with Naruto. But looking below, he could see only the results of battle. Civilians and shinobi working hand in hand to clear up the mess created by a stupid invasion. It did look like the village did some damage. It was a sight Sasuke never thought he would see. After all, Konoha had always been the sure place with battles always occurring outside during missions. But life was not so simple. With each passing day, he let me about this cruel world of shinobi system. The fittest ruled. The most corrupted whatever they wanted. He wasn't the idealist, but what kind of world did he want his version of the Uchiha clan to see? Did he want to bring his clan into a world where it could face the same tragedy that he faced when his brother went mad with power? Orochimaru was able to achieve this much. It appears he was not that weak and just talk, Sasuke said to Naruto. Yeah. The damage could have been even bigger. But Konoha wasn't just the best for nothing. What happened to Sai? He said he was going back. He didn't resist and even offered to take me back after your message came. It made it look as if he genuinely didn't know anything. That could be the case. But the undeniable truth was that they had been sent for nothing. For even Jiraiya to have been misinformed just showed that to control the flow of information, you controlled how people moved. For hidden villages, intel was an important part that kept the machine marching forward. Well, that happened that way. At least we were able to meet and deal with Orochimaru. It should bring some peace into the village. Are you going to forget that he clearly stated he was going to come back? Naruto shrugged. I'm not going to take the word of a madman and lose my sleep over it. Anko was going to be pleased to know her former sensei was dead. She would no longer have to worry about him. And he could sleep well at night. And most importantly, the hidden leaf would breathe freely and joyously tonight knowing that they had cut off the snake's head. Sasuke shook his head. Who are we going to report to? You worry about that now? Someone at the tower maybe. This is a time where people are searching for their loved ones. If they lived or died. If you had a friend in the village, you'd have worried about them. And you'd be thinking about looking for them. Sasuke's expression didn't change. You are my friend. Naruto laughed. Sure, I am. You know, Sasuke. When it looked as if I'd been hurt, someone called out my name. Calling desperately for me to be alive. When I heard that, I felt happy and really alive. To know that I belong and there is someone who cares for me. Someone I befriended. Someone who knows what is inside of me. At that point I thought, maybe I wasn't doing anything wrong. Even if things didn't change much for him. As long as he could have friends who needed him. Friends like Sasuke who were completely hopeless without him. A person like Ino who would cry if he died, Naruto felt that living was worth it. That blonde girl? Yeah. You should make other friends too. They don't have to be our age group. I have Anko as well, Naruto said in thought. I suppose there is Sakura. Yeah, right. Sasuke replied with sarcasm. Well, she is still our teammate. If you did well, maybe the streets will finally smile for you. Maybe, but that wouldn't make me happy. I think I'm owed an apology. Good luck with that, Sasuke said. I'm going to check if there is no damage to the Uchiha compound before going to report to the office. My house should be fine, Naruto said in thought. Even if it isn't, a house can be rebuilt. I'll go to see the Sandaime and then go to rest. Don't bother me. Tomorrow is surely going to be a long day. Long? Repairs. I'll repair the gate and parts of the walls that are damaged and will be using my Mukuten to rebuild some houses. That is of course, if things are normal. If they are not, I'll wait to be surprised. Sasuke halted from leaving and then asked. Why did you really let Kabuto go? Because I wanted him to feel alive after escaping. Besides, I was a little too angry to make him suffer. I'd just given him a quick death. That I do not want for him. And Orochimaru? Well, weren't you the one saying he is going to come back? Besides, I needed to kill someone. Sakura smiled happily seeing Naruto walk into the hospital. He looked fine but with signs of battle. She'd heard from Shizune that he departed once again to chase after Orochimaru. If he was here, did it mean that Sasuke was also back in the village? Naruto. She called him. Naruto turned to face the girl and then smiled, waving his right hand. Sakura. That is one teammate confirmed to be alive and well. My life was never in danger. Sakura created a fist. Unlike yours. You heard? Of course. Ino was telling everyone who cared to listen. And the people who were around saw you. Of course, my master said you were stupid and reckless. Naruto laughed at this. He could imagine Ino telling people. Perhaps for his own good. She was truly a good person and friend. It was fine. It just looked as if things were dangerous. And before you ask, I just returned with Sasuke. He went home, Naruto said, his eyes darting around. Where is your master? I'm not sure. Sakura replied. But she isn't around here. Is there something I can do for you? Naruto shook his head. No, but, thanks. I was looking for her specifically. Get back to work, I'll no doubt see you tomorrow, he said, turning away from the girl. This just meant that the Sandaime wasn't here. He must have been moved from here to somewhere more secure. But where? The Sarutobi compound or private places in Anbu spaces? He didn't get to think for too long as Jiraiya appeared in front of him. Follow me. You sound serious, Naruto said with narrowed eyes. We are in a serious situation. The Toad Sage said, putting a hand on his shoulder. We have to be a little secret. They vanished from the hospital and appeared in front of Hiruzen's home. Why? Anbu are going to come for you. I'm sure they were alerted about your return. But I want to talk to you first before you hear it from him, Jiraiya said in a dead serious tone. The usually joking Jiraiya using a serious tone? When the Sannin did this, you knew things were bad. Naruto swallowed hard, thinking it had something to do with the Sandaime Hokage. First, let me apologize for not saying anything about the Sandaime. I honestly thought with Tsunade around, by the time you returned, he would be fine. Only she reminded me that Orochimaru would use that against you. The Sannin frowned deeply. I didn't even think about that. I was trying to keep this from you. Adults and their need to always try to protect the children by keeping the truth from them. What good did it do? If he had been someone else, he would have just lost his cool and end up falling to Orochimaru in the process. I really hate this attitude you people take. I know. Jiraiya smiled sadly. He'd been told already. But the old man is still alive. What I want to tell you is the consequence of his current state. He is still unconscious and Danzo has seized power with the help of the daimyo. Ah. The problem with this kind of system was that there was no democracy. This was no different from a nation ruled by a king. Kage were kings. Their rule was absolute. The leader was imposed on the village and no one was going to defy him. The shinobi population were going to obey the man and the Anbu would be dealing with anyone who plotted to take the life of the Hokage. A treasonous offense. It was just damn funny that of all people, Danzo ended up seizing power. What kind of leadership was he going to bring up? Naruto halted. He was royally screwed. I'm screwed. In the eyes of Danzo he has always been the weapon. The Kyuubi. Now that the man was in the leadership position, he was going to order him around like a weapon. He wouldn't even be surprised if the man called upon him to demonstrate that he could use the power of the Kyuubi and if not, he would be forced to learn. Yeah. Jiraiya admitted. Just be careful. In the eyes of Danzo, you are either useful or not. If you are not loyal, he will try to get rid of you despite your power. I regret being rude to him now. It isn't like he is going to hold grudges. But I must admit, your life is only going to get difficult from now on. If we go to war now, just know you'll be in the front line. They went into an underground room. Tsunade was sitting beside a bed. The Sandaime lay, frail as he was, his skin pale. His eyes closed. He glanced at the woman. She looked worn out. Really tired. We moved him here because we don't him at the hospital. Anything can happen. And his awakening is the only thing keeping Danzo from officially becoming Hokage. You're saying Danzo could kill the old man to gain the power? Yes. Naruto didn't reply. He stopped beside the bed and looked at the old man. His eyes softened, becoming sad. There were many lies. But this was a person who has always been there for him. When he had no one, the old man was willing to take time off to spend time with him. He didn't even do that with his grandson. He had cared for him. He still did. And Naruto was never going to forget that. His heart pounded. Fearful. He'd never experienced the pain of loss. He didn't want to experience it like this. Not when he'd still been distant with the old man. He is going to live, right? Yes, but not for long. Tsunade answered without explaining. I see. Naruto replied, staring. I'll come and check again. Don't you want to talk? Naruto turned to Tsunade for a moment and then faced the old man. What is there to talk about? I don't know how I'm feeling. I'm tired. I know I'm going to be treated like an animal from now on by the current leader. There is a lot to think about it but not talk. Tsunade bit her lower lip. Jiraiya had avoided even saying that they wouldn't be in this situation if she had agreed to become Hokage. He was avoiding the issue. But it was true. Danzo was going to do what he has always wanted to do. Hiruzen had always been the one who protected Naruto from being made into a weapon. He couldn't speak now. But Naruto wouldn't have to face that prospect if she had accepted. She smiled bitterly, she had nothing more to say to him. What else could she say? At this rate, he was going to end up living a very short life. And a miserable one. If Danzo stayed true to his character, Naruto was going to become known to massacres. He was going to become known for the bad things. And all because they allowed the cold-hearted man to take the position of Hokage. I'm going home. If you need me, I'll be there, Naruto said in a quiet tone before walking away. Once he was gone, Tsunade spoke. You can say it, Jiraiya, her tone was bitter. The Toad Sage shook his head. Nobody knew this was going to happen. I'm just worried about how to manage the situation for him. Naruto is a good kid. But he sees the world for what it is. If Danzo throws him into a pit of fire, we may not like what comes out of it. It was in such moments that he appreciated the role the Sandaime played. Even when there were many failures, there was some good. But Danzo ran the risk of shattering it all. I didn't want to come back because I'd lost so much because people wanted to become Hokage. That position was nothing more than a curse that takes people's lives away, Tsunade said sadly. I wonder how it was like for Sensei. He sent kids to war. Watched their parents die. His own successor died before he could. How did he still manage to continue after all that? I don't know Haim. What I know is that he had many regrets. I'm sure the fact that he couldn't even protect Konoha from Orochimaru has hurt him more than anything. He was resolved to fight Orochimaru to the point of dying with him. But even when he was willing to sacrifice his life, that was still not enough. What to do now? It was a question that repeatedly bombarded the corners of his mind. It couldn't be pushed to the back of the head. Rest was not afforded. For Naruto saw the possibilities that lay before him. And it wasn't anything pleasant. For his sake. His happiness and his own peace of mind. There would be no good night's sleep tonight. More misery had just been piled in his shoulders. This world didn't operate on a fair and just system. It operated on a cruel system that had eyes on whom it chooses to torment. He glanced up. The sun's glare was lessening. Very soon, darkness would reign and he would be alone, faced with a mountain of problems. For Danzo, it was clear he wanted the power of the Kyuubi. It would be fine if he was using it. But the man may just decide that he didn't trust him enough to let the Kyuubi be in him. He would then try to extract it from him, on his orders as Hokage. Of course, that could risk his life and Naruto wasn't just going to lie down and let it happen. There was no deep thought or question about it. If Danzo came for his life, Naruto would respond in kind. He was fine with leaving Konoha. Most as a traitor. Likely, Sasuke would follow him. But if that wasn't the case, Danzo choosing not to risk his life, an even grave situation arose for him. The former was better option. It made things easier. But here, living as a weapon wasn't something Naruto wanted. He could endure it just until the Sandaime wakes up. But after that, he would be okay with becoming a missing nin. For this village that hasn't done anything for him, Naruto would not sacrifice his sanity. As he strolled through the streets, he noticed the difference in the mood. A few nods. Smiles and waves. Yet, what did it mean if he wasn't going to be happy? He was going to be miserable if the two options he saw would be the only ones available for him. While walking, an Anbu materialized behind him. Uzumaki, you've been summoned to the Hokage's office. Now? Yes. Now. The Anbu said, putting a hand on his shoulder, and they vanished from the streets. Naruto was surprised to see Sasuke at the office. But the uncomfortable moment was seeing Danzo sitting behind the old man's desk, on the man's chair, and in his office. It was wrong in many levels. He hoped the man's face would become planted in the Hokage monument. It would just become a hideous thing that haunts Konoha. He didn't say anything to Sasuke but just acknowledged his presence and then stared at Danzo. Why didn't the two of you report back on your mission? As far as we were concerned, Konoha didn't have a leader. Our mission was given to us by the Sandaime Hokage. Danzo shook his head. The mission to kill Orochimaru. It would do this village good to know that you handled him. We were going to do that once we knew who to report to. Sasuke tells me you sealed part of him as evidence. Naruto took out a scroll and placed it on the desk. It isn't much of proof when this is literally the lower half of a snake, he said indifferently. Danzo looked at the scroll. He could breathe easily now knowing Orochimaru was dead. The Sannin couldn't have told the two anything. He was safe as long as he was dead. Nobody knew anything. The only missing piece was Kabuto. And he was a dangerous person, he really just knew too much. The last attempt had failed to kill him. This time, Danzo was going to do it right. The bigger problem now was the loyalty of these two before him. He couldn't say Sasuke had anything to the leaf. He was too focused on killing his brother. A flight risk he was. He'd already seen the assessment from Anbu. The same was about Naruto. If these two fled from Konoha, the leaf would have lost a great deal of power. Before that happens, Danzo was going to test it and see if there was something he needed to do to ensure that they stuck around. Nothing less of his control would give him the peace of mind, but he was willing to be patient. For now, at least. Kabuto is alive then. Yes. He fled. I will deal with him. I have an important mission for you too. Immediately, you are to go to Sunagakure. Give it two options: become a part of Konoha, ruled over by the Hokage, or perish. Naruto smiled bitterly. Not even a day and such orders were already been given to them. Well, at least they had exchanged a couple of words without Danzo saying something about the Kyuubi. Just the two of us? He asked. Yes. Just the two of you. This is your chance to show Konoha your loyalties. If they refuse to be led by Konoha, destroy it. Leave no one alive. It will be done. It was Sasuke who responded, putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Once they were out of the office, Sasuke gave him a look. The Uchiha looked up for a moment and then took on an expressionless mask. This was turning into some day. Konoha gets invaded and they are ordered to destroy a village. That man didn't even blink about what he just ordered them to do. It was almost like he was used to giving such orders. The leaf under the Sandaime was very different from this. This was going to be a nightmare, at least to those who were enemies of Konoha. You do realize he is doing this intentionally? Yeah, Naruto said in a flat tone. He doesn't trust either of us and is sending us to do this just to see how far we are willing to go. If Suna refuses to bow, we will do the unspeakable and then Danzo will swiftly know that his orders will be obeyed. Suna did attack Konoha. From where I stand, that attack could have been expected from either Kumo or Iwagakure. Of course, Sasuke wouldn't think deeply about this. He called himself an avenger. This suited his character. If Suna attacked Konoha, then it deserved any retribution against it. Revenge was Sasuke's motto. But Naruto didn't operate this way. They would be forced to kill innocent civilians. Danzo wanted them to wipe out an entire village. That was damn crazy. Who could live with the weight of slaughtering thousands of people? Naruto was praying that Suna would take them seriously and not do anything stupid. Actions have consequences, huh? Yes. They should have thought about this. Konoha lost some lives. Danzo could be thinking that it needs to be paid. If Konoha leaves it as it is, it will look as if the leaf is weak. Sasuke shook his head. I don't necessarily agree with it, but we have orders. But you'll abandon them if Itachi shows up. It goes without question. Naruto. I think this time, I'd do so with you. Together, very few would dare come us, he said. Let's meet at the gates in an hour. Naruto found Jiraiya waiting by the village gates, hands folded across his chest, a rather serious expression on his face. Sasuke was standing on the other side. Naruto really didn't want to talk. He just wanted to go to his father's house and get some sleep. Not face this task Danzo had put for him. Here for moral support, Jiraiya? I heard, the Sannin said. He swore at Danzo. If Naruto decided to leave Konoha at this stage, Jiraiya wouldn't fault him. At this rate, it was really amazing that he was still in Konoha. Maybe he was thinking about it, but Jiraiya wouldn't fault him. About our delightful mission. Yes. I can go along with you too. I have the license to come and go as a Sannin. I can try to plead with Suna to submit. And my presence will make it known to them that this is serious. You won't have to shed needless blood. Even if that has to happen, I can do it with you. Generous offer, but Jiraiya, you need to stay and watch over the old man until he wakes up. I'll be praying that Suna submits. If not, I will come back at Hiro in the next couple of days. Sure, Danzo could try to kill Hiruzen just to make sure he doesn't wake up. If the third wakes up, Danzo loses his grip on power. He can try to pull off a coup or civil war, but the odds will be against him. His best option is making sure that the third didn't wake up. Yet, Jiraiya felt he owed it to Naruto be with him at this point. It has crossed his mind that Danzo would do this, but the reality was much more horrifying. I'm really sorry, Naruto. It is fine. We all have choices we can make. I can also make a choice now. Jiraiya swallowed. He knew which choice Naruto was talking about. I wouldn't blame you if you made that choice, Naruto. Now that is shocking. I wouldn't make it with you, but I would understand it and wouldn't try to make you rethink it. Naruto, we don't have all day. Well, there you have it, the Master Uchiha is calling me, Naruto said and then walked past Jiraiya. He didn't say another word. Sasuke joined him. Let's take this slow. We can rest once we reach the river country. We will cross the desert tomorrow. I need some time to gather my emotions. Even you struggle with emotions. Naruto laughed. Well, I am a person. This is foreign territory for me. I need to gather my emotions before I act in an unsavory manner or do something stupid, he said in thought. Isn't it funny? In our world, to protect what you value, you must kill something. This system is a system of cruelty. If you're bothered by it, why don't you try to change it? I am just one man. The Kage and feudal lords hold all the power. No matter how much he may wish, one man cannot change the entire elemental nations. Unless, of course, he decides to wipe out the entire shinobi population and start it afresh with his ideals. That is one way to go about it. But something one person cannot achieve. Indeed. So, what do we do, Sasuke? If this is how we shinobi must live, what must we do to change things? If it us, then our children will also be ordered to such missions. Or maybe others will be ordered to make us submit, or if not, we are wiped out of existence. Sasuke's expression was unreadable, in deep thought. It was just the same thing happening over and over again. Is this how the shinobi world functions? Perhaps he could thank Danzo for displaying to them the ugly nature of this world. Looking at things, you'd not think in the morning, an invasion occurred. While a few mourned, many celebrated. Those who celebrated had every right to do so. The village had survived an invasion. Orochimaru was dead and the Sandaime was going to be well, even if Konoha did have an acting Hokage. Yet so much had changed in a couple of hours. Shikamaru thought this whole day had us covered up to a whole week. To the normal people, nothing has changed. But to those of them who were privy, everything has changed. The entire system that ran the village had flipped and he was already starting to feel the changes. It was so much burden that he considered it would have been less of a bother to his mind if he'd been stupid. One person who didn't seem to have the burdens he carried was Ino. She'd been gulping down on alcohol with both relief of her survival and happiness over someone. At this point, it was safe to say she did like that someone. For Kuji, he was shoving down food inside his stomach. He'd said you never know what was going to happen tomorrow. He wasn't off the mark. As far as his father said, they may be marching to war tomorrow. You're more gloomy than normal, Ino said, staring at him. Shikamaru smiled. Gloomy? He was just burdened. She too wouldn't be all smiles when she does hear what he had to say to her. You're brighter than usual. Of course I have to be. We live to see another day. That should be reason enough. She smiled, a rather beautiful smile. You know, Naruto has had it rough. Today has changed things for him. He saved the hospital. And people are appreciating it. She was frustrated that she hasn't been able to see him since then. She knew he had returned to the village after leaving to hunt down Orochimaru. But he had suddenly vanished. She'd checked. Even Sakura had seen him but not her. He should thank you, Kuji said, pausing his services to his gut. It is almost as if you really like him. He added in thought. Of course not, Ino exclaimed, rising from her seat. When eyes turned to her, she calmed down. He is my friend. I understand his situation and I want to see it change. For his happiness. Then you do like him. Kuji pressed. But as a dear friend. He smiled, seeing Ino flush slightly. Shikamaru shrunk slightly. This was truly a troubling predicament. For Naruto, it was cruel. You may want to hold on to your celebrations. What? Where do you think Naruto is? Shikamaru asked in a serious tone. Ino shifted uncomfortably due to Shikamaru's tone. You're scaring me. The Nara smiled. Maybe she should be, for the future and Naruto's future. My father told me that Naruto has been sent to Sunagakure with Sasuke. The reason you haven't seen him is because he was sent shortly after he returned from battle with Orochimaru. Why don't I like the sound of that? Why would he send after battle? He had just faced a Baiju'u in the village and then rushed to face Orochimaru. Without resting he was forced to go to Suna? Did they think he was a machine? The last word rang bells in her mind and she tensed. It isn't really a secret, but they have gone to make Suna submit. If things doesn't happen accordingly, what Suna's Baiju'u tried to do here will happen there. Worst case for Suna is that they don't apparently have enough with the power to stop a Baiju'u. It may bring the destruction. Shikamaru paused to let Ino absorb his words. My father says the man who is acting Hokage probably sees Naruto has nothing more than a weapon and would most likely see Sasuke as a way to keep control of that weapon. So, Ino. Even if the villagers might now come to like Naruto, he might not be happy because of what he will now be asked to do. Ino was deflated. Her happiness shattered. What was Naruto even thinking? This was different from being a shinobi. She knew there were missions you had to kill someone. Assassination missions and the likes. But what was being asked of Naruto was another whole matter. He was being asked to become a cold-blooded murderer. Shika. Ino started in a whisper. What will happen if Suna refuses and chooses to fight? Destruction. Naruto is acting on orders. The villagers might praise him for destroying their enemy. Then the question Naruto must be, will he kill innocent people just for people to like him? Is that price worth it, Shika? Will he not say it is best to be hated? Kabuto had always stood in front of Naruto in a position of power, never of weakness. But to be weaker, and frightened of the blonde was a new experience. It was amusing even. I'm just a clone and not doing to kill you. I should have known you were not going to just let me leave. Of course not. Then why did you? I was a little too angry. You Kabuto, defiled my mother's grave. You're perfectly sane. And yet you tormented me in worship of your master. I will not grant you a simple and quick death. I'm going to make you suffer that you will beg me to kill you. But I won't. Enjoy your life, for now. Tomorrow or maybe later. I will come to you, Kabuto. But I won't kill you. I will come, take a finger or two, maybe your lower lip or right ear. Maybe open you up and take one lung. And I'm not going to use a knife. I will pull it off with my hands. Sneaking into Suna had been quite easy. The village was in apparent disarray. Getting in and they had discovered this to be true. Then again, the village was without a leader and they had to get in grips with the fact that they had infuriated Konoha and would have to deal with the fallout. Not to mention, their apparent issues with the Wind Lord. The two were in a building, watching the Kazekage Tower through a window. Why do you think Suna attacked Konoha? From what I know, Suna demands more money for missions to make up their economic failures. They've always been the poorer out of the great nations. Perhaps this is due to the location of the village. Suna can't make anything, it has to buy. The Window Lord favored Konoha shinobi and this only made things worse for the village. I assume they joined Orochimaru for their own survival. The fact that Orochimaru killed their leader means that he was now refusing to go through with the plan. A fight for survival, huh? Yes. In this world, when a shinobi village doesn't get along with its daimyo, survival becomes difficult. The feudal lords and their power, influence and whims. They held the world together and yet still could turn this world into a bloodbath. Careless creatures whose only concern was to preserve their power and status. They didn't even understand the plight of shinobi and yet didn't think twice before sending them into battle. Their deaths. And in the end, wouldn't care for it. After all, they were far removed from this reality. How do we go about this then? The first thing they did was to gather information. With Sasuke using the Sharingan to good effect, that was easy. A couple of hours in the village and they had already learned what they needed to learn in order to make their move. The village elders are in the tower meeting with Baki. But what concerns me is that we haven't been able to find anything about Gaara and his siblings. It is almost like they didn't return. They must be hiding them. Yeah. Naruto nodded. Let us just go to the tower and talk to the elders. Whatever they decide, we will then make our move. Are you sure about this? If they refuse, we will become known for this and kill many innocent lives that had nothing to do with the invasion. Naruto closed his eyes as he absorbed Sasuke's words. They'll refuse subservience because they'll be thinking they can take us hostage and do their damage. But we will show them power. No, I will do it and they will be forced to submit. Danzo said if they refuse to submit, they must be wiped out. Yes, but if they change their mind midway, we can stop. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I killed people who were willing to become slaves in order to continue living. That is a plan, then, Sasuke said. Let's go. Naruto was in a henge and Sasuke was hiding in a black cloak with a hood. They took to the streets and then dropped their disguises. It didn't long for them to be surrounded by shinobi. Naruto raised both his hands. Sasuke did not, he only sharpened his eyes, making the shinobi shift uncomfortably. We bring a message to from the hidden leaf. Follow us. Baki shifted uncomfortably seeing the two. Why would Konoha send kids to them? There could have been better shinobi the village could send out. Orochimaru never gave them much about the two. He'd stated they didn't need to worry because the two would be out of the village. But now they were here. He knew Orochimaru had wanted them out because he wanted to take them for himself, but for what reason, he never said. What does Konoha want? You have two options, submit to Konoha or face destruction. Are those Konoha's only options? Yes. And who will carry out this destruction? We will. Sasuke replied. I see. Baki answered. Let me go talk to my elders and we will come back with a decision. Those old geezers were going to refuse to the order. A message to Iwa had already been sent. They wanted to gain the favor of the stone and use it against Konoha. Don't take too long. After 10 minutes, Naruto turned to Sasuke. They were camped inside the office of the Kazekage. We have their response, Sasuke. Protect yourself. Sasuke activated his Susanoo. What have you? I have my own methods. Let me handle things, Naruto said, closing his eyes. Naruto appeared within the seal and faced the sleeping giant. Hello, Kyuubi. My host. You need my power? Yes. But I also have a proposal for you. The seal as it is allows you to take over my body. We can share my body. That is something I wish to avoid. I've always had the trouble of having to choose between using my power and your power. I can't use both at once. So, I've come with a method to let you out. But still bound by the seal. So, you can only be out for a limited time. The chakra you're allowed to possess runs out, you'll be forced back. Not today. You want to avoid causing destruction. I refuse to do it for you. Let Naruto kill. That way he becomes corrupted and it might be easier for him to be free. Then, give me more of your chakra to be able to transform. Baki raised his right hand. This was just making things worse, but if they captured the last Uchiha and offered him to Iwagakure, things would work in their favor. At least that was the reasoning of the elders. What they failed to consider was why Konoha even bothered sending just the two of them when it wasn't short of better experienced shinobi. Nothing he said changed things. It was like they had already decided. Ignite. Boom. The cage tower went up in flames. Fiery flames that rose up into the sky. The heat in the village only seemed to fuel the flames. Baki could feel the heat from even where he stood. But concerning was that there was no sign of the two Konoha shinobi. When the flames died down, the tower had been reduced to debris. But the two teenagers were still standing. The other surrounded by purple chakra and the other by orange chakra. Defensive jutsu, Baki thought mildly. He had thought it would be enough, but he didn't think they would be able to shrug it off. Surrender to us and nothing will happen to you. They were up against an entire village. Not even someone as powerful as Jiraiya could stand that kind of pressure. They are using our words against us, but a little merciful, Naruto said. From where they stood, they could see hundreds of shinobi standing on rooftops, waiting to launch attacks. It wasn't anything normal. They tried to kill us. How is that merciful? They are being kind enough to offer false hope. This has been entirely predictable. Danzo must have known this much. I'll run loose. Be free to join if you want, Naruto said, hands held together. You have doomed the village. Anyone who dies, it will be in your hands. Those words, what was he going to do? A sense of dread hit Baki when an explosion of chakra hit through the village. It was an oppressive chakra. The kind of vile chakra that had weaker shinobi tremble while getting on their knees. Shukaku was nothing compared to this. This was a Baijuo. Nobody told them that Naruto was a Jinchuriki. Nobody. Not even Orochimaru had said anything. That traitorous bastard. Baki hoped he was dead. As the massive image of the Kyuubi showed itself, everyone scattered. Baki watched haplessly. Gaara wasn't even around. And it had to be the Kyuubi of all Baijuo. The beast let out a huge roar, and its tail slowly swinging. Baki bade no other option. Even when the beast that stood tall above everything else, what else could he do? Would they accept if he surrendered now? Sending out people to fight would just be sending them to their deaths. No, he had to stop this. Even if it was against the orders of the elders. While he was thinking, the Kyuubi's tail swung wildly. Powerful gusts of wind picked up. The buildings behind. The shinobi behind. Everything was sent flying. The buildings crumbled into dust. He could hear cries of flying shinobi. The Baijuo didn't stop there. It hadn't moved yet. It moved. Its huge paws took a swing at the buildings beside. As if it was just toys, it swatted them. Destroying everything in a single strike. A group tried to jump at it, but its tail swept them to the sides. Its eyes locked on him and then it became still. He wanted to jump in and surrender, but then it lifted its tails, started gathering chakra. His heart pounding, Baki shouted for everyone to clear. If it launched that, it was going to get to civilians. It was going to cause massive destruction. He turned around, started issuing orders for people to get ready to flee. It didn't take long for the Kyuubi to finish gathering chakra. The massive ball of energy that was above it was enough to destroy the village. If he let it launch it, it would do so. Baki jumped ahead. If they attacked anyway, he would be the first to get hit. "We surrender," he shouted, jumping in front of the Baijuo. "We surrender," he shouted, on his knees, head kissing the dust. "Please stop. We surrender." Groveling was much better than death. He could live with this humiliation, but if he did nothing, he would be condemning everyone to their deaths, and for what? Maybe the situation would even improve with Suna under Konoha. Sasuke landed in front of him. Baki stared at those hypnotic eyes. But behind him, the Baiju Dama still hovered, threatening them with death. "We surrender," he repeated. "I don't think he can stop that right now. What do you think he can do with all that energy?" The words of the Uchiha were cold. "He can direct it outside the village. You betrayed Konoha and then tried to kill us, won't you try to do it again if he stops?" Baki took out a kunai. "You can take my life. Nobody will try anything if that happens." "Good." The Uchiha then blurred away from him. Unlike with what the Uchiha had said, the tailed beast bomb wasn't launched. In fact, marks started forming below it, and then warped it away. Had it been just sealed away? In a puff of smoke, the Kyuubi disappeared and both Naruto and Sasuke landed in front of him. Sasuke watched Naruto at the corner of his eyes. So that was the power of the Kyuubi. He thought of it enviously. With that power alone, Naruto could have destroyed Suna in a minute. Destroying Konoha wasn't impossible either. Danzo must have understood the power of the Kyuubi, which is why he gave that order. There was some destruction. Slight movements and yet so much. An entire line of buildings had been wiped clean with just the Baijuo violently waving its tails. He glanced at Baki. The man was now on both feet, he didn't display any emotion. None at all. "You were given the order to refuse our terms, correct?" "Yes." Baki nodded. "Send a word for those who gave that order to be brought here," Naruto said without emotion. Baki nodded and looked around. The village was at a standstill. It wasn't just the shinobi watching everything now, it was also the civilians. How things changed. He waved his right hand and someone came before him. He whispered his orders and then faced the two. "We wish to return with the Jinchuriki." "Where is he?" "He isn't here. He was taken by the Akatsuki on his way back to the village. Some of our shinobi have gone to face them." "Where?" This wasn't good. The Akatsuki was starting to attack now? His life was going to be in danger if they were hunting down the Baijuo. This bad. It was just one thing after the other. They went toward the direction of the river country. Sasuke frowned. "Do we go after them?" "For now, we stay here and see to things. I will send a clone to Konoha. It is gonna be slow, but necessary. I wish to see the village and talk, just get a message," Naruto said calmly as a clone appeared in a puff of smoke. Without warning, the clone disappeared. Shinobi brought the elders to them. With people watching everything. Sasuke didn't waste time, he took out his sword. Naruto may have given the order, but he understood what needed to be done. He ignored their pleas. And while everyone watched, he slaughtered them all. One by one. In front of everyone, while Naruto just watched with a look of indifference. The message should be clear. Sunagakure betrayed Konoha. We did nothing to provoke an attack. But you attacked us. Let this be clear, anyone who conspires against Konoha will meet the same fate. The Uchiha shouted, just for those listening to hear. Naruto closed his eyes. How sometimes he wished he could just keep them closed. Just so he doesn't get to see the horrors of the shinobi world. But blind people never live for too long. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.